futures trying to hold on to positive territory here. The Dow and now the S&P back in negative territory. Just the NASDAQ left right now, trying to hold on to some gains from early morning as we digest. Yeah, more fallout from the regional banking sector. SBNY, the latest to fall victim over the weekend. New York State officials closing Signature Bank. SBNY shares halted here pre-market. SIVB shares still halted pre-market as well. No indication as to whether we'll even get a chance to trade these again at any point. We'll keep you up to date on that. There's a ton to get to this morning, including an emergency Fed meeting coming up at 11 a.m. today. We're going to get comments from President Biden at 9 a.m. on the banking sector and what has happened. Fed fund futures now pricing in a quarter point, 90+%. For a quarter point hike coming up in 2 weeks on the 22nd. That's a complete reversal from what we were seeing at the end of last week. So much secondary fallout when it comes to these banks as well. Roku downside this morning in a big way. They had a huge chunk of their cash at SIVB. We'll also talk about Etsy a little bit as well. But let's jump right into things here because we have, as I mentioned, a ton to get to. Yields as well, just plummeting in the pre-market. It's Monday, March 13th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things are shaping up so far. 0.7 now for the Dow, leading to the downside so far. 0.32 here for the S&P 500. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, trying to hold on to gains here, but I feel like it's losing the battle at this point. Big move down right now for crude oil. 5.25% already in negative territory for crude futures. 10% for Bitcoin. And 11% there for Ethereum. I mean, at least there's something gaining off of this. Weekend of madness. Sharif here as always. Welcome to a brand new week that is a little unexpected, I guess, as far as what we're looking at this morning. Again, an emergency Fed meeting coming up this morning. They're going to talk about the banks. We're going to get Biden at 9 o'clock. He's going to talk about the banks. Remember way back when Jerome Powell said they'd rather go too far than maybe not far enough? I think we're here.
Yeah, obviously, guys, this is spurred on by higher rate hikes, the fact that these lending institutions are not lending to these venture capital startups. It is an absolute exciting week, I want to say. A lot of learning for us noobs who've never gone through this before. I'm going to keep my eye on how these stocks move, what moves with them, and yeah, take this as a real learning experience, guys. Yeah,
going to be interesting. And oh yeah, CPI coming up tomorrow as well. Here is the CME Fed Funds tool right now. 90.8% chance of a quarter point hike now. That is a basically complete 360 or 180 at least from what we were seeing at the end of last week when it was pointing to 50 basis points. 50 basis points not even on here anymore. It's this is a quarter and then this is nothing. There's a 9% chance we get nothing coming up at March 22nd. Neil is off enjoying a March break holiday in Florida, checking out the Blue Jays spring training. So Arun is in the building. Good to have Arun as always, guys. A ton to talk about here. What a weekend, what a week ahead as well.
Hey, what's up? Welcome, Arun. Welcome once again to the exciting and ever-changing world of the stock market. We were just talking about it before we went on air there. And I don't know, Brendan still said he thought that maybe 50 points was on the table, but I think that 91% there seems like it might be off the table now. But like you mentioned, though, and this is what Brendan was getting at, I think, too, so much more to come at, right? There's still a CPI to come. All this could completely change. We had that 50 points almost locked in there last week, and then you come in today and you got 25 points now. So I think it's going to be a really interesting move here in the market this week. We have a lot of stuff happening, man. All the banks are popping today. FRC, First Republic's going to be a good one. There's just a note now that PNC is not interested in SVB. So we're going to wait to see the Fed with that surprise meeting today. I don't know what's going to come of that. I'm not really too interested in it, to be honest with you, other than we're going to, after it's done, we'll hear what it's all about. Biden's going to come out and say the same old stuff that, you know, there's no contagion, everything's fine, and FDIC is here to save the day. At least some of those deposits going back to 1-to-1, which is nice. I don't know. I feel like For me, not knowing that much about all these regional banks, it's like not my specialty or anything. I'm not sure if there is too much contagion in this, but if the experts seem to think it's okay, then that must mean it's probably not. So I'm just going to wait to see where this spreads out to. I'm actually thinking First Republic could catch a little bit of tailwinds today from SVIB, just because some of the deposits that are coming out of one bank could go into the next. So that's something to look at as well. But it should be a really fun week here. Glad that you're here with us. The futures are moving around, obviously, the last couple of days, so it should be interesting to hear what you have to say about that. Are you in anything now?
Yeah, I've got a futures position. You're not going to see it on the board, but I do have it. If you come to my screen, I got it early when we started taking down the lows. I may build this up. I may get out of it. It's kind of one of those positions where we're in a spot where I need a little bit more info, but I want to participate in the market because it's been fairly aggressive. Let's see. I'm south of 75. We're a couple points in the money. We were out a little bit. Now we're in the money. I still got to wait until the open before I decide whether I'm going to ramp up the size on this or not. It's just a participation size at this point. We'll see if this one actually gets going to the downside. But I am noticing that Tesla heading to the lows with the rest of the market. There's a lot of action, as we talked about the banks as well. FRC, you may actually see it. I don't know if we still have those tallies on the point wins that we have. I did take a position in FRC earlier in the pre-market, and then immediately I realized I got myself into something that I should not be in. And then I made like 16 cents, walked away on it, and that thing is nuts. I'm not touching this. I know people like excitement, but I can't. I can't get involved. That's how you lose money. That's just way too easy to lose money on that thing. So I walked away from that one.
Yeah. Did you go long or short?
I went short.
You went short initially?
It was like the spread was there, but it was just all over the place. I was like, no, I should not be in this, and I walked away with the
Hoodie
profit.
gang today.
There you go.
We're saying us here.
There you go.
We're short Apple right now, so I want to thank you, Shirt Trader, for the sponsor, but we are now short Apple. We put it on the sticky note that we're going to go short Apple through 148, and it's not going to be a huge position, obviously, as I don't want to take anything big in the pre-market, but here we go, man. We're short at 147.90 right now on Apple, and yeah, the market is really starting to fade out right here, back into the downside. If you want to look at this, Fahad, we just went negative right now on the NASDAQ, so the ES is already well negative today. There goes the NASDAQ. It's funny because I woke up like at 5 a.m. or something, and I was just like, let me check the futures. The NASDAQ was up 1.6% or something earlier on, and now today it's definitely just turned red right now. We're short Apple. We're going to be short. I think we're going to be short everything. So it should be really good here today, yeah. Got Superman by my side today. So Robin is at the baseball, but now we've got Superman here. So it's all good, but shout out to Neil and all of that. So, all right, let's go back over. There goes Apple, still making a move down. First spot, 147.50, and then we'll hold for lower, 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 and hopefully that gets us some money, money, money today.
In the recent months, or recent weeks at least, we've seen correlation opposite with yields. So stocks going upside when yields are tumbling. I'm going to show you both the 10-year and the 2-year here, coming off their biggest 2-day decline I just saw since 2003. So that's a daily chart of the 10-year. We're back to 3.44 right now for the 10-year on the daily. Look at the 2-year. Just absolutely falling off the table, tagged 4%, right on the nose. You were mentioning we're right back to 4, just bounced up to 4.03 for the 2-year. So, I mean, the market doesn't think there's going to be any more hikes here.
No, and for people looking for an explanation, why is this happening? Well, when money runs scared out of more, riskier investments, runs to government bonds, government treasury yields, right? And when bond prices, treasury prices go up, yields go down. So that's why we're having that move here as a lot of money funnels into treasuries. But yeah, man, this is, it's an oh baby.
Here's crypto. Here's the other side of the coin, right? Crypto, we saw 10 and 11% on the 24-hour period. We get all the way down here to 19,500 at the lows, tagged 22,000, almost 23,000 back to the upside to start off the week. There's Ethereum back to 1640 at the highs. So huge moves to the upside for crypto. I also saw this morning, guys, both silver and gold making 3-4% kind of moves on top of what we saw back on Friday. Huge rally in some of the metals as well. So a long side trade possible here maybe for some of these crypto names.
Yeah, I was just writing down that I've already got in and out of Apple here. So crypto names. Yeah, look, I mean, I've been saying Coinbase it was a zero back up when it was $90, but also when it was $60, and now it's $50, and it's probably going down to zero sometime soon. And I don't think we're actually going to zero, but you know, this name just continues to get hit. I don't know what else to tell everybody. Crypto doesn't really seem too safe for me. Well, okay, now I have to push that back up. Some of these charts, man, honestly, it's like on a Monday, I don't really need this. But here we go. So let's just look real quick here. You're below the 50 period, you're below the 200 period. I would say that Coinbase, despite what Brendan was talking about there, crypto holding up pretty good. I mean, I just think that do we trust the money banks? Do we trust the system right now? And I actually think that we're going to wait to see what the Fed has to say. But if this can be just sort of, and I know FRC is getting hit, there's going to be some regional bank problems here, but that's a lending problem, right? I don't know if it's a monetary problem, which all funds into the same sort of thing here. Let's hear what the Fed has to say. I mean, those of us that think that crypto is replacing the dollar or Bitcoin's replacing the dollar or anything like that, I think we got a little ways to go before that even comes close to happening. There's still no regulation in any of this stuff. SI continues to be, well, I mean, there's some regulation, but you know, SI continues to be a story. We'll see you at $1 as well. And I don't know, man. I look at some of these names here. And again, it's because we have the position board there, which I'm only short. You're not in anything right now, okay? So, okay, so that's fine. You're in FRC earlier. Right there, SI has been a pretty big disaster story, down to $2. This is the lowest it's been. You're gonna have to pay for shorts on this. So you know what? I mean, looking at some of these other names there, HUT8 is another one that's been an absolute disaster as well, as some of these coins just continue to fall downside. I mean, they're a miner rather than an exchange. I don't have too much faith in this whole system, but the thing, if you're going to look at least if you're going to look at Bitcoin, you know, at least it bounced off 20,000. Well, why is this on remember on Friday I did a 3-day chart. I don't know why. But that bounced so clean off of 20,000 that is pretty impressive. So for me, that was a great hold down there on Bitcoin at 20. So yeah, I think we do probably test 25 again, back up to the upside. And then one name that I've been in recently that I've talked about a little bit on the show, and it was because Michael Noss, shout out to Trade Ideas and our friends over there at Trade Ideas with Michael Noss. And I know gold is a little down from where he was talking about it on our show. So yeah, you know, you're not going to pick the tops or the bottoms perfectly, but this isn't a bad spot either, man. $16 to $15 for Barrick Gold here. Brendan talked about gold making a run. Here's the NASDAQ, and here's oil right now. That's down 5% as well. So the flight to silver and gold, you know, all those kinds seem to be much, much better here today for precious metals, as we got our fill on Apple for 40 cents. On the downside there. Now we're waiting to see if it wants to collapse even more, but one out on Apple so far. I think crypto is probably fine. It's a nice hold on Bitcoin there. I would just continue to short all the exchanges on any pops.
Yeah, I mean, remember we are, you know, you don't see it on the board. My futures positions don't show up, but we are in the money with participation size here, up 16 points on this. This is kind of what I wanted. I wasn't going to fully commit, but at the same time, in the event something like this happened, I had something to play with. So here we are still working with that position. We'll see this one. We'll manage this one fairly close too. I don't want to sit on this too long. In the event, we've seen how aggressive this market can be. So there could easily be a 10, 15 point move if we hit 50. We could just touch 50 and come right back. Keep in mind, guys, we are now, as of today, we are on the front month contract. So I am trading the M contract, which is a June contract. So on Friday, even though we rolled over, some contracts rolled, or some people rolled over, they were stuck on the March. I was still trading on the March. Now we're officially, everybody's trading the same contract. M is going to be the front month. So anytime I refer to the futures, it's going to be with the M contract. So just be aware of that. Okay, the other one I was looking at is, I mean, all stocks are obviously falling off with the futures market coming down. But Coinbase, because we brought up the crypto thing, this is interesting, is actually the fact that we are breaking down through this not consolidation, but we bounced off of here, and it's important that on a day where the market was having trouble, we actually established this 53 to 52 quite well all day, and now we're taking it out in the pre-market. What I want to see is, how does this market handle a bounce back? Because in a situation where everything's working well, the one thing you got to prepare for is what happens if we do a complete reversal at the open, right? Biden talking soon, that could change things. Market open, could see this as value and spin around and go for a long. I'm just prepping what my situation is going to be, where I've got to dump a bunch of shorts and get into the long side if necessary. Obviously, I want to play on the short side. That's the easier trade with the way the market's looking. And I'm obviously participating as well, but I am prepping it just in case that this market does spin around on me and we bounce that 50. We're about 3 points from touching 50 and we can bounce back hard. Hopefully we don't. If we're all playing short side, hopefully we don't. But at the same time, you do have to be prepared for those kind of scenarios.
Note just coming through here on Rivian over the past couple of minutes. Let's switch gears maybe. We'll get back into the bank mess here in a few minutes. But this just popping up, kind of interesting here. Wall Street Journal reporting Rivian and Amazon are in talks to end their exclusivity agreement on the delivery van. Wasn't that the big deal for Rivian? I was also reading this morning that Rivian, I think it was actually Sunday, they came out and said they're very, very close to being able to deliver the next huge batch of their pickup trucks. So now they want out of this deal with Amazon?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Amazon's probably chomping at the bit to get this going. That's the only way they're going to get their fund money back is if they grow their customer base here, Brendo. But Amazon wanted 10,000 cars this year. Are they going to see those cars?
No chance. No chance. And that might be the meat of the story. Here's Rivian, guys. It did pop up when this came out, back to 1475. But yeah, 3.5 almost day lows here for Rivian. Now they don't want to deal with Amazon?
Oh, wait a minute. Was it Amazon's canceling or Rivian is canceling?
To cancel it, apparently.
Yeah, I would say that's probably Amazon in talks with Rivian to say, see ya on that one. But yeah, going to be, first of all, Apple right now. Let's go, man. Awesome trade so far on Apple. Hopefully we can get that 147, make $1 early on this play. And again, another name brought to you by the blue sticky note. I've had some feedback there. I'm looking for yellow. The only yellow one I could find around here is the small one. Size doesn't matter, Arun, but for the sticky note, you got to get the information out on there. Someone said you look like Kobe Bryant, but spelled Kobe with a C. So I thought that was kind of funny. Okay, here we go back into the downside right now for Apple breaking that low. So let's just wait to see here. I mean, you want to talk about Rivian. Rivian's already at the lows right now, all the way to the downside. So let's just keep on, shorting this name. We have to pay for shorts. Come on, Apple. One more penny down. We get our 80 cent. There it is. We just got it right there. So that we just got Apple right there at 147.15. So we get that fill. And Apple continues to make a move to the downside there. As again, man, just like Arun said, we're going to continue to play short. There we go. See ya. That's a good trade there on Apple. And by the way, FRC, I'm not in this yet, but I wrote down, FRC's on New York, Sean. I wrote down 34 break, or 34 would be a key level for FRC, that it just went to 34 and stopped almost on a dime there. It went to 34 flat. It looks like we reached as high as 34.40. So it looks like we're going to be, there's no way we're getting, okay, now things are really getting spicy, man. Apple is now $1.50, Arun, right now in the money as the market is absolutely collapsed city right now to the downside there for Apple. There it is, man. Huge move. It's great. We're making some cash right now. It's fine. Obviously, it's not the big position that we had hoped to have on, but there goes Apple straight down to the downside. Let me check out what Meta's doing quickly, because I wrote down here Meta could hold 179. Yeah, that 179 is now at 178. So this is going to be an absolutely disastrous day today. The NASDAQ is now down 1.1%. We are so in the money now on this Apple. Like, this has been a huge move to the downside here as the market is breaking quite rapidly right now. You said you're short the market? Yeah, so this market is absolutely coming in huge now. And I know we're talking about Rivian here. I feel like we might waste our time. I don't think either one of us will trade this name today. But if you are, it is down at 52-week lows. It's going to be hard to see with our little ad there, but 52-week lows for Rivian still coming in and coming pretty quickly now. If you go back just to February 16th, which is a month ago, this was a $21 name. So chop that in half, you're at $10.50, and you might get there a little sooner than you think. So, but right now, man, for me, it's the Apple story. For you, it's obviously the futures as this continues to crack lower, lower, lower. We're already $1.50 in the money here on this Apple trade, and I don't have any bids in the system right now at all as we just look short. It sucks, man, because our accounts are getting clobbered here right now, but it's a downside move, and there's a lot of interesting stuff to come here today with the Fed and everything like that. You're not looking at Rivian.
No, so my whole thing is like, I obviously want to participate in some stocks, but there's timing for when you want to pay for certain shorts, right? And with the market moving the way it is, and the fact that I'm already involved with the futures market, I don't see for me at least, I don't see the need to try to rush into some of these equity names because I'm still making money on the futures market. That position is almost 30 points in the money. So some of the names I did want to play with, Etsy, Roku, obviously those are heavily involved to the issue that's going on right now because of what they have in deposits. But Tesla's going down. All of them have taken out some key levels.
They're all bad now.
Yeah, at this point, all I'm going to kind of really focus on is maybe draw some levels that I can work with for after the open on some of these stocks, but prioritize the management of this short here all the way from 74, 75-ish, and now we're coming back above 50. I think I might get some out soon. If we get back into the 60s, I might actually start working my way out of this and be prepared. And like I said, when things are working great. But you still have to prepare for just in case things start spinning on you, because you don't want to get caught off guard if this market decides that it wants to rally off the open, right? We got to be prepared for both sides of it. We could fall off. We've been falling off. Now let's prep for the possibility of a turn. So all I have to do is just manage that one to that point. But I do want to give it a chance. I'm still trying to figure out what other names that I can work with, and maybe Brendan's got some names that we can actually look at.
Yeah, I wanted to mention volatility here as well, because we saw a huge spike to the upside on Friday for the VIX. Here's a daily chart right now. Actually, this is a weekly chart. Let me go to a daily chart. There you go. So 3 days in a row here for the VIX, straight to the upside. We're all the way back to 30, almost 31. You got to go back to September, basically the end of summer, early fall last year. The VIX just has done nothing but go straight to the downside ever since. But 2-3 days in a row here, and we're right back to those highs again.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are levels typically that you want to take the counter position in when the VIX is extended like this. A lot easier said than done. You got to have a lot of guts to punch in at these levels, but traditionally that's been the case, Brandon.
Yeah, volatility back with a vengeance here. Here is some analyst moves to be aware of this morning. Some of the big banks on this list, and we'll talk about this because the bigger banks are showing a lot of relative strength here, including JP Morgan getting a nod from Wells Fargo today, Charles Schwab on here, Moderna, positive note, Eli Lilly on here, and then you get all the regional banks, or most of them downside. FRC we'll get into as well. Tesla downside from Wolf Research, Under Armour on here, and Wells Fargo as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, Tesla, I think, is going to be the one that most traders are going to want to look at here. Again, we see what you're talking about there, Dan Emmons, with the bounce there on the NASDAQ. So there is a nice possibility for that bounce move back upside right now. But that bounce level right there of 11,830, we're going to wait to see if that comes into play again. I'm doing the same thing on Apple. Going to wait for that bottom to see if it comes back in again. But I do, like what Arun was talking about, there is always possibility that we get a nice little bounce back upside now. The thing is, Tesla's already started to be negative before we even started today to the downside. So again, SEC filing, Elon Musk exercising options for 10,000 more shares. The stock was down 12% last week, which was its worst week of the year. So, being down so much last week, obviously making big impacts. We were at $200. You closed the week at 175 right there. Now you break below all those levels. And like Arun said, we are starting to break back down below some key levels. So for me, you just kind of look at this level that we held Friday, which was 172. For right now, I'm looking short everything. So whether or not you wait for this market to open back up, it's only 8:53. And I just put in the chat there about some of this talk, and that is that, there is a possibility that the market does bounce back here. I mean, Fed could come out, talk about that 25 basis points, almost stamp it. What if they come out and say, hey, maybe, I don't think they're going to do this, sorry, I've been chugging some water here, what if they take the rate hike off the table at all? I mean, I don't know. That could be a possibility. But I don't think one little small $18 billion market cap bank is going to create this much of a change in direction for the Fed. But because we're talking about upgrades and downgrades, you have to respect what happened to Tesla today. And honestly, 170, you're well below all of our lines right now. I'm looking to go short here around 170. That's where VWAP is. So I think that's a good trade. I don't want to do anything yet until this market opens up, though. So for me, Tesla would be a short. Like Arun's in the futures, I'm in Apple. They're kind of like the same thing. As the futures fall, so will Apple, the biggest constituent in all the futures right now. So I would say you want to stick with the weak names, and last week Tesla was one of the weakest, down 12%. So I'd say there's still some froth that needs to come out of this name, and we're looking for a 170 up to 172 is where we're going to be wrong. So we'll let this market open up. Tesla could be real juicy today.
Yeah. Brennan?
Just reading a note here, guys. Netflix is reviewing its ad strategy, considering build or buy pivots away from Microsoft. So if you remember when they went to the ad-supported tier, they selected Microsoft as their back end for that. So not sure if Netflix moved on that, but heads up, maybe rethinking that agreement for Netflix. Obviously downside here with the overall market at this point down about 2%, but interesting move there from Netflix if they would want to get away from Microsoft. Yeah, this was over the weekend. So the Fed calling an emergency meeting to discuss this regional banking mess. Again, Signature becomes the second in a matter of days to collapse. SBNY, Neil was talking about it a lot on Friday, as they had more crypto exposure than SVB had. So New York State officials taking control of that. So all you need to know is Fed is meeting at 11 a.m. this morning. It's a closed door meeting. Typically that means nothing comes of it, or there's nothing public that comes of it. We might get a few comments or headlines that trickle out after the fact, but just a heads up, that's coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. So I mean, so much to digest here. It's one of those days where you really have to kind of pick a direction and kind of focus on one or two things, I think.
Yeah, I find it quite ironic that SBNY has a big crypto exposure, and then the second that they get taken over and shut down by the regulator, $70 billion flows into crypto over the weekend, so raising its market cap to above $1 trillion again. So, you know, the irony is not lost on me here, but Brendo, you know, some important decisions probably are going to be made today. You and I were talking off camera with respect to, do they seize rate hikes at this point? Has the economy seen enough?
I mean, they're in a tough spot. We saw again on Friday more jobs created than expected. Yes, it was less than the prior month, but still higher than expected. The unemployment rate did move in the right direction, so we get that positive move from the overall market as a result. Remember, CPI coming up tomorrow. If that comes in hotter than expected, who knows what the result would be. First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, guys, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV to get 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader as always. Arun is in the building, so why don't we just jump right into how the overall market is setting up here, Arun? Obviously downside in a big way on a Monday.
I mean, that's the easy way to look at it, right? The market's been down. It's going to be shorts only. Not so fast. I mean, here's what I want to take a look at here. This is the trade I was looking for, or I did take earlier. This is the zone that we were kind of catching a support around, right? So when we broke underneath, I'm like, okay, you know what? I can take a short. And I did take a short, and we wrote it down. And actually, to be fair, now, since you guys don't see it, I'm actually out. So this is the trade I wanted to play with, 75, got some 50s, got the rest out just north of 60 not too long ago. So I'm averaging an exit around 55, 56, which gives me about 20 points total. So I'm done with this trade. We'll figure out what we're going to do after the open. So this is the read that trade came from, which is breaking of that zone through the bottom. Now, as we broke through, I'm putting in new levels that I can work with. If we were to get back into there, I wanted to use that 38.80 into 39.10 as a potential sell area. Let's see if we can set up a short side move somewhere there. I've done one trade there. Let's see if I can find another trade after the open. The other level I wanted to work with is 39.40. That's there just in case we pop through the 10s, fail into the 20s. There's a potential for another short up there. And then the third level I wanted to play with is 65 to 80. So it would be right here, 39. Let me draw this for you guys. 39. Nope, there we go. 39.80 to 65. So that pretty much sits near the highs of the 10th and the pre-market from this morning. So 39.80 to 39.65. 39.40, 39.10 down to 38.80, all sell zones that I can work with. And now, given how we've bounced here, there's a potential that I got to start respecting this 40, this low here, this 40. So I'll draw that as a line as well. So there, as you can see, there's a lot of zones to choose from, which just means that this market is going to give you a ton of opportunities. This market's going to be moving fast. I don't want to be heavily committed just to the one direction, which is the easy one to say. It's going to be short. Keep in mind, crude down 5%, like Brendan talked to you guys this morning. Since we're talking about crude, let's bring up the crude levels as well. I haven't seen crude, so I haven't seen what this looks like in a while, and crude's done a very similar move to what the futures market has done, right? These are old levels that I haven't cleaned up, but it's done the exact same type of move. Broke through the bottom that we put in on Friday, and we bounced around 75, 80 something. So I'm going to say that's going to be your sell zone. So if we get back above 74.50, start looking for shorts again on crude. Mind you, given how much opportunity you're going to get in the, at least for me with the index equities, I'm not going to be really looking at crude. So if something does happen, or if it does get into this level, just mark it off. I'll bring it up there and take a look at it as well. Because once it gets into a situation where index equities get very active, I start prioritizing where I want to go with my money, right? So for me, index equity is where I spend most of my money anyways. So crude, I'll look at it if it's kind of slow. But for today, index equities, but I'll have the crude levels for you guys because obviously some of you guys trade crude as well. And it's going to be an interesting open, to say the least, because this market's already put in, from the time I sat down, we were sitting at about 3,900. We've already put in about 60 points to the bottom, and we've bounced back about 25. So clearly this market's got some volatility. Brendan, what else can we work with in this market that we can trade to make some money?
Biden speaking right now again on this banking mess from the weekend. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day. Use a QR code. Watchlist.tradertv.live will also get you there. Enter your email address, and then you get that for free every single day. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market every day from us to you. The rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk and by basically anyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Shout out to them. Trader TV 20, as always, get you 20% off. I also heard a little birdie told me that there's going to be a sale coming up this weekend as well. So heads up on that. Let's talk about, FRC is going to be front and center, I think. First Republic leading the way as far as declines are concerned, but trying to roll over, in fact, right now. I mean, there's so many different angles to approach this with, but here's the FRC down 60%. Hard to avoid. This thing was $85 back on Friday. SIVB, we got SBNY over the weekend. FRC seems to be next in line.
The Fed tried to prevent this, Brendo. They brought in a special program where they basically are going to put out guarantees of $25 billion funded by the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which was set up after the last financial crisis to weather these type of storms. In this case, it's going to go to cover anything in excess of $250,000 in deposits, which is the amount guaranteed by the FDIC. But this is what they tried to prevent against, this type of thing, and the market has its own ideas.
Yeah, government comes out over the weekend, says everything's going to be taken care of as far as matching anyone who is has money or deposits in these banks. I mean, this is maybe a little bit overdone at this point, guys, but the model and the backing behind FRC, very, very similar. I mean, there's PACW, there's ZION, there's a laundry list of these things that are getting hit on this today.
Oh, man. Yeah. That was funny. Wait, Joe Biden's awake? Nah, it can't be. Oh, no, it is him. Okay. You know what I thought it was? I thought it was like one of those Coachella things where they have the hologram up there and it's just something like that. But yeah, no, he is on the podium. And so this is a very, very dangerous time to trade any of these names, of course. So we do have First Republic up right now. I'm only looking at this one because it's 14 million shares. It looks like it is going to be the busiest one. That SBNY, another name. Oh, that's a NASDAQ name. Oh my God. Halted. So there's things that are going to come through here. SIVB, just in case anybody's wondering the price of that name, halted as well and not coming back anytime soon or probably ever for that. So let's just go over to First Republic again. Another name here that is a San Francisco Silicon-based I don't know if they're based there, but San Francisco bank here. And, you know, look at how wild this has been, just even on the 1 minute chart here. We didn't, let me just double check this on e-signal and on trade ideas charting and stuff. We didn't get up to that high, but there were wicks that got up into the $40 mark here. So it's been a pretty wild morning. It is hovering around $31, $32. I still feel like you want to trade these names, but like I'd rather wait for a halt. I'd rather let this name sort of halt, and then we'll be able to figure out what we want to do with FRC. I don't really have a clean look right now on any of these names. I think you just want to play momentum. I mean, this is pretty down 61%. Kind of surprised that it even opened back up today, but again, huge move to the downside. You can see where we came in 25. We bumped all the way to 45 in a straight line, then came right back down. So these are going to be like just very violent to be in, and for me, I think that, you know, if you're going to play small shares or you're waiting to YOLO something, then it is going to be these stocks. But like, I can't take it. I mean, I could take 1,000 shares of a name that I have absolutely no idea what's going on. You might think that, hey, that's kind of the way I trade anyways. But no, that's not. I really think that what you're looking at maybe is a JP Morgan. I traded the living, you know what, out of this thing on Friday to the short side. Now we're zoomed in too much here to get rid of some of those wicks. To the short side early, which was great, and then we busted up all the way to 135 before basically coming in and never seeing 135 again, topping out at 134. Then you look at today, here's some topping candles, 133, 134 again. So I'm looking to say, hey, if we're going to short anything, let's just short maybe the big banks here today. Maybe there is some risk that continues down here. Does this mean that there's going to be new regulations, something, Arun, like in that realm? Obviously, the capitalization of these banks is much, much different than little regional banks with $18 billion market caps, and that's after they already tripled the year before. So I'm going to say that there's probably no systemic risk to JP Morgan, but just the fact that we're talking about it means that it goes to the negative side. I was really surprised that we went up on Friday. Let's see what happens to JP Morgan today. I think it still takes down 130 and we get a lot lower on JP Morgan. But again, with all this talk happening, the surprise Fed meeting, you're seeing the NASDAQ. I was just saying to Arun, the NASDAQ just hit 11.9 and then we just went right back down again. But look, there's kind of a nice V bottom right there, as Dan in the chat was saying. And then you might have just had like the fastest V again right there from 11.9 down to 11.8 and right back up to 11.9 again. So as these futures go, we have a lot of headline risk right now. So the only bank for me would be a JP Morgan. BAC also was on a huge decline Friday. So you have a nice $30 level to look at for BAC as well. But quickly on the imbalance locator, I was looking at this earlier, man. I thought this would be littered with sells, and Schwab is a buy right there. So that's another name that was dancing on Friday. You're seeing down again today. Down 9% goes Charles Schwab today. That could be a lot lower as well, as people worried about some of their deposits. Look at gold. Gold upside today. That could be the play. So I know we don't even have gold on there. I think gold could be the backlash against the banking system, right? So if gold continues to work higher, I think that's a place where if you were quite nervous about positioning, I think you could rotate a little bit into something like a Barrick Gold or GLD itself, GDX if you want the miners. But I would just stick with the pure gold plays, and Barrick Gold, you sort of get a little bit of both, as they're the largest holder, I believe, of gold from any sort of a miner. So I would look at Barrick here and some of those other names, and then maybe there's some contagion risk with something like a SoFi as well, possibly. But that's, we know about student lending and things like that. So we'll wait to see what kind of weak numbers they have on their books as well. But I don't know, man. We're going to wait to see what happens.
Weekend saying $40 million loan was all they had from SVB. So not as bad potentially as it could have been for SoFi, where Roku was another one that came out and said that they had significant exposure. It was 26% of their cash on hand was with SVB, which will obviously be backed by FDIC, but Etsy was another one that was in that same boat. Let's talk about Tesla here. Elon, in an SEC filing after the close on Friday, picking up 10,500, executing on an options play for more shares in his own company.
Not typically what we've been seeing him do the last little while. He's been selling to fund this Twitter purchase, but here we go. Elon believing in his company, buying it up on the same day that Wolf Research downgrades them. They catch downgrade from Wolf Research today, citing the macroeconomic situation with respect to tightening credit, Brenda.
Not a major story, obviously, guys, but Tesla very, very active here. It's worth noting in the pre-market.
Yeah, Tesla broke through 170. I was looking at it, but the problem is all the charts look the same, whether it's Coinbase or whether it's Tesla or it's the futures. They all just took out the Friday low after kind of putting in a nice base. Now they took it out. And with the market doing what it's doing and Tesla now kind of stalling out at 168, I wonder, is it going to be one of those situations where we just pop right back into that broken zone that is sitting on Tesla just north of 170. So at this point, if I can't figure out what I'm going to do with the futures, there's no way I'm going to do anything on Tesla with the same kind of chart. It's going to have to be the wait and see approach, and not everyone's a fan of that, but it's going to have to be a wait and see approach and see what happens north of 170 to 174. That's going to be my play. At the same time, what better way to show confidence in a stock than buying your own stock? But at the same time, if you're only buying 10,500 shares of your own stock, is it really that much confidence? It's just a show of force, really. So we'll see. We'll see how it responds after the open.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to be after the open. I know a lot of you guys want to go into FRC. And I went into FRC and I was playing with it too. I went in. There's the two trades there, the in and the out. Why are they very close together? Because I went in. I saw what happened. I'm like, I'm sorry. And I left. That's essentially it. For everyone involved with FRC, good luck to you guys, because I had to apologize to that stock to walk away clean, because this is nuts. This is great for scalpers, and clearly the way I trade does not fit FRC. The problem with stocks like this, when they get in the news, they're great the first couple days, because not everyone's involved. And then once everyone gets involved, because everyone's now had time to digest it, it turns it into an absolute mess where there's all this back and forth. And I'm looking at these back and forths, and you look at this, and it's like $10, $15 ranges on this. Yeah, it's going to be exciting clearly for the scalpers, but if you're trying to position trade, this is extremely difficult because the risk on this just goes nuts. So I'm sure Sean's gonna be all over this. I'm just gonna watch Sean trade FRC, and I'm just gonna focus on the futures. Hold on, and do what I do.
Hold on. Yeah, about me trading this. I think, I'm just going to repeat the same thing that Arun already said. I mean, it's too much back and forth right now without us really not knowing anything about what to do here. I know we're on Tesla now, so let's just. Whoops, FRC continues to make a move. I'm just going to go over to Tesla quickly just to talk about that one. As FRC, I don't even think you wait for any key levels. I think you got to play momentum. If it halts to the upside, maybe you're lucky enough to get into that halt, take the long on the first halt if it's an upside halt, and then see if that momentum continues to trade higher on that name. But you know what's really interesting, man? I'm going to look to average into my Apple trade because this is starting to rip higher right now. So, yeah, the market's trying to, rip is the wrong word now, but the market is making a move back up to the upside. And it's only 100 straight points here, pretty much upside now on the NASDAQ, as I believe a lot of that reasoning, I closed the Fed funds rate tool, but you're back. So last week it was almost dead to rights that it was going to be 50 points. Now it looks like that is not even on the table, and we're going to hear what Fed comes out. I think it was 11 o'clock, Brennan mentioned. So there's more to come on Fed, but honestly, I feel like the market could rally if we get that talk of only 25 points. And that's exactly, here, I'll call it up actually. Fed fund rates tool right here. So we're going to look at this in 1 second. I'm going to get it up for you. Oh, well, it's actually the wrong page just came up. But we'll get that in a second there. Bank rate, Fed funds rate, I have to go get it after. But it's up to only 0 or 25 basis points right now. So that helps the tech sector, right? But the thing is that without proper funding, like a Tesla doesn't need to worry about all this bank collapsing or anything like that. Elon Musk buying 10,500 more shares or options to do that. I think you're just going to have to wait for this name to go. The close on Friday was right here, 174, or actually, sorry, right there on that closing. Yeah, 173.50. I think if we take that out, then you run back up to the upside, and maybe we see a 180 today. But you got to watch out for the market. If it's going to go down, then we want Tesla short, right? My short right now is in Apple, and it's come all the way back. We got a couple good outs. Our best out is 147. It did go as low as 146.25 on that bottom. But for right now, I feel like the best thing to do is probably sit on our hands. Let me just see what JP Morgan's doing here. back up to 132. So I think that 134 level could be good for JP Morgan on a short as well. But for right now, there goes that FRC. I'm still watching at the corner of my eye. Now it's breaking back down below 30 bucks again, when the bottom of the day for FRC, despite maybe very, very early, 27, something like that. I mean, I'm just looking at where we had actual volume coming in, 27, 27.15. You wick bottomed like 26 on some decent volume. I was sitting here for that, so I don't think we went down to 24 or up to 45. That was like sort of deep prints that were happening. But right now, the real volume on this one, $27. So yeah, it should be an exciting open here on some of these banks and the big tech names.
Yeah, let's talk about another one of those. I was just watching PACW popping up as well. Not as much, but 5.5 million already on PACW, another one of those. This was out over the weekend. Microsoft's Germany CTO comes out saying, ChatGPT 4, get ready. It's coming this week, apparently. That will be exponentially more powerful than its predecessor, according to this note, and also give you the ability to create prompted video.
Oh, baby. Yeah,
Crazy.
As a big fanboy. Let's see what this one brings. I was talking to Fahad about this morning, about, it's obviously going to make for great video production effects. I don't know, Brendo. Let's see what it brings.
Yeah, this has been their claim to fame, obviously, over the past few weeks here. Maybe overdone to a point. But here's Microsoft, guys, already green again.
Being in the race.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still think, I was going to say the same thing here, that Microsoft's a short below 250 and Apple's a short below 150, but both those names getting tested right now as we speak. Microsoft, what a journey today. $5 straight to the upside right now. We talked about this last week about how violent Microsoft is. Microsoft was my #1 name, I believe, on Friday, as we had this short here around 252, 52.20, something like that, off of these levels where we made a move down. We came back. We just took it against these pre-market highs, or these highs that were made right away early, and that was 252.20. And then you're seeing that today sort of again. We came into 252, 253. But look at this huge move down when Arun and I were both sitting here. Arun was in that short, he covered it. I covered some of the Apple, but look at this move straight to the downside when no bid was found. I'm very nervous that if this market collapses here, some of these big tech names don't have bids, man. They do not have bids. So I feel like, you get a break again of this 248, 247. I don't want to go long right now. The market is still red on the day, but barely. I'm a little confused and a little shell-shocked, to be honest with you. I don't have any bids out. I look at this list here. I know I like Meta long, I like Apple short, I like to look at FRC, and I like JP Morgan. Other than that, you have Microsoft. We have AMD coming up soon. We do not. But AMD is another one of those names where $80 looked like a great level. And if you're looking at something that collapsed, again, maybe not as much as a name like Microsoft, where this one wasn't straight down and there was, some buyers here. I think if you're going to look long on something, although AMD's down that 1%, what was Microsoft? Almost flat, Brendan said. Was that right? On the day. Yeah, now positive, now green on the day, and looking to take out some of that 250 area. I always think that AMD, just because of some of the strength that we had in the last little while, this is a name that I'd be looking at to grab any longs, especially now that it looks like we have an 81 bottom. So Microsoft and all this chat GPT and all this stuff, look, that is the next wave. We know that's coming. It's going to be a strong play for them. But again, Microsoft well down. You're still below this 50 period right there, which is at 251. So I'm going to let these names settle down. I think today, Arun, for sure, and you're probably thinking the same thing with the futures, although I know you have your levels. The market seems to be real whippy here this morning, and on really no news other than, we have Biden talking now. We have the bank. I don't mean no news, but in the tech sector, like we're talking about Chat 4.0. I mean, it's a $10 billion investment from Microsoft, and it's yielded them like $400 billion or something like that in market cap. So, I mean, that name I feel like is overdone to the upside on Chat. But hey, if it wants to rally today and the market gets strong, this looks like the name that's leading everybody. Microsoft now up 0.5%.
Yeah, and that's actually what I'm trying to play at this right now is Microsoft, in a market like this where clearly we had wide open space to the downside and we caught a bid, how did some of these stocks respond? And Microsoft responded the best way possible, which is with strength. So I'm actually bidding into Microsoft. I'm not going to pay $249 and change, but I am willing to pay above $248. So if we can, and I'm going to leave the order out and see if I can't try to use that opening like back and forth action to get the fill that I want at the right price. So I'm going to try to get some just north of 248, put 240, what's my stop? It's going to be south of 246 is going to be where I'm going to get out. So I'll put about $2.50 in risk on Microsoft just to play it. Let's see. I like relative strength. In a market like this, do I want to see relative strength for long? Absolutely. This is what kind of gets me involved, so I will throw that bid in there. And before we move on to the next stock, one thing I also want to take a look at is Meta. Meta's on the table for a long as well. At this point, the ones that I'm looking for is relative strength for longs that I can work with, and Meta is looking pretty decent. If we can just stay above 180 a little bit, trade a little bit more above 180, we barely got there. If we can get above there and stay there, I think 180 could be on the table. Yeah, single print above there, that's not going to help. But if we can trade well up above 180, I think that's back on the table with a 178 stop as well for a $2 risk upside of maybe 183, 184. So again, a couple longs starting to show themselves. Market strength is there. Obviously, we have some resistance overhead. I'm going to try to use that resistance as a drop so I can get fills on bids lower than where we are right now. So I'm going to try to use that resistance level to get a sell move or a sell wave, and then try to go long into that sell wave on some of these strong names. Brennan.
All right, let's talk crypto here. A few interesting moves coming in. I mean, it's interesting in the sense that some of these tech names or crypto-related tech names getting hurt with the overall market, but here's Bitcoin, or here's Ethereum. I went into an hourly chart because we're trying right now, guys, to get back to 24-hour highs here for both. There's BTC, just broke back above 22,500, trying to hold to get back to that 22,800. This is an hourly chart, so if you zoom out a little bit, you'll get a better picture here. But our 24-hour high is being tested right now on crypto. What do we do with these stocks? It's the mining-related names. Mara, Riot, BTBT is another one, seem to be benefiting.
So I feel like short term, this is good for crypto. Long term, it's not. Here's why. I feel like the crypto industry want to debank the world, and they're getting debanked. They've been completely disconnected from traditional sources of financing. Signature Bank being closed was one of the ones, the best havens for crypto money. SI, obviously, SIVB were all digital asset friendly. So in the long term, I don't know if this is that good for crypto.
Yeah, here is, as I was mentioning, here's Mara, 7% into a 10% move, guys, for BTC and Ethereum.
I was looking here. Yeah, I mean, Ethereum, wow, that was the impressive move there. I was looking at Coinbase up here to $56. I mean, I think that could be a good short area there. Then if you're wrong, you can get out near or around $57. I only really want to look short on these names. As I said, I just feel like we don't have enough information. Like, I don't even know what Biden, is he gone now? I don't know what happened to that guy. But, you know, like what exactly is being said here? Is the Fed going to say something that sort of tips the scales back into favor of crypto? I don't really know what that could possibly be unless they are talking more rate specific, which I don't think, you know, the CPI is coming out this week. PPI, I think that there's more to come there. So I don't know. For me, it's a nice move back upside right now for Coinbase. I feel like I'm slanted because I always want to go short this name, but like right there, 56, 56, 50, 57, something like that. If we do run upside for Coinbase, we only have 7 minutes now, and I'm not really like, this is one of the this is a day right now where I'm a little bit like offside on which way we really want to go now. The market's giving like a lot of mixed signals. Apple's now back down into 50 cents in the money. JP Morgan, actually, that's not really doing too much here. But yeah, Coinbase, I still like a 56 short. We'll keep our eye on as Bitcoin moves around. It's Ethereum that's really been quite impressive on as of late, and Brendan talked about that as well. So I feel like, you know, Ether's been holding, and that's 1,400 dip buy back into 1,600 again. So, you know, as we look at this, you're trying to take out 18 up to $2,000 again. It just looks like we're pretty much barcoding here, as a lot of the world is still trying to figure out where exactly the role of cryptocurrencies are going to be. But, you know, the role of some of these exchanges like SI and Coinbase, that's really up in the air right now on where we're going to go. So SI down another 7.5%. I think you pay for shorts and you just keep shorting pops on this name as well. As the short float on SI still, last week was 71, I think. Let's just see if that's, you know, resolved itself a little bit here today. So it's up to 76 now. You know what we never really do? We never really check out what the short float is on Coinbase. 20% short on Coinbase. So that would have been a rough guess for me, probably a little bit higher than that. But short Coin, short SI. I still say you short all the crypto names. And just because of all this risk that's happening. There goes FRC, by the way. You want to talk about a name that's getting ramped up here to halt right off the open. FRC, if this was open, it probably would be halting right now, actually, because we just dropped from $30 right there in 4 minutes down to 26. So we just lost about 250 on 30. So we lost about 10% there in a couple minutes on FRC, and it looks like it wants to go lower. So that's how I said, I can't get a good read. I thought 34 was going to be a good price. We already hit that and sort of bounced around. So it looks like we're right on that one. That could have been the good price to go short. But right now, FRC collapsing right in front of our face here. Let's just check out what's happening on the imbalances now that the NASDAQ names are out. Bed Bath & Beyond is sell. That's going to continue to be shorted all day as well. And then none of the big banks on here, or none of the big tech names on here either. 10X, that was a stock. Oh yeah, that was a little stock from the other day. That's right, we traded that one. Other than that, man, Mullen still 18 cents, 16 cents. Not much happening. Arun, with only 5 minutes to go. Thoughts on crypto? Or
No, let's just move on to Meta there, Brendan.
All right, this was over the weekend from the Wall Street Journal, coming out highlighting the fact that not only are layoffs still in the process of happening, but more to come. Apparently from, again, the Wall Street Journal, talking about the engineering division specifically could be the next to suffer from this. But regardless, Meta showing a little bit of early relative strength. Obviously, the market move has changed that.
Do you remember the masterclass that we said Zuckerberg did on the call? It looks like it wasn't all talk. Looks like they're executing. They're actually going to make this a year of efficiency. They're looking also at cutting or strategic alternatives for their acquisition of customer, Brendo. So it looks, like some of these more risky assets they're looking to divest.
As we've seen the past couple of times, this was a headline for Meta, guys. Nice bump initially on this news this morning.
yeah, I had Meta written down. I mean, I thought you were looking at Meta longs too. I mean, I had Meta written down at 179 that we really like to look at that long right there for Meta off of here. I wrote down like 179 into 178 here today for Meta, but that's, again, came a little bit quicker than we thought here this morning. As when we were writing the sticky note, Meta was up here 182, 183. And then we had that break of the NASDAQ down through 12,000, down to that 11.8 number again, 11.820, 830 it bounced off of. And then now you're just trying to hold again 178, but looks like we're now bleeding into the open with only a couple more minutes left. So Meta, again, was relatively strong. Now it looks like it's getting weaker and weaker as this market looks to go. But again, just another one of these names here for Meta that was holding out pretty good, man. But I know we've talked about it here. I thought like this was a good area, man, 185, 188 to possibly get out. Meta's been on a huge run to the upside. Same as Netflix, and you're seeing what's happened to Netflix as that's collapsing here. You do have some good buy areas here, though. 177, I mean, it just goes back to the beginning of the month where you had these tops before breaking out, making highs again, which match on the daily right there for Meta. So we only get right back to those same highs again, and if that's not a sell, then I don't know what is. So I would wait for it to get back up to 180, 190. Then you can start to hit the sell again. And at the same time, back down here to 170, you're kind of stuck in a range. But if we're going to day trade this name with only 2 minutes to go, you have 177 there as a possible zone of support. If you're going to give it that, you got to give it a little bit lower, obviously, to 176. So I would say this is a name that's going to move and dance a lot here today. So I would say just be careful with Meta. Looks like it's going to really rock and roll. You were looking for a long as well, but I think Meta's the name that Meta and Microsoft today, I feel like, are really ready to do something special.
Yeah, Microsoft not having a good time right now after those imbalances came out. But again, it's pre-market, spreads are nuts. We're gonna have to wait on this one. But Meta as well, 180. We were sitting just at 180. I think when I had it up, somebody printed one at 180.22. And now here we are at 178.23. So clearly they're going to throw some respect at that 180, and that means we also have to pay attention to that. So let's get above, let's trade above. Then that long in Meta is on the table. Futures market coming back in. That might put some pressure on some of these names to the downside. So what I'm looking for, if I still believe in the long, and that's going to be a big if, depending on how this market plays the lows at 40s. If we do end up still looking for longs here, then what we're going to need to see is once we hit the lows, we kind of snap back, bounce back, take the last high that we just bounced to. In this case, on Meta, it's going to be just north of 180. On Microsoft, it's going to be just north of 250, and on the futures, it's going to be just north of 75. So if we can get back above those prices after kind of just ticking the low, then that makes sense for longs. If we end up taking the low and stay underneath, well, clearly it's going to be a short type of day, and we do have to play accordingly and start looking for more shorts now after the market opens if we do end up keep going that way. We got about 15 seconds left there, Sean.
That's it? Okay, let's go to the countdown then. I'm sure someone's ready. With only 10 seconds to go, it's countdown time. It is the professor on the bell. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. I'm looking at Apple. I'm looking at a lot of names here today. It's 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get ready to rock and roll. We are now open in what should be a wild day. So let's wait to see what happens here. Here goes Apple. We just shorted some more upside right now on Apple, and we just got that 148.50 for that name coming back in. We're going to be short this until 150. So again, could be taken out here pretty early. Let's average into an Apple trade. If it does get back up to the upside, that's what we're willing to do. We're sitting here at 149.50 for Apple. If it does break higher, guys, we do want to get out. So let's wait to see. Maybe this market wants to go. The market pretty flat right now, but trying to go back up to the upside. So let's wait to see. Hopefully we can hold on to some of these shorts, but that's what's in play right now for me. It's only Apple. It's a short right now. Let's keep going on something else. FRC making a little bounce back as well. Bouncing back to 30 or so, I just saw. Yeah, so this name, let's zoom in a little bit there. We just touched 28.50, back down to 20. It's going to halt right now. Is it? Looks like it's trying to halt right now. Is that a down halt or an up halt? Let's wait on this one. It's going to be hard to get in anyways, but looks like FRC is going to halt right now at 28.56. I'm not going to get back into this thing. I have no idea what's going on right now, but there's a halt on FRC. First halt of the day, I guess. Brendan's going to keep his ear to all of this. We're going to find out if there's anything happening, but we're short Apple, looking to get some more, but it's ripping up to this 150 area right now.
Yeah, so I picked up some longs on coin. I like coin. We were talking about coin earlier, and coin above 54. Yeah, give it to me. I'll take it. We'll take the shot against the lows there and see if we can get a nice move. Given how much coin has moved, the upside potential on coin is there because of, well, we kind of flushed through, came back in, confirmed what's there between 53 and 52. Let's see what we've got towards 57, 58. I'll put some risk on the table for there. And then Microsoft looks like it's heading back down towards that 46 area. So clearly, as the market heads down, some of these index names are going with it. We were bouncing up and around on Microsoft a little bit towards those 48s. Now we're coming back in. I'll let that one do its thing and figure out what it wants to do. But I am still starting to look for some names that I can work with. Clearly, I've got two. I don't want to get too ahead of myself and start building up too much of a position because, again, futures market can go either way. We can bounce back to 50 or we can bounce back to the low or drop back down towards the lows, and that could be a problem for a couple longs. For now, I'll just keep these two, see if I can't find some other quality names that I can work with. Whether I want to take them or not, that depends entirely on what this market decides to do.
All right, so right now we are short Apple. Does it always sound so quiet in here all the time, all of a sudden, real quick right there. Okay, so we'll go short one more time, but for right now, we are short Apple at 148.70. I'm just trying to work with this one name. FRC, again, halted right now. I'm going to get out. I'm going to put another little trade upside more near 150, just in case we get back up somewhere near there. We'll average this back in around 70s or so. Our best fill is 50. The NASDAQ is failing a little bit here. I am surprised at why Apple just went for a jaunt back up to the upside. Let's find out what stock is relatively strong. Is it Meta? It is not. Meta's actually weak, much weaker than Apple. So here comes Apple. Hopefully this can fade out. And what you got for us, Brendo?
I saw a few people mentioning this early on this morning. FAZ, guys, on the NYSE Arca exchange. This is a 3 times bear financial ETF. So up huge, but just be aware it is leveraged. So could be volatile for FAZ.
Yeah, that was the, people in the chat were mentioning that one earlier. I looked at it, I'm just like, there's so much to choose from. What do you prioritize when it comes down to what you want to trade on a day like today? So I'm going to specialize in ones where I'm going to focus on the ones where I really put my money or where I really focus on, so which is large index names and then the futures contracts, which I actually might start building a long in the futures. What? I might do it actually fairly soon, but definitely starting to look like the longs might be the better risk profile. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to go up. It doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. It does mean in terms of risk reward, what makes more sense. And at this point, if this market can maintain some strength like it's showing, very little, but it is showing it. The risk profile, the risk reward could be better on the long side versus the short side, but we do have to get everything right to take that shot on the long side. So still a little bit more waiting, but it is getting closer and closer to making a decision on whether we go for the long or do we actually go for the short, which would be the low break.
So FRC still halted right there. I have a new name on. Look a little bit here as we just got, okay, so we just got everything on Apple. So we're short right now at 148.90. Sorry, 148.92. Yes, correct. Sorry. So let's put something in the bids here just in case we keep bouncing off. This is one, the VWAP is now right where we're short, 148.90. So we're short at VWAP. We're short a little bit higher than that. Let's put something out in case we get back in. The 50 period, sorry, the 200 period is at 148.50. The 50 period is all, like the 200 period is much higher than the 50 period right now. It's because of, this has been a pretty dramatic move to the long side right now for Apple, which is a little strange considering that the NASDAQ is pretty, I don't want to say it's pretty red. I mean, you're down 0.68 right here on the NASDAQ. I am just a little bit surprised that Apple is still remaining pretty high. I did have Roblox to take out 40. I'm going to cancel that right now. That was a trade that I was looking at. We almost broke it, but then we got into this Apple short. So let's just hold on to this one as we have a decent amount of shares here. As here comes Apple back down. We're bidding into 70s. We're just touching VWAP right now. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a flush here in Apple, and then we can make this play to the downside. But for right now, market actually holding up better than I thought, as Apple holding up and NASDAQ. See, the funny thing is the NASDAQ is not holding up anything right now, but Apple, like Apple's the one that's so strong and I'm in it. Okay, hopefully it can fall down. Wrong name for me so far. What's up, Brendo?
An entire group of these that are now halted, guys, including Charles Schwab. So Schwab is halted, WAL is halted. We also have PACW halted and FRC all halted right now. A few of these are appearing on my screen as additional information halts, not necessarily volatility, but even Schwab just halting, guys.
Well, that's not good, especially for a guy sitting on too long. It's saying looking pretty. I think it's. I'm still looking. I'm starting to build up positions now in the opposite direction as well. Like in terms of what do I do in the event? Obviously, we made some money earlier on the futures, but now what do I do? Can I rebuild a long on the futures? Not yet. Can I build a short on the futures? Not yet. But I could set up other trades, specifically NVIDIA. Could I find a short on this if this market were to continue breaking down? Absolutely. So I'm starting to look in that direction where I can start equity shorts as well on top of any potential new futures trades, which is a nice little bounce fail here. Okay, I see you. This is the level that we needed to respect earlier. We're respecting it towards 230. I could start using this as a potential short area as well here against 230. We're sitting at 226. Do I want to play 226? No, that's a little pricey. If we can get into maybe 227-ish, I can afford that risk. So if we can get a nice little bounce, I need a small bounce, not much, but a small bounce to get the short going here on NVIDIA. That's on the table for shorts as this market is clearly picking up more strength to the sell side, or I guess more weakness to the sell side as we are to break down or continue breaking down. Mind you, we're about 5-6 points away from the lows, which is way too easy to hit. So this becomes a problem and looks like Microsoft's going to be a loser. That's going to be the first loser for the day for us. Good thing we made some money on the futures earlier to cover up some of the hits here that we are taking early in the morning. But there's a lot of choices to be made in terms of what to trade and how to trade them. I'm going to have to spend some time here going through the list of alerts that have gone off for me and figure out whether I want to short these or do I want to jump on the short, or do I want to actually wait on them and see maybe get some better prices on a bounce. Brennan.
Speaking of the market, guys, just seeing the S&P now negative on the year as well. Just went red for 2023. ZIM, there is a few things going on outside of the banking group. This one up on earnings, just took out day highs here. Nice move, 20% to the upside on a beat for ZIM.
All right, no Neil, no problem. We're doing quite well here today as we only have one trade on, and look what's happening, man. It's Apple, it is Collapse City, and this is what's been good, man. We talked about one good trade, and I mean this right now, 149.50 short Apple. We just took some out on the low here. We still have lower to go, man. This is just where VWAP is. Well, we broke through VWAP, and now we're going to go lower here as we're looking at 148 flat. Looks like that's going to come into play one more time here. So here here we go. Nice little move downside. Let's put something at 148 just in case there's a bouncing spot there somewhere. The market is breaking lower, and that's the thing. When you sit here and you're like, I'm watching these names just go lower, 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 I'm thinking to myself like, hey, you know, why is Apple not cracking? Well, now it's finally starting to go, but it just, I'm going to get another piece right here as I talk about that. It doesn't, you know, it is going, there's no doubt about that, but it's not going like the market, I feel like, and it's definitely not going as fast as other names are going to the downside. So like look at Microsoft, what that's trying to do right now as well, down to 246, that's collapsed in about $2. So yeah, lots of names popping here. We're gonna have to do a little bit of a better job to find which ones are relatively strong versus relatively weak. So right now, market is setting to the downside, and I'm pretty happy with it as long as this breaks lower, and right now it looks like Apple's trying to do that. So let's get a little lower here for Apple and hopefully break through 148 and then retrace back down into 147. But that's kind of the target area for me right now.
Yeah, all I can really do at this point is just, I mean, I was in two longs. They're clearly not working out. We're out of Microsoft. Coin is pretty close, and futures market's going to bounce. So essentially, what I'm thinking of, I'm kind of changing my idea of how I want to do this or how I want to play this. Is oh, now you bounce.
Now
really?
you're bouncing.
Is what I'm going to wait until I figure out what I want to do in the futures before I commit to any equity positions, because clearly there was space on the futures, but some of these equities are hitting their trigger points well before the futures market's getting there. So I'm going to just wait for the futures market. So I'm going to kind of just let the current position run, which is coin. I'm not going to do anything with that one. We'll leave the stop as is. If the futures market gets to a point where I can start seeing the long, then we start going to equity longs. If the futures market goes for the low, then I'll start working some equity shorts. But until I figure out what I want to do there, I don't think I'm going to put any money or lose any more money on the equity side of things, because this market trickling down, but still not as much as you would have expected to, given everything going on, right? This should have been a lot more aggressive. It's not, which makes me think what's going on in the background. There could be some hidden buying that we got to deal with. That this market has. So let's just wait a little bit more. I think at this point, we've learned what we needed to learn from this market. It's cost some money, but I think we'll get some information that we can work with in about 15 points or so either side. Before then, let's go to Brendan.
EUDA, little low float name, popped up on Friday, trying to go here again straight to the upside since the open. This thing was doing nothing pre-market. Testing those Friday highs right now for EUDA Health, guys. 6 million, I think, on the float for that one.
Okay. All right. Well, now we're starting to, I mean, I still only have the one trade on, but looking to get some more. If there's any other names that sort of anyone's looking at right now, let Arun or I know there in the chat, and we'll try to do our best to get to some of these names as the market is coming in a little bit now to the downside. So I'm still just on Apple right now, looking to get some more, damage done on something else here. Netflix is falling. Google's been relatively strong. Nvidia's to the downside. What was another name? AMD was a name that we wanted to look at for some potential strength at some point as well. But that's falling back in. It already took down 80, and that could have been a good level there to break. I mean, I'm just sort of sitting here watching out for Apple to see if and where this stock wants to go right now. But that's my trade that I have on, and I mean, Amazon is $88, and still, I mean, it's just like, I'm already short something and I have a decent price, and I know I'm short like the worst one, because if I was short anything else, we would be really cash. Like Apple and Amazon, I'd be short up here $90, man. You're at 88. Like I'm only $1 in the money on Apple. Hard to complain, but thinking that we can get a lot more on this name. JP Morgan, there was that short that we liked as well, Arun. That's downside move now. JP Morgan, 134, but that's broke through 130 and still looking like it wants to go to the downside. We had a bad read on this name on Friday. As we were, it was fine read, but then it went short for us. We were short, then it went long and up 3%. So FRC, all these banks still halted. I still have it up on my other screen here. Rivian as well. We brought that news to you. Brendan did earlier about Amazon and Rivian and what the heck's going on with those guys. They're still making new lows as well right now. Rivian down 6.5% and moving lower. So lots of names on the move here today. Still looks like we're heading southbound in the market. We just got a break, man. We're back at that level that we bounced at previously. Last time we were here, though, Apple was down here at 147. So that's why I'm holding on to this. It might be stubborn, but I still think there's more downside to go here in Apple.
Yeah, there's definitely some stocks that have some weakness, but there are some stocks that say, you know what, doesn't even matter.
Yes, sir.
And one of those names is Walmart. Good old Walmart is actually up 0.9% on the day. It actually rallied We rallied off the open, did not participate in this downside move. We rallied, it looks like, from the open about $1.50. So there goes Walmart. If you want relative strength, I think this is one name you really got to pay attention to as we rally up here. We are hitting some resistance, so at some point we could slow down on this rally with the market. Maybe eventually it does put some influence in here towards 139, but good strong move on Walmart, which shows relative strength. So at any point, if this market were to actually turn into a long, then we actually do have to get involved on obviously Walmart being one of the big names to the upside. I'm just looking at some other names that are actually up. A lot of them are either inverses, makes sense, and then some of these names I don't even know. Okay, that's off a split. SGen is off a split, some sort of move, and then PRVB. Okay, there's probably some bio names that are actually up quite a bit, but there's probably something going on for them to be gapping up. PRVB is up 243%, but it's actually sold off from the open. So that means, I don't know what the news is. I also don't care. Am I going to trade it? No, I just saw it. I just wanted to pull it up. PRVB, just for anyone wondering. It looks like that. Could be it's probably not a split. I mean, it could be a split. I don't know. I don't really care. Like I said, I'm just looking for names that are showing relative strength. I'm seeing GDX. Obviously, the gold names are up. And then the inverses like the SDAO and those inverse ETFs. Right now, though, again, like I said, we're waiting on this futures market to make a move. Come on, market, make a move. Either break the lows or break through 60 to the upside so I can actually figure out what I want to do, because you're sitting right there. You're sitting in a dead zone. Come on, either we get that rally going or we break down, continue the extension to the downside. We're struggling here. We're towards those 40s. Like I said earlier, when we break it down to the smaller chart, they are catching something down there, south of 38.50. So let's see how strong that's going to be. I think if they can confirm this, then we can actually get going to the upside a decent amount here. But for now, wait and see approach. Unless you have your positions early from this morning, when we were at about 9, well, I mean, obviously the short this morning, but about 9 o'clock or so, if you were able to catch that short, the risk made sense there. If you weren't, you're stuck in the same boat as I am. I'm 0 for 2 right now with Coin and Microsoft. And then futures side, I am 1 for 1. So we're okay, but we need to make some more trades, and I think we're going to hopefully get that decision soon.
Yeah, we're same way, man. We're trying to we're gonna go 2 for 2 here, but it is a tough trade. There's no doubt about that so far today. Look at WFC. Let's go. There's another one, man. I was like, you know what? Enough is enough, man. Like, we got to get into some of these banks. So there's WFC right now. Nice, hopefully nice trade. Right now to the downside. We just waited for it to bump up a little bit. Wells Fargo, Brendo, and I think a lot of these banks too today. And I know Brendan's on top of this. Some of these banks getting hit pretty badly. So there goes WFC to the downside. We're short right now, this name. So let's see if it continues to work on WFC to the short side. Right now, it's still going. So yes, sir. So far, so good here. Short WFC right now, 38.60. Let's take another bid right here if we can at 25. Yes, sir. There it is right there again, man. We're going to go 2 for 2 as the problem is Apple is not really doing anything right now except for going back up to the upside. You can see we have NASDAQ strength. So maybe let's just start to empty out a little bit here on Apple and not worry too much about this, because you are starting to go back up to the upside here on a lot of these names. So Apple, we're getting lighter on it, but WFC, we just got an out there as well. So let's just be very, very patient with what we're doing right now. And sort of like Arun was saying there, this market is, okay, so what's going on here, Apple? Apple is making a nice move back to the upside. Oops. Okay, we just took some more short, and I just put a bid out to cover some of that short. But it looks like right now, Apple's back up to the upside. Looks like this market wants to go. Apple's not the right name to short. I know that much is right right now. The market, just like we mentioned, Arun, and you mentioned, waiting for something to happen. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of a bump now as the NASDAQ right here taking out the 50 period, breaking back above 11.9, but still not really taking out these pre-market highs that we bounced to on that retracement the first time. So nice move upside right now. Could be a good opportunity to find some shorts.
Yeah. All I can do is look at this chart and just smile. Why? Because it's so bad. It's so bad.
Which chart is that? Or any chart?
Every single chart that I was on. I'm like, I know there's a long. I think I have the right levels. Well, there's coin for you. That's your entry. That's your exit. And it's right back to the entry. So thank you for getting me out there. And then there's Microsoft for you. There's your entry, there's your exit, there's your snap back to the entry. Yeah. So I knew, I got a feeling there was a long there. Oh, okay. So yeah, exits, unnecessary hits clearly. I got. That's all I can say. But at least now I know what I want to do with the futures here. Let's move on to the next thing, which is going to be the futures. It's gonna be, I didn't want to pay 75. I knew I wanted it above 60, but did you really have to move 30 points like that though? I do like the idea of a long. I still definitely like the idea of a long now. But this is just too pricey. I can't pay inside of this 30 area because this is just too close to this. This is unnecessarily too high. So if we can come back down, I'll pay into the 60s if I need, preferably closer to 60 than 65. But depending on how far we're willing to come down, if we're willing to even come down, because this is the type of situation where, because everyone was thinking short, once you flip the switch, everyone's looking to hit some outs. And that's when things start taking off on you, like you're starting to see in a lot of these names. And there goes Roku. Okay, we'll move on to we'll go to Brendan and I'll figure out what I'm going to do with Roku.
All right, another notable mover here, ILMN up about 15%, trying to get back to the highs. In fact, we topped out about 225, I guess it was early on this morning. Carl Icahn said to be preparing, anyways, a proxy battle. That's ILMN, guys.
All right, so we got stopped out of Apple, but we wound up going a little bit long here. We went long on purpose, it's fine. Going through 150, I was like, if it's gonna break 150, let's just go long. So the short was good early, and then like we just mentioned, man, bad late. So here goes Apple, we're back into the long right now, into that name, and then a new short here against 90. I started a little bit early, man. WFC's ripped up. We actually still holding a small piece on that one, but not much. Actually, we have 20% of WFC right now. Amazon, I was gonna go, let me look at WFC quickly here because we're able to get out right away down here. We have 4 outs down there holding just a small piece left. So let's see if that wants to work. But yeah, $40 for WFC right there where the 200 period is. I'm going to take a little bit up there if we get up to 40, and then we'll wait and just drop it if it starts to break higher than $40. So we'll put a stop out right now above 40 for WFC. Apple, good fill there. We just got something out. Long 13s out, 35s, so that wasn't too bad. But here's a new position for me. It's going to be short here. Amazon was weak early. It's been weak. We like the short on Amazon all the time, it seems like anyways. I want to give this one up to 91, sort of where we were on the Friday close. So let's just see. Well, there's Friday close, I guess, right here. Yeah, 90, 70. So we'll average it back up there if it goes to the upside for Amazon. And our Apple is working really good right now. Let's get another piece out upside into the 40s again if we can on a nice little jaunt higher for Apple. It was short early, like we mentioned, Arun, and now it's just sort of going back and forth. So we need to average back into our Amazon trade. Tesla's still sub 170 at 168.
Yeah, okay, so we did manage to get our hands on Roku. That's doing exactly well. I mean, it's doing what I need it to do, which is rally up after taking out 58. That's the 5-minute chart. Let me get you guys a better chart on this one just because it's hard to see it there. So essentially what I wanted to do, this is the 5-minute chart that I really want you guys to see. So essentially a double bottom from the pre-market, or I guess post-market, yeah, it's in the evening on Friday. And then double bottom, nice little bounce. Market got close to the lows. Roku got close to the lows. Roku is one of the names that's really attached to this whole mess because of how much they have in deposits there. Brendan was telling me it's 26% in deposits, apparently. So when a name like that's getting smoked, and then all of a sudden they catch a nice little bid, clearly there's value plays going on here. And if someone's playing value here south of 57, going all the way down to 54, I mean, I'll play up too. So there I am with 58s here. If we take a much larger chart, we should have some space to 60. So I'm clearly making the target 60 and change, preferably 61. I'm going to give it a ton of space because a name like this that's gotten beat down, if you can catch a bid, you're probably going to get a decent shot to the upside. At the same time, I want to be aware of the fact that the futures market is sitting at a resistance level. So although I want the longs, there's no way I'm paying 75. I said this last time. I like the idea of a long. But now we're kind of stuck here between, we can play the longs if we can get the right price down. So we need to about 15 points down. That makes sense. I can play that, be comfortable with the risk on that. But I am not playing along this close to a sell zone. There's no way that's happening. I would rather actually find a short if I can find a way to get into a short here. So essentially, you got to play both ways here. Try to find short somewhere in that zone, or try to catch a cheap enough long that's closer to the bottom. One of the two. It can't be anywhere in between, because at that point the risk doesn't make sense. So although this rally was great, this pop was great, and got some stocks above areas that I really wanted them to get to, specifically Roku, in terms of futures, it moved up too quickly. Because if we're long at 60, which is where I wanted to price the long, 85 is already a target. So we've already gotten there. That trade could already be over. So now we got to figure out what I'm going to do here. Am I going to go short back here and play the short, or am I going to play the long if we can get cheap enough? For now, I'll just ride Roku. This is kind of flat right now, which makes sense inside this zone. I'm going to try to catch longs that are coming down on the equity side, because I don't think I can catch it on the future side at the moment.
All right, I just made like a keystroke error there. I was on a different stock and I was looking at something else there. So unfortunately, our Amazon, I was trying to get more shares on something else, and then Amazon, it was WFC I was looking at, and I was just on the wrong stock there. So yeah, too bad. So we just got some out there. We took a little bit of an L. I want to be short here on Amazon. It just had too many shares there. So hopefully it'll fall back down in. And I was like confusing Apple with Amazon and all this kind of stuff. So unfortunately, it's just looking at, sort of those blues, those Monday blues right there. We got out of Apple there by accident, and that's where we started to punch short on Amazon. We're still waiting. I don't care. We're still short Amazon at the same price we were before, just a little bit worse. We were short at 89.90 there. Now we're short at the 70s as we took fills that we did not want. So hopefully Amazon can continue to fall down. Apple's starting to go right back up to the upside, so that kind of sucks as well. And then we didn't get any short there for WFC on this pop-up. So yeah, we're gonna have to average into our Amazon, which is fine. We are waiting, and I got to See, now I got to adjust. I got to cancel all these Apple orders and figure this out. So let's wait to see what happens here with Amazon. I'm looking to get some more short rate now. What's up, Brendo?
PACW still halted here. Just seeing this note, guys. Pacific Western with an SEC filing. It was actually going back to last week. So this is after the close on Thursday. Their executive VP purchased 13,000 shares. So during the session on Thursday, which would have been back here around $20, $21. This thing's at $7 right now. PACW halted though.
Trying to show some confidence in his stock, and didn't work out for him. But hey, Roku taking off now. Finally, we're getting some movement on Roku, but again, it's too early. We're targeting like 61, so we're still about $2.50 away from getting to the target. But for now, it's up 80 cents. We need to make some of that money back from Microsoft and Coin to the upside. Futures market still in that zone, so can't do anything with it just yet. Can I be a long? Can I be a short? Preferably a long, but not at these prices. So let's wait on that one. Another name I'm trying to get my hands on. We talked about it earlier, but damn, it moved too quick, and it wasn't. I have so many alerts that went off that I couldn't get through all of them. Meta above 180. Now it's at 181. I have a bid. I saw it too late. Now it's at
181.
181 half. It's just, I got to start clearing up the alerts here, because this one would have been a priority long for me too. This was on top of the Microsoft. This was the next one up on Meta to the upside that I wanted to play, and now it's already gone. So with the futures market rallying, good strength here to the upside, all I can really expect at this point is that this market doesn't do what it's been doing, which is being momentum runs in one direction, then changing directions and going in the opposite. I would rather prefer let it come to me the way I'd like to play, which is position up. So if we can just, trickle down a little bit, Meta, you want to come down $1, $1.50 for me?
I don't know,
maybe I can get some fills there, futures market as well, but highly unlikely that happens. So we might just have to ride this Roku move all the way up to our profit target and see if we can grab some more names. Because now I really got to go through. When I'm talking about alerts here, I'll just pull up. These are all the alerts that went off. All the greens, those are all the alerts, and those are the alerts that haven't gone off. So I have 5 alerts that haven't gone off, and I've got like a ton that have, and I have to just get around to them and actually check these prices and figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now and remove Roku from that alert list.
Yeah, there's so much popping off right now everywhere. We just took some more Amazon right there as well. And then realistically, it's 90.80 is kind of the level that I need here for Amazon. So I'm going to put that there and then just make sure that we have the right stocks and the right everything for this trade, and the right names and the right numbers and yada, yada, yada for all this. So there's another short there for Amazon against 91. And I was just, we're right back to some of those levels right now. The thing is, the market's pretty blast off right now. So unfortunately, that's like I said, we had some keystroke errors there, and we got out of our Apple. We did not mean to do that. As Apple right now, we tried to go long through 150. We identified that it was relatively strong. That's all you can really do. When the market's doing this, we've missed. I mean, both Arun and I were talking about Meta. You know, down here, it's just, it went up, it's up $5 straight. So like you said, come back down, and then we'll try to play some relative strength versus weakness on that name. But right here, the market blasting. Let's just have a quick look to see if there's any key levels up here. We just took out 12,000, so that would make sense why we get that little bit of a bump up. But still, basically, nice morning so far, up 0.5%. I think a lot of us woke up today and sort of saw some of these headlines and really did worry about where this market would be. FRC, I believe, still halted. We'll get updates when all this reopens up again. I feel like this closed door meeting for the Fed right now does weigh something on these names. So we'll see if there's going to be anything coming through with FRC. Well, we could check JPM. We're still in WFC right now. As we picked a bank that was down 7% earlier, look at JP Morgan now. Huge move down to 130. We talked about that. And right back up to these highs again in the pre-market. So I guess we got to go over here, maybe look at WFC. My target was 40. So we're waiting a little bit higher to get some more short here on Wells Fargo. So we're waiting in the 70s here to get another averaged in price for Wells Fargo. Let's see if that comes through. And right now, here comes Amazon working a little bit. We did grab that short up here at 90.50. Our average price is actually right here, 89.97. Let's see if Amazon wants to continue to work a little bit lower here.
All right, another name, I just found this in my alert log. Another name that looks like potential long if we get it, CRM. It's been trending down clearly, and now we're starting to catch a bid. Nice little move south of the lows from Friday, closer to 170, and now we're starting to turn a little bit. I think 173 is going to be your turning point if we can get that long going on CRM to the upside. So not there yet, but potentially on the table as long as this market cooperates and CRM doesn't fall off with the market as it kind of trickles back down. But definitely look at, keep an eye on CRM north of 173. Brendan, now with what's happening now.
All right, just like that, it is 10 o'clock. Just hearing, guys, First Republic resume trading. Just keep an eye on some of those banks. Just hearing they are coming back online. Quickly then, we'll get through this very fast. A red look once again. Remember on Friday, it was the Russell 123,000. This is where most of these banks are housed as far as an index is concerned. So very red. Where the NASDAQ back to green, the Dow back to green, the S&P trying to get back into positive territory. If you were with us early on, yeah, FRC on everyone's mind along with the rest of the regional banks. Tesla back to the upside as well, or trying to anyways. Elon picking up more shares at the end of last week in an options play. Meta, Wall Street Journal reporting over the weekend, more job cuts to come. So was showing a little bit of strength. This one definitely has not resumed trading yet, or maybe it didn't halt it again. But PACW, 50% halted again. Meta, back to the upside, as I mentioned, back to positive. FRC opens and halts, guys.
That to the upside, but it's stalling. I like the sound of that because that means maybe I get a fill on my long that's sitting close to 180. So that's still $1 away, but I still like the idea of Meta. So the whole thing with Meta is it's what it's been doing, and it's been spending a lot of time here. And this is how I try to identify levels. Where do you spend a lot of time, or where do you not really want to be, right? Clearly, it's been trying to work these areas. So around 180, it's been up and down, maybe plus minus $2 from 180. It's really trying to get through there, and they're struggling. And for a market that's been, moved down from like 4,000 on the equity on the index side of things, Meta has really taken its sweet time trying to get through these 180s. Now, we got a nice little flush this morning that we snap right back up. So that tells me that this whole zone is going to be the problem area. So I'm trying to participate in this now that we're struggling this much today, trying to get underneath it. That makes me think why open the upside is open to be played. So why not? If I can get the right risk on, I'll play in Meta. We've still got Roku. Roku's taking his sweet time. This is. I know people don't like this, but this is how I like my trades. I don't want them to run quickly because when they run quickly, they're hard to manage, right? When they run slower, they start building levels, and that way I know I can bring my trail stops up and manage them properly. So I would rather this take time and work its way towards my target versus go right to my target, I get some out, and then I have no clue what to do because of how fast it moved, right? So I would rather this than a quick move to the upside. So Roku taking his sweet time, That's perfectly fine. We do need to find some more names. Obviously, I talked about it. I'm looking at the bank. The next set of alerts that have gone off are all in the bank names. I've got the WFCs, the Citigroups, the Bank of Americas. They've all gone off. I haven't gone through the charts yet, but why? Oh, this was from this morning when they broke through the low. Okay, I can't trade. Some of these other banks not going to get involved with just yet, but I am still going through them. Tesla's on the table, south of above 170. CRM, like I said, 173. And then maybe AMAT towards 114 is on the table. And then AVGO, not everyone trades AVGO. I mean, AVGO is not it's in the index, it's an index name, but it's $600, and Broadcom's not a popular name. But that could potentially be on the table as well for a long here, north of 616, 618-ish, if we can actually kind of stick around up there. That could be on the table as well. A lot of choices, clearly, with this market giving you the runs that it's giving you right now. It was a nice little 30-point move to the downside, then it was 15 up, and then it was a trickle down, and then here you are from the lows about 50 points from the not even the lows, from the point that we just bounced from, which was like 42 or 43. Now here we are at 92 and change. So nice little action, nice little set of movement, tons of opportunity. We just got to find the right ones that make sense.
Yeah, Meta just came back in a little bit there, did it? Sorry, that was GameStop. GameStop right now and Meta. Yeah, no, Meta's back to 180, so that was a level there. I was just on FRC again, open halt. I mean, halted. I mean, it's back and forth here right now on FRC, so we'll wait to see. I do have Meta, what I want to talk about quickly here, but the Nasdaq's still starting to. I mean, I don't know. Like, am I going to say the Nasdaq's going up or down here? I mean, it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. So I'm not really too comfortable to make a call one way or the other right now in this market. But you know, we are still holding out hope. We are short on the market right now by being short Amazon. So you know, it's been bouncing off this $90 mark for a while. Let's see if we can hold out hope that this will eventually print for us down here through 90. We are short now at 90, so we're short at 89.97 here. Comes. Let's go. Please just pull back just a little damn bit right now for us, and that would be pretty happy, go, joy, if that can print now. So we're going to wait for that to go. We still don't have our WFC on board, but we are looking for some more here. So let's go. Amazon, come on, man. This is the thing. If this can break lower and the market can break, this is a day sort of for me as we've been waiting for that. Apple, again, good short for Apple today. Definitely well traded there on the upside, but still some more work to do here, I feel like, for Apple. 151, if there's going to be a strong name, this is up 1.47. What's Meta up? So it looks like Microsoft is the highest, but look at Tesla right now. You want to go to a name that's potentially at a key spot? Tesla right now really at a key spot of 170. So that could be a trading spot there to look at on Tesla if anyone was interested. I'm not, for me, I'm interested, but not overly interested. And the reason is that I'm sort of convinced about, I'm not convinced, but I'm locked in here to this trade right now, and that is the Amazon long. So a short, sorry, not working out for me in the long spot. So we're going to wait to see if Amazon can do something for me. But right now, that's my focus here is AMZN.
Yeah. All right. So with this market trickling down, I got 3 bids out. We're sitting on BA, close to 200. Boeing looking decent for the long. So I am going to start to commit to the long side a little bit more. I like this action. I think the better thing is that we took the stops out on BA. So the Friday low stops, they're gone. Right? We took it by $1 too, so that should clear the board there. So if I can get it close to 200, I can put it near the low and see if we can make it towards 206, would have been the pre-market high. So I mean, that's the play for a BA. I'm not going to pay 201. A lot of these trades are going to be very delicate in terms of risk reward, and I'm very like focused on that when I take trades. I need prices because then the risk makes sense. If the risk doesn't make sense, I'm not chasing after names just because I want to be long them. So for me, BA sitting on the long. If I can get a fill, great. If I can't, then I'll just cancel the order at some point. Futures market now towards 3,900. Damn, that one moved too quickly. I really want that long north of 60, but they moved way too quickly on that. So we're not going to be involved in the futures, it seems. And then on top of BA, I've got Costco longs waiting. If I can get a fill, never mind. They're not waiting. Costco is gone because it just it's yeah. I thought I'd get a fill on Costco, but that one's gone, so we're going to cancel that order. And then Meta as well. Let's see where Meta's at. Remember, we're sitting close to 180. there's still a chance I can get a fill. I think if we get into the 182.5 on Meta, I might cancel this order too, because at that point, that trade's gone as well. So for now, we are still riding Roku. It seems to be the only one I'm riding. But at the same time, it's market's running. And let's go quickly back to the futures market here and figure out what my next set of trades is going to be, because obviously we can't catch the longs. Shorts aren't set up. So, okay, so if they take 39.10, that should remove this entire level. That means that then I'm going to have to use 39.40 as the next point for potential shorts. Focus on the longs if we come back in south of 3900. So if we lose 39.10, I'm going to have to look at longs south of 3900 towards the lows of 38.40. Or if we get to 39.20, I got to start looking for shorts around 39.20 going up to 39.40 if they set up, prioritizing the long for now. So for now, 39.10 is going to be the inflection point that I've got on my chart here. Let's see how this market handles above 3900.
Man, we are not handling our market very well here. You know, the market is falling down a little bit, but we are still, again, like it sucks because I'm just on this one name, but it's like I'm trying to trade more shares on names that I'm more, you know, feeling, and like we just got a great price there. We got $89.95 down there for Amazon when it first dumped in, but then it's just ripped right. I mean, since we got that fill, it just went up straight $1. So it looks like we'll be wrong, obviously, on any sort of a short today as this market. I mean, we didn't even do a poll today for the bear, so I don't bear versus bull. I mean, I'm not even convinced right now that we want to go upside here today, and it's not like I'm just talking up my book. It's like, you know, the market right here, I don't know. It's bouncy. It keeps trying to catch bids, keeps trying to go one way versus the other. Shopify's positive right now. Google's well positive up to 92. Like, it seems like there was one trade early, and that was the short, and we had that on Apple, and then it were just reversed into the long. And since then, it's just sort of been like, hey, man, pick your poison on some of these longs. Like Google, straight up to the upside here. Are we near a level, 92, 93? Let's see on a 3-minute chart here for Google. Any breaks long? I mean, I don't think so right now. I just feel like we've missed a lot of these. Like that 90 back upside was great. You know, and now we just sort of got to wait for something to happen. We're short a lot of shares on Amazon, and we're just sort of waiting for that. I mean, look how strong Tesla is, man. Tesla's right back to 172 again with a nice move to the upside here. Off that bottom, 164, straight up $8 right there for Tesla. I still have FRC up. It opened and halted again right now, so that's a little wild. I just apologize, man. Right now, most of my attention is stuck right here on Amazon. I'm bidding something in the 50s. I'm short at 90.30. And waiting for this market to come in a little bit. Palantir was down near $7. Was that true as well? Yeah, and now it's 7.70. Was that true where Palantir was early? Yeah, look at this. Palantir, 7.20. I was looking at the $7 mark. We don't have that in, and look where that is right now. Nice blast up to the upside as well. So yeah, what a wild day, man. JP Morgan, now that I look at it, is right near a spot for me as well. Right now to possibly get short off of that 134. So lots of action right now. JP Morgan back to flat, just now getting back to that flat area. And again, looking at this 134, 134.50, sorry, 130, yeah, 134.50 right there. So some of these levels up to 135. But all right, so finally maybe, we get a little bit of a downside move for Amazon. Let's see if that can continue now.
Yeah, obviously we're not going to catch everything. I mean, there's way too many choices. In a stock market like this where everything is moving, pick what you want to trade, right? Obviously, some of the index names we're looking at, Apple, Microsoft, those were hot. And then you just mentioned Tesla bouncing off the bottoms. It's all about quality trades too. It's not just a matter of trading the one stock that you're focusing on. It's about picking all the names that you can potentially get involved with. Right now, futures is very interesting. I'm always going to go right back to futures. I know most of you guys don't care, but at the same time, that's where I make my money. So I'm going to go back to it a lot, at least while I'm on. If you care about certain stocks, great. I care about the futures, so I'm going to talk about it. Futures market coming back in. Okay, this is interesting. 39.10, respected. Great. We call the right zone. It's respecting this move to the downside. Now, how is this going to hold up? We see the action that's stuck here between 80 and 70. How is this market going to handle 38.70 to the downside? So what I essentially have to do now is move this zone here, because clearly that zone's flexing a little bit here. So what I'm going to have to do is put this market inside of this little box area. If we catch a bid in the 80s, this could bounce right back into 3,900, take out the 39.10 top, and just continue the run. If we break down through 38.70 now, you've got to consider the idea of the shorts back on the table here. So I'm kind of waiting for this market to decide how it wants to play this area. This was a resistance zone. It worked out well in the morning, and now they're really trying to break through it, but they are struggling a little bit. So here, south of 38.70, the first thing I'm dumping is this Roku long, because at that point I don't want to be all long into a market that's failed here near the top. And I think if we get underneath 38.70, then I'm Brennan.
Just seeing a huge volume spike and another halt here, guys, for Western Alliance, WAL, by far the worst now, 82.5%. No bid on this, can barely stay open again. Both FRC and WAL just halting again.
Yeah. I mean, you nailed it there. Like, barely can stay open. So it's like, I don't really know what to do about a lot of these stocks. As I mean, we can look at FRC a little bit here if we really did want to. Why not? Let's do that again here. For me, there's really no trade, and I apologize. It keeps opening and halting and opening and halting, and that's just like a recipe for meh for me. Like, there doesn't, not meth, like meh. There's nothing happening with it. So I don't really, I'm not in love with these trades when this happens. So I'm going to sort of just wait off on it and just see where we go. Amazon has pulled back a little bit, so that's going to be a good trade, hopefully, for us here on AMZN. We did get some fills down near the downside for this name, so that's going to be good. As here we go, we're breaking a little bit lower now. You can see where our average price was. We're now short at 90.50, trying to break a little bit lower right now. So far so good, but not great. Let's see if Amazon can pull back even further now, as this NASDAQ is trying to reprieve a little bit back to the downside now, finally. We do have a 52-week low on a name that we haven't talked about yet today, NIO, right now on a 52-week low. Okay, first of all, we can look at that again. That was right there at $8 there for NIO. This name has been absolutely destroyed right now to the ups, to the downside over the last couple of days with real no bids in sight right now. But I have to go back over, Arun, and address this because we are printing pretty good here now on Amazon. Let's get some mid-20s if we can do that, as Amazon right now trying to get some money out of this name, not into this name, out of this name, Amazon.
All right. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
One thing I did do, though, is all the bids that I had waiting, I've canceled them. Because I'm unsure what I want to do with the futures, that means I shouldn't just have bids out because I want longs, because I'm not fully committed to the longs on the futures. That means if I'm not fully committed to the longs in the index, then why should I be fully committed to the longs on the equity side as well? Because everything's up in the air at this point with the market and how it's going to figure out what to do. At this point, if I have a reason to say, you know what, there's a chance that we are going to stick with this long, then I'll send those bids back in. Meta, Costco, and Boeing. Those were the bids that I canceled. So we're just waiting for a little bit more info on figuring out how I'm going to play this. Remember, we're stuck here, either through 39.10 or underneath 38.70 at this point. Either side break would give me the read that I need to go for the long or the short. But it is a tricky situation at this point. I'm just quickly going over what other names. So a couple things. As you guys can see, this is like, we have a couple charts here. I know Sean uses this as well. We have our internal chart. That's this one that shows our execution. And then I use eSignal here to kind of just put these levels up. I'm just used to eSignal, so I have them up. So one thing that they have as well is the alert system. And I believe Trade Ideas has something close to this as well. Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm looking at in terms of figuring out what's active right now. Obviously, at the top of the list, Berkshire, for whatever reason. I don't know what metric they use there. But FRC, this one is another bank as well. I believe Western Alliance is interesting, to say the least. This has been the trend on Western Alliance. So if you were in it this morning and you were just dealing with the halts and the trickle down, it's at 82%. So you know it's going to be what's it called? What's the word?
Short seller restricted?
Yeah, SSR. If you're going to be SSR, that means you have to be on the offer. And so you're halting and then jumping on the offer every time. And it's just been it's halted right now. It's on 14 million shares. This thing started at $12 and it's just trickled down. This is a 1-minute chart and this is hilarious. So keep an eye on this one. Because this is, once it starts doing this and you know it's SSR, it's just smaller and smaller moves and it just trends all the way down. So Western Alliance on a downward trajectory right now, and It's halted, so we'll see where this one opens, but interesting to say the least. Another name that's on that oh, there it goes. It's open, and let's see. It's not going to take much. All it has to do is break under $8, and it'll be halted again one more time. But right now, WAL, Schwab makes sense. Schwab's down almost 20% to the downside, and Schwab hasn't broken low, so we're not doing anything with it. And then you got spiders, obviously Tesla coming back in through that 170, which is interesting because I thought getting above 170 would actually open up getting above it would open up the upside, but clearly Tesla having trouble there staying above 170. Is this going to be a back to a short? Okay, I can work with Tesla at these prices, not for the long, but if the futures break 70 and Tesla breaks 167, I think I'm back in looking for shorts on Tesla towards the lows there at 164. I think I can figure out a way to risk this, but I'm going to have to wait on Tesla to figure out what it wants to do before I start committing any money to it. But Tesla back on the table for potential shorts. Because remember, this morning we were looking at sell zone 170 all the way to 174, and clearly they're starting to respect it. So there might be something here on the short side for Tesla.
Yeah, let's not also forget about the fact that, we did talk about the Fed rate hike possibly switching over from 50 points to 25 basis points right now. So Fed rate funds tool. I Googled it last time and we didn't show it to you guys, so I'm going to call it up right now again for you right here. Here we go. When's the next? So 9 days, 4 hours, 39 minutes right there. 86% at a quarter point right now. This is not, so where we're at right now is 475. So up to 5, there's nothing here for 50, right? So right now it's 0 or 25%. So I'm just thinking, like, what if the Fed comes out today after their surprise meeting and talks about, hey, why are you guys pricing this in? We're still pretty hawkish and looking at 50 basis points right now. And like both Arun and I said this last week and didn't catch much slack of it until people were like, yeah, it's actually true. It doesn't matter about the Fed anymore. All we're doing is looking at what these economic releases are. And we still have 2 more to come this week. And then we'll go from there. We're just going to keep looking at the numbers, right? I mean, what is the Fed possibly going to say anyways? They're just going to keep going their way. We already heard from Powell last week. Here we go. So here's a nice move back up to the upside. As you could see, I mean, when this came in, man, we look at all these 50 periods, all these outs here, O's, 02, 07, 08. So we got a lot of these trades out, making a little bit of money back now on Amazon. Still looking to go short into 91. And if 91 gets taken out, then we're going to be out of Amazon, but still looking to get that short as well. We did talk about Rivian earlier. That's funny because we should have been short that name early, but look what's happened now. Now it's right back up to some of those levels again. And I know you were looking at Tesla as well, but Rivian right back there to 14 bucks on a nice bounce back up from that 13 bottom. So there is still a few things possible here. As the NASDAQ bouncing around 12,000, we're going to wait to see if there's a move on that. I see what Arun's trying to do right here with our friend beside, so we'll find out a story about why that's turning over in about a second. But Netflix 290 is a downside move, and then unfortunately, guys, we did not. And it's unfortunate because we were waiting a little bit higher. We did not get our short in WFC. We're waiting at 75s. You should have taken 50s, but we didn't. And right now the market is in rally mode. So I do like that you're turning that. Are you thinking about it?
No. So somebody in the chat mentioned, what are we going to do with this guy?
Right.
And
I was wondering if you're thinking
this is what we're going to do because we don't know.
Yeah.
He could be a bull. He could be a bear. Depends. I'll let you guys know once this market either breaks 39.10 or 38.70 because right now this could go either way.
Here
really.
we go. Amazon upside. Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning right across the board. Just seeing this BITO, speaking of small caps, I think it's a small cap. BITO is crypto related. Touch on a few small caps here that are moving around so far this morning, including 2 top of the list here. I put the Canadian listing on here for HUT 8 because what a day it is currently having. Back to $2 here. You can trade it in New York as well for HUT, along with Mara is the other one that kind of falls into the small cap category, but nice move here. 10% right now, 15 for HUT 8, but 10% for Mara back to the upside. They also updated their current holdings today as far as crypto is concerned, around 11,000 complete coins considered for MARA. SI back to the upside right now, trying to break through 250 on a huge volume spike. Just saw it pop up after gapping to the downside. A few people mentioning that one. And what would happen, continued downside move for SI. Here's PACW. As far as these regional banks are concerned, this one really the only one that's under 2 billion as far as market cap is concerned. Yeah, 51% right now. Unbelievable move on some of these. Look at this daily chart, just absolutely falling apart for some of these regional banks, guys. So opportunities all over the place today. Back over to you.
Opportunity knocks right now. Brendan just mentioned here. We almost got even more. We did get some more, but not a lot more there as we were waiting in the 80s for Amazon. It got to like 75. Couldn't believe it there. But there's more short here for Amazon for me anyways, coming through. As I was wondering if Arun was turning that bull versus bear one way or the other. But no, just some confusion there on what the bear versus bull wants to be right now. But we just shorted a little bit more there at 65, and then we got an out at 45. So hopefully Amazon will pull back down. I don't have any more bids anymore on this name, but I'm going to put some in the mid-30s. Maybe we can get to there. Then I'm going to put something again in the mid-20s. I'm just trying to, or low 20s. I'm just trying to piece some out in case I'm not on the stock when it does start to go a little sideways here. Hopefully it'll just start to drift and we'll be able to get some of our fills. We are appreciating that 90-10 down there for Amazon as well. So this is just the only name that I'm short right now. Microsoft is still up 1% plus. I feel like the market wants to go long though, which is what I thought you were switching it over to right now. You're still above the 50 period right now. We just keep bouncing off of it, and that's 12,000. So the market's got to decide what it wants to do. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and call the long. I'm in the sort of the same camp here as Arun, and probably as a lot of you traders as well. I don't know which way we actually think this market wants to go right now. And if that's uncertainty, I'm definitely not going to get into a name that's against the market right now. Up 1 point, not against, but just so much higher, 1.2 versus 0.21. And I'm just going to stay short a name that is red. So Amazon short today because it's a red name, because it's bouncing off of some levels there that we can try to respect, which is 91, which is basically the close on Friday. I thought that we would have, we're right here right now on the close. I just thought that we would have a negative day here on Amazon. Let's see if it's going to happen. If the market is red today, then I think this is a name that we like. So here we go. Pulling back in a little bit. There we go. We got a low 30 fill there. Sorry, it wasn't low. It was 35s. Now we wait for low 20s and see if this one just continues to fall down. But we're green today. We just haven't traded that much. It's too bad because our Apple, we should still be long. That was a little mistake as this holds out to the upside. So I think the longs you want are Meta and Apple in this space. And the shorts I think you might want anything like NVIDIA was just down 2%. I just saw right now NVIDIA's now up. Okay, so now NVIDIA's like this. What's AMD then? Was AMD the one that was down 2%? Yeah, sorry, it's AMD. AMD down 2% today. So maybe some relative weakness in AMD as well could be played. But I don't know, man. Here comes Amazon right back up to the upside after we just got some out at 40. Topsy-turvy day continues over here.
Yeah, I just had it up because I pulled it up for you guys, and then I just kind of focused on other things, and I've had it up. WAL, it was that. Remember we were talking about that 850 something?
Yeah.
It was that 750. When I looked at it again, I was like, oh, okay, it fell another $1. But big thing on WAL, it's halted to the upside. It's been trending down, and now we're getting a halt to the upside. This could get ugly for a lot of shorts if everyone's been piling on, and I suspect that a lot of people have been piling on to shorts because the trend's been very, very clear, right? Since the open, really, we've just kind of trickled down and just kind of halted, continued down. And now we're halting to the upside. This is going to be interesting how this one plays out because I think the way I look at it too is like, where would you put your stop? If you're short, say 10 or whatever, you're probably putting your stop just after the even dollar mark. And $9, we've been kind of trending down, and we finally took out 8, and now if you bounce back above 9, I wonder how many stops are going to get triggered on this one if we do finally break this trend line. So that's going to be one to watch. Keep in mind it's halted for now. Projected open is 804, which is pretty much where it closed, right? 804 is where it closed. That means there's not enough info. They haven't sent enough orders yet to change the opening price, but that will change as we get closer and closer. And futures market getting closer and closer to what I want to do is, come on, break this 70 or preferably break the 70. I mean, that's just the easier trade. That's a quicker trade. That happens now. A flip side of that is break the 39.10. We're, again, back into a sideways action. Great earlier. Now it's messy. We've got a couple zones. We got one level down there south of 50, 38.50 towards the lows there at 38.40. I also would be very, very careful on how this market plays or how you play this if the market gets back down to its lows, because that could easily set off some stops that don't stick around. So for now, we'll just leave it 38.70. We'll try to work something, either a short that's closer to the 39.10 or a market that breaks 38.70, not just breaks, but trades below that 38.70. So I'm not going to pay the 70s. I just needed to get underneath to give me the green light on the shorts, and then we'll figure out what to do after that. But this market is definitely trending back down to the sell side after catching a nice offer. Mind you, that 39.10 we marked off this morning, so that's good. This just confirms what we were thinking about that area being there for us in terms of resistance. So that's working out well. And keep in mind, CPI tomorrow, and at this point, every economic data release matters, right, as we get to the Fed. Because all these CPI data release points and all the individual economic data release points essentially is used to predict what the future of what the Fed wants to do. And right now, if we're sitting at 86%, and we get something out of this meeting apparently at 11 o'clock, that could change the number. And then CPI tomorrow, we had jobless claims move the market 15 points last week. That's unusual because jobless claims doesn't move the market like that. Jobs report, yes, but not the jobless claims number. The non-farm payroll, that's a different story. And then if those are moving aggressively, the CPI is going to be hot too. So definitely tomorrow morning, CPI are going to be on the table, and this market's not, it's already volatile. That's just going to add to the volatility we're going to get tomorrow.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm looking at some pretty sweet volatility myself. We just bidded. Oh, we did get it. Okay, we did. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if we got that bid. We were bidding 30s down there, and I wasn't sure we got it, but we did. And now it's just ripping right back up to the upside. I just keep on looking at Amazon, man, as this is the name. Oh, and by the way, Wells Fargo, remember JP Morgan was up here at 134? Again, it's like sometimes, and I sort of take this from Arun, it's like sometimes you just got to watch your levels, and you worry about like whatever the news is, just getting the stock or the futures or whatever to the levels that you're interested in, and then trading off of those levels, and then sort of not forgetting about the news. I think that's a mistake, but just making sure that you're still legit with what you're looking at, right? And I think that for JP Morgan, that short up there at 134, we should have shorted that. I don't know why we didn't. We were trying to get more short in WFC, which turned out to be an epic fail on that one as well. But we did not just epic fail right now. We got Amazon. We got it good, man. So we finally get that fill where we wanted it. So let's start bidding some out now there it is. It's like I said, we waited for that. It just ripped to the upside. So just as much as it tanks down in right now, we got to respect both ways now on Amazon. So let's just take a little bit more out here in the mid 40s like we're doing, and hopefully watch this name fall back down in. That's going to be Amazon, looking for a retracement back here on this name. So far so good. We do have a good short. We're short at 90.70 right now. Sorry, 90.77. So let's just put out, there we go, got some more 50s out there. Again, it's turning out to be a scalp trade. Didn't really mean it to do that. I thought there would be some more movement here. FRC now down 78% now, and unfortunately, Arun, it's just halt city on this name. I only say unfortunate is like it's not giving us any opportunities to get in here on that one. Google, we can have a quick look at that. Is some people talking about that quickly there on the chat? Let's have a quick look at Mr. Google, see what's happening on this name. I mean, you tell me. I mean, Arun and I just put into our chat that this is a pretty hard day to trade for me, man. I mean, we've been going back and forth, hitting some of these trades, but like looking at Google, okay, not much there, not much happening. Meta, we missed that run up, and right now, still back and forth, unless you're really playing these tops and bottoms, which I'm doing, but I'm only doing it on one name, and that's Amazon right now. I'm going to take another short right here as it's right back into the level here for Amazon. But, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're just continuing to short until right now it looks like it wants to get blown up. Here goes the future. So this is the move. Finally, we'll be out of our Amazon, it looks like, as this looks like it wants to clock a little bit higher. So there goes Amazon right now, watching out for 91 right now here on Amazon. As the market, there's that break. There it goes. There's that break, starting to go back up to the upside.
Yeah, it's it's moving up. It's moving up, but again, like I said, I don't want to get involved to commit to a direction until we either break 39.10 or 38.70. Clearly, 39.10 was respected earlier. We had this in from the pre-market. It's still there. 38.70, we marked it down as well, and it's starting to respect that as well. So we're kind of, for me at least, we're stuck. I mean, I'll ride the Roku long, which is about $1.20 in the money. We still need to make some money back from earlier. But in terms of futures positions, I, again, want to participate either near the top or near the bottom. But the way it bounced, this is not the kind of a bounce that I can get involved with just yet. So it does look good. It does bode well. Can we continue this? We're at 95. Can we go another 15 points or so, start taking out that 39.10 top, confirm the upside move, confirm the strength, and then we can take a clean shot towards that high from 7 a.m. or so, which is about 25 to 30. That would be the next target, and then from there on out, we'll use 40, and then we'll use 60 up there. But first order of business is to get through this 10. If we're going to maintain the strength, we need to get through this 10 to get going to the upside. Until that point, I mean, I'll take the longs as they're coming, the longs as they're winning and they're coming around, but I can't commit any more capital at these prices without knowing how this futures market wants to kind of work either through the top or the bottom. In the meantime, while we're waiting, we'll go to Brendan there.
Hey guys, yeah, wild day for some individual banking stocks, wild day for crypto markets, back to the upside in a big way. We are getting a bit of a bounce right now for some of the treasury yields and the US dollar. I'll show you that coming up here in a few minutes. But yeah, all eyes on FRC this morning after what happened back on Friday with SIVB, including all crypto eyes as well. There's the dollar right now trying to bounce off of multi-week lows here for the DXY. Meanwhile, right on cue, there's Ethereum taking out the highs on the hourly chart. Same story for, Bitcoin on a huge spike right now, 23,500 coming into play now, 17% on the 24-hour period for BTC. Again, Ethereum catching up, this a little bit delayed, but 14.5 on this board for BTC, 23,300, 16.3 for Ethereum, 11.8%. What a day for crypto markets in the opposite direction for some of these regional banks, guys. Huge move to the upside. If you haven't done so yet, just crazy action so far. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe, guys.
Yeah, hit the like and subscribe. Oh, on that note.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
You've seen those before.
I've seen some of them. I haven't seen everyone's though.
We need to do one with you.
Oh, no, that's not happening.
Soon.
Yeah,
we'll do one with the rune. So we'll plan one with the rune.
You can keep planning, but that's not happening.
Yeah, I know. You're so much fun, Arun. But no, we're just playing around. Okay, so let's just continue to, hit the like, hit the subscribe right now. So again, I think now we can probably start to load up a little bit more on some of these banks as WFC has come back up to the upside right now. I'm going to take this short just a little bit here. Talk first, I guess, or put the trade on first and then talk after. But here it comes. Give it to us. We're right here, right now. There it is. Okay, so good. We got an 06. I was looking at this level right here. You've come back in a little bit here, obviously on the bank. So 39.70, I think right there is a reasonable spot to get out or back into our short or into more short and then out on that price. So right now, 39.40, just making sure that we're still there on WFC. So again, just to see what's happening. I mean, First Republic keeps getting halted. The market maybe now is starting to pull back. I'm long Amazon, and I'll explain that in a minute. I just want to look at this bank trade one more time. A 39.40, 39.60 right there as that top. So 39.52 coming into play on WFC if it does. Okay, so we got back into Amazon. So we just got Amazon. We're long right here at 82. Let's take something out for a dime if we can. And then back up into 91 would be nice as well if it does go back up to the upside. The reason, we just missed, there we go. We got some out at 88 there. Hopefully there goes 91, 92, 93. So what we're trying to, 94, okay, good. So we're making back what we lost simply just by going long. So far so good on this long take. Would like to get some more out here. So again, once we broke above and Amazon turned green and the market is above the 50 period and we're trying to go, I just was like, hey, let's just flip over into the long on Amazon. It does have some catch up to be made here. And I don't mean the condiment. Hopefully it catches up with its friends, right? The NASDAQ, some of these names are blasting, man. The big cap names. Google's blasting to the upside. Up now. Actually, no, it's actually not really. I thought Google was up even more. Apple, Google, Microsoft, all names that are up today. And the names that are down, Netflix is down. Amazon is playing with us here a little bit by going up and down. The banks downside, Palantir up 8% now and rallying as I'm just looking at some of these names. Here's the volume leaders according to, I don't know if you guys, hopefully you can see this a little bit, according to Trade Ideas on the relative volume. So this is why I'm looking at WFC today, 6 times relative volume. We talked about SoFi, that's down as well today. DocuSign with some good volume. AMAT, Ford, we didn't look at. Coinbase starting to go upside as well. So there's a few names there that maybe we haven't looked at as much as we probably should, and that could be included in that, is Coinbase as well. But wait a second, you're in Roku, not Coinbase. Okay. So yeah, lots of things happening. I'm going to get some more averaged in here. 39.50 for WFC. I forgot to put that order in.
Yeah, I was in Coinbase earlier,
Yeah,
and
right.
they got me. They got me. And then they rallied. They did exactly what they needed to do after getting me out. But yeah, that was a nice move, and I think that's already hit the target there that I would have had for Coinbase. Obviously, we were looking closer to 60. Let's just go back to it, actually. In terms of upside potential on Coinbase, remember, we were long at 54. It would have been closer to this, that 57.5 into 58, that would have been the pre-market, and then you get into the 60s. Preferably, obviously, the 60s would be the big round number that you're going to play with, and that's kind of the direction you would go with it. But Coinbase, based on the chart that I'm looking at right now, Coinbase is going to have some trouble here, or not that it's going to have trouble, but it's got a lot to get through. It needs to get through this mess that is sitting underneath 60. That's a lot to get through. They need to work through that to get this long going if they're going to continue the long. The long was great down there if you were able to catch it after a snap back up. But now it gets into a tricky spot. And it's just, at this point, what I like to do is that if we're able to catch a long at the right prices, we'll manage it into something like this. And then without adding any more, just essentially just trail this. Because at some point it's going to turn, or it's going to just rip right through. And if it rips right through, you're carrying something. If it turns, you're not giving up a ton because you've already gotten out on the way as it gets into a resistance zone. So knowing that it's there just allows you to kind of get some out and start, defending. So start locking in some of your profit while still giving a chance for it to actually continue the move that you're trying to make happen on that stock. Like I was saying with Roku, though, it's taking its time, but the futures market isn't fully committed to this break just yet. So as long as the futures market's not doing anything, I'm not going to do anything with Roku. Once I figure out what the futures market wants to do, whether it's breaking that 39.10 or ends up getting, now I'm starting to change the criteria on the futures, by the way. So now we can get back under maybe 85, stay underneath 85. I know we were there not too long ago, but if we can actually just trade under 85 for a bit more, I might actually start looking for shorts. I might start offering my way into shorts because keep in mind, we're still in this sell zone, right? We're still near that top end here against that 10. I don't want to pay 85. That means I'll probably offer closer to 90 or even just 90 half or 95-ish. But I do want to keep an eye out for potential shorts being confirmed, at least for me. Just enough to start working shorts on the futures, and that means if I got to do that, then I got to pull my trigger or get my way out of Roku as well, because I don't want to be short the futures and then try to be long on the on Roku, which is part of the NASDAQ as well. Brennan.
Hey guys, once again back to basically flat here for the S&P. I'll show you what is shaping up to be a kind of 50-50 board right now. Half positive over here and half downside in a big way. 3 days in a row we've seen this, regional banks specifically, but the banking sector overall leading as far as declines are concerned. Unbelievable, almost 80% move to the downside there for FRC. ZION, another one. KeyBank, another one. 31% for KeyBank today. FITB, HBAN as well, TFC, they're all in that same kind of category. So ugly as far as financials are concerned. Down here as well, we talked about Schwab, their deposits and some of their accounts not anywhere near some of the estimates that they projected in their last earnings report, that coming out over the weekend. LNC down 9.5% in the insurance sector as well. So even the insurance company, or some of them anyways, getting dragged into this mess as far as banks are concerned. Wanted to highlight this because once again today, kind of muted here for the tech group within the S&P 500. Nothing outstanding as far as moves are concerned. Yeah, Apple's up 1.6%. Nice day for Apple. A few other individual movers helping to offset the overall weakness. But overall, tech kind of muted right now. Industrials, same story. Consumer discretionary, same story. Mentioned that Carl Icahn note on ILMN having quite the day there, 17.3% to the upside. Moderna, Eli Lilly both benefiting. Real estate, utility, consumer staples also all positive on the day, but nowhere near enough to offset this right now. Quarter point downside, guys, right now for the S&P.
I mean, I don't like now I'm back short again, Amazon. Like this is not the trading that I want to be a part of right now, to be honest with you guys. So, you know, it's back and forth. And right now I just got to find a better name. This is not the right one to be in. It's back and forth. If this breaks 80, we're going to get out. We're short right here. There it goes. So, you know, back and forth right now on Amazon. We've just given up a little bit of the profits there. Broke 50. Now it's right back to 9. I got to cancel some of these out there so I don't get the wrong way again. As rate bets back to 90. So we're not giving it too much room there. It broke 50. I thought, okay, maybe now we go to the downside, but nah, it's not trending right now. It's not doing anything. So let's just stay out of the way of Amazon right now and look for some better names that potentially are moving in a little bit of a better way there. We have over 9,500 or 99,000 now, 9,100 watching, only 1.4K likes. Hit the like button here. We've got Arun in here all week. It should be really good right now. Yeah, what's up, San? Yeah, Sean seems confused. Yeah, a little bit right now, that's for sure. I don't have a feeling for this market. I mean, we're bouncing around the 50 period right now. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. So confused, I don't think confused is the right word, but just sort of like waiting for a trade, looking for a trade, I think is a good word is a good way to put it right now. And until we find one, I feel like we don't need to do anything at all right now, to be honest with you. S&P's not really doing too much. Well, I mean, Arun could talk about the futures, but I don't really think it's doing too much. You're not in a futures position.
I am.
You are in a futures position, okay. So there's that. I'm in Wells Fargo right now. We're trying to wait to see if that can come up here to a key level to get us some more short here at 50, but that's not playing out right now as well as I'm looking for other names. I mean, Apple we've already been in. And again, that's starting to run a little bit upside as well right now. I mean, that could be a good long. Actually, Apple could be a good long just because it's actually holding up as the futures continue to hold. That's 150.50. Yeah, that's not horrible either. 150.50, 150.70. Yeah, so maybe a play on Apple could be into play right there. That's 70 against this bottom of 40, that could be a play, but here we go. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside. So just a little confusing right now on where the market is. So you're right. It's not in the realm for me right now to put on any big trades, and I wish it was because I'd like to put one on. So for right now, we just sort of sit on our hands and see if anything's going to happen for us. Apple back down to 150.70. I'll try put a bid on down there.
Yeah, this market's bouncing a little bit. I'm trying to use this bounce to get some shorts on. That could be that could be ugly if this actually ends up breaking. So I am using this bounce to get some shorts going on the futures. I'm still trying to play against that 10, but it is looking fairly strong, and it's up in the air. I think I have enough to take a shot at the short, but at the same time, you know how this market goes, right? It all of a sudden just takes off on you 10, 20 points. So for now, we are working some shorts. We're starting to build a little bit. I might take some more here. So I started working underneath 90, and now I'm starting to work into the evens as well. Well, that's the direction I like. I think I have enough to work with, but it's not looking the way I would prefer it to look when I want to start building into something like this. But for now, I think I'm going to lean on the short a little bit more than the long. So we'll see how this one plays out. Again, it's all a matter of time, right? Time will tell. Am I going to get taken out, or is this actually going to turn? Sometimes I start jumping into things and it starts going, obviously against you, and that's part of the game. You can't. I know there's some strategies out there. It's like, well, if it's not in the money right away, it's not a good trade. Well, it depends on the strategy, right? If you're a momentum guy, then that's a different story. Versus if you're willing to build a position, you got to be willing to sit with the hits. It's sitting in a loss, and that's part of building up a position. Talking about building up a position, damn. WAL. Oh, what, 1037. Damn, it is running up nicely here to the upside.
There we go. Play with the trend.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there it goes.
Finally.
Yep.
Finally a good idea. Apple, we just got a huge, pretty good long there at 70, man. And now it's all the way up in the money 40 cents. So that was, like, I say finally because it's like, you know, we were just being patient. Like with Amazon, that's why, and I take this from a lot of, we just got another piece out there at 05. I take a lot of it from you traders out there, and it's like, normally, I just would have been back into Amazon and say, like, how much more money can we lose on this thing? No, we wouldn't say that. But we were long, you know, we got out, we went short, and then we back and forth. And now look at this name starting to blast up higher and higher and higher, right? So, like, I'd be fed up with this. But we just went back and then absolutely, I don't want to say destroyed, but, you know, did real well right now on this Apple trade. Not as much confidence. I mean, we got a couple hundred shares, but not as much confidence as we would have liked to have, you know, if it did fall down a little bit more. But so far, so good here, and we'll take a little bit more out. We just got another piece out right there, and we're waiting at 15s here for Apple. Hopefully that can come out. So that's another trade there for Apple that we're waiting for. It's too bad. I had way more shares on Amazon, way more than we did on Apple. So this fact that this is going back upside, not making this guy overly pleased. But hey, we take the good with the bad and the bad with the good, and it's a good trade right now. And we'll spin the money for Apple as we waited for that one to come back in, and we took it. So far, so good on that. A little bit sad, just like what happened to you on Coinbase there a little bit, where we sort of had the top, had the bottom, back and forth there. I feel like we might have stepped out a little bit there on Amazon and got out a little bit too gingerly there at 90.50. But again, we had sort of respected this 50 period, and the minute it broke that was 50, we just got out. Just turns out that it did respect it a little bit too much and held it, and now you're starting to come back down a little bit. So it's a good thing. We still have 40% of this Apple trade, but now I have to attend this Apple trade.
Yeah.
Actually, it's still okay, actually, here. I did, just because I don't know if you're for a loss of words or you're looking for something. I was waiting for 150.40 down here. I just want to talk about that because if Apple does come back in, I'm going to take one more fill at 50, right where we are right there. That was a 72 fill, but now it's coming back in a little bit. I'm going to wait for 150.50 and then back that to the. I know you're building a short, so I'm not.
Yeah, it's fine.
Completely convinced about the long myself yet, but I do want to try Apple one more time against these bottom wicks of 150.30. Getting ready for a reload right now.
Yeah, so I've been building a short. We'll go into this because you guys don't see it on the screen. I have been building a short here in through the 90s. We started up underneath 90. I got as high as evens now. So I've been working my way into a short, and now we're starting to move down. But again, like I said, the clear move for me is going to be breaking through 70 to the downside. That would open up the market to the downside and towards the lows. Until then, this is still up in the air. I just like the idea of working on the short side because I thought I saw enough. It's working out well right now, but again, things change very quickly. I'm going to keep a very close eye on how this is working through the 80s because it's touch and go at this point. I like the idea of a short, but this market is hesitating in both directions. It's going to be a matter of, are we going to hesitate at 80 as well? If we do, then I got to walk away from this and call it a day. But for now, I think I'm done. I think I've got everything I need. I've worked my price up to the price that I wanted to, so I'm good. I'm going to ride this one out. Whether it's going to be a win or a loss, we'll see. Time will tell. I'll be here, so you guys will find out. But in the meantime, we're going to go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, seeing continuation here to the downside for the dollar once again today. Huge move down as we mentioned back on Friday as all of this was starting, all this regional bank was starting to unravel. Here we are again today, 0.8 for the DXY right now, 103.7 as yields continue to tumble as well throughout the entire session. We did get a bit of a bounce on the 2-year and the 10-year, but still down. Huge. Euro up as a result, 0.75 full percent. Canadian dollar, 72 point. Basically 73 cents right now versus the CAD. Huge moves though, 1+% otherwise until you get down to crypto. 17.25%, 15.5%, just unreal moves as Fed rate hike expectations basically evaporating in a matter of a weekend here. Again, coming up in just over an hour, 11 o'clock, there's supposed to be this emergency rate or meeting from the Fed coming up, closed door meeting at 11 o'clock. We'll see if anything comes of that, guys.
I mean, Apple just broke to the downside. So again, we're flat on that whole attempt there. We got some, I mean, this is the thing. We told you got out at 40%. So, I mean, we got out there for good wins and then our loss wasn't that bad after all. So I want to say thanks to everybody in the chat there. They're like, it's not Sean's day. It's not. I like a day that's trending one way or the other. And today, I mean, it's just, it is what it is right now. I mean, there goes Amazon. I just got, that's funny. I just got a fill down here. This is where I was waiting the first time for my short. So let's just offer it out and make sure that we don't have any more bids or offers anywhere randomly. But when this is the day, you know, I was actually looking at it, and my net is actually fine. Like, we're down today, 100% down. I mean, we're not going to sit here and tell you guys we're green on the day, because we're not. But, you know, the move isn't that bad for me. It sucks that we are down. It's just, when you notice that days are like this, you don't really just pile into tons of shares on anything. You wait for your levels to develop. You wait for something to happen. And for me right now, I've been trying. I mean, part of... And Arun's a little different than this, because, again, he's not on the show all the time, and I want to thank Arun for coming through for sure one more time here today. But, you know, for me, a lot of what I'm trying to do here is just trying to, like, put on some trades, show you some possible ideas, and trust me when I tell you, if it's ever going to be something where I'm going to use a lot of shares on something, I told you we did have a decent amount on that first Amazon long, but then since then, we're kind of just now waiting for something to happen. The market's still at 12,000. I just put a bid there at 70 for Wells Fargo, so we'll take a little bit of a fill on that, off of that reload. We're short at 90. If we can get 70, hey, there it is. That's 20 cents. So there's little pieces here where we're making money. So our day is not as disastrous as it could have been, but still not a great day. As we're waiting, again, like, the Fed is having a surprise meeting. I actually don't even remember the last time something like that went down. So we're gonna have to wait to see what the market does now with this surprise meeting, but I'm gonna try to stay short. It's just right now, the shorts really aren't printing. So we're gonna have to wait. I know you're in the futures trade and building your positions. That's probably the right thing to do for now, because look at my frustration. Amazon, we flipped over to the long, and now it's at the highs. So it's like, you know, just our stops haven't been completely accurate. So it is going to be a red day for us. But, like, there's Amazon right at the highs right now. What am I supposed to do? Look at Apple. We got out of our Apple long. Now it's 40 cents or 30 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money. So it's back and forth. You know, this is not, look at this. Unfreaking believable as you go right back up to the, like, we just got stopped out there at 30 on Apple. It's now 80 cents the other way, man. Yeah. So, like, right there. So don't feel bad for me at all. Like, I could have made the whole day back right there on one trade. Just stopped me out. So we're fine. We're here. This is how you trade these days, man. Lower volume until you get a great read. And it might just be Arun breaking the high right now. You know, speechless a little bit right now, waiting for more news, man. I don't have much to say.
Yeah, yeah. So I was really paying attention to how we were working those 80s, because at that point I was 10 points in the money, right? I was like, oh, okay, let's figure it out. They spun so quickly on this one. I'm just like, okay, well, now I can't do anything about it. They probably are going to take the 10s. This is probably going to turn into a loss, and then we're going to have to figure out what to do after the fact. Because the way this market's moving, I think you can't even really tell the speed of turns unless you go into the 1 minute chart. If you're a 1 minute chart trader, you know exactly what's happening. I'm not. So, like, this thing was here, and then in 3 minutes, here we are from 80 to 05, 06, which is about 25 points. So that's how fast we're moving.
It's insane.
And I was looking for this turn. I was like, how are we going to figure out what to, like, show me something. So I don't want to be in the short anymore. And by the time they showed it to me, we're already here. Here we are at 39.07, about to hit the 10s. 10s probably going to go. 11 o'clock coming up. This show's about to end, but we got the midday show coming up, and these guys will continue on, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. This market. Okay, back to the upside. Hey, guys, we got to reassess on what I'm going to do. I gave up that Roku position to build up this short. I've still got it, by the way. I'm not out just yet. We're flirting with a 10, but we haven't given up on the 10 just yet. But for now, it looks like off a whole lot of strength as this market is running to the upside, going into 10. And there goes the WAL open again. Now it's at $12, all the way from $8.50, now up to $12 to the upside.
Bro, like, look where Apple is. We got out $1.30 ago and lost on it. And now it's just ripping up to the upside right now. So, yeah. I mean, do we short this wick? I mean, I'm feeling like now that we're a little bit outsized on this move, let's just try it. We're going to try to short that top side there. I hate fighting the market, man. I really, really do. It's just, I don't know if I'm fighting. I mean, the market, I don't think I'm fighting the market. I really don't think the market is overly, like, I'm going to say I don't think the market's overly strong, but then it's like I'm looking right at a pretty strong move right there. It's just, and I know Arun's saying like the minute chart and all this. It's like, yeah, I just feel like it's back and forth. Like normally Arun tells me, and this is, you know, the minute chart, not a great indicator. Some days it is a great indicator. Some days you just want to stay away when these things are starting to happen for us again. But it looks like I'm just going to try to hold on to this short, man. I mean, we could retrace back. It's 11 o'clock right now. It's 10:58. So we're going to close the show. We're going to go to Midday Madness. That's 152. I'm taking one more short against that 152, closing my eyes and saying, let's go for Apple. If it breaks down that 152, then we're going to get out of it. But this is a strong move. Like, why is Apple up 2%? This market could still fall. Like, I don't really know what this news is that's rallying the market here today. I guess it's that quarter point. Here's FRC. Get open, stay open. Nah, I've never even seen a chart like this. Literally just as perfectly planned as could be. Open, halt, halt, over and over and over again. So here we go, man. We're 12 cents out of the money on Apple, and I don't really have a great read on anything right now. So let's go over and have a quick look at earnings. Maybe something tomorrow will give us some sort of an idea right now. Okay, so we're going to go on screen right now. GitLab, shout out to Pratt. I know he likes that name there as well, but we're getting into that area now, Arun, where there ain't too many names that people are going to be trading here on the show. You may own some of these names, but honestly, I don't own any of those, and neither do I really know many of those names on that list. So looks like a pretty light go for it right now. And, you know, with the way these futures are moving and everything, I feel like
There's a lot of better choices. That's what
I was going to say. I don't think those earnings, good way to put it, Arun, I don't think those earnings are going to influence the market at all.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see if that's come through. And just like that, now look where Apple is. Now Apple's beautifully in the money, as I'll try to get a bid in the 30s here, as it just wants to keep bouncing off. So we were just short. Like, this was just at 28 I just saw on my screen. We were just 40 cents in the money, and now we're flat again. I don't know, man. This is giving me more of a heart attack than anything else. There it is. We just got a 38 print. I'm only spinning the money now because we took some money on this. I don't know if this is going to be a money trade or not. Let's hold Apple against that 152. Maybe the Fed has a surprise up their sleeve that we were not expecting. But, all right, thank you so much, Arun. As we are getting ready to wrap this up, there it is. Now Apple just goes right back up to the upside. Madness. We are going to be talking about our March Madness pool. I'll talk about that on the closing show. Hopefully these guys will talk about it as well. Trader TV Live March Madness pool is now live as the brackets have been set. So we'll talk more about that. I'll be tweeting that out. I completely forgot about that. I just saw Nightbot hit it there as well. And no problem, Giancarlo, man. I'm trying to be as honest. Not trying to be. I am as honest as I can be every single day with you guys. You've seen all the trades today. We're red, but this move back, look at WFC. Look at WFC right now. Sorry to go. Let's come back to my screen. Those guys, I just want to show you. Look, we just got a short there. Boom, right back in. So don't cry for me, Argentina. We're making some nice plays right now back in. So we've just made back a decent amount on that play alone on WFC. That just came in. We talked about getting it at 50. And here we go, right back into the downside. I know it's got to go to the Midday Madness, so let's just do that right now. Apple working, WFC working. We just made a little bit back there, so good way to end the show. Thanks, Arun, for that. Let's go over to the Midday Madness show. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls, Brendan. Fahad all by his lonesome over there today. And let's go over to Luca and Sharif. Thanks, guys.
Oh, baby. What a day it's already been. Welcome to the Midday Show, guys. I'm Sharif, that's Luca. Let's get it started right offhand. I got to tell you, I kind of stayed away from any of the big cappers today. I'm not going to try to guess with this market. The boys there killing it towards the end, so shout out to them. But I'm in a short on a small cap crapper. That's kind of my safe haven on a day like this. I'm not going to take any of these longs. I never took any of these bank stocks either. Boring day for me as I'm kind of like risk averse at the moment. So the trade that I'm in at the moment, RLX. This one's up 7 1/3%. It was up a lot higher. Caught this one a little too late. Tried to secure shorts initially on the breakthrough VWAP. Wasn't able to get them until, you know, this bigger move made it down. So what I did was I'm like, all right, let's take the retracement into VWAP for a rejection, and and move back down. So built my way into the position. I've got average of 67s. We're at 71s. My out is 76s. This one touches 76, and I'm decidedly to the outside. What it looks like it's doing it right now, which is a bit more discernible on the 3-minute chart, is that it's kind of like just consolidating sideways at view up. While I say that, WAL, WAL has just opened. It absolutely rocketed up to the high side. The closing price at the halt was $12.62. It opened at $15.23, moved up to $16.36, then now is halted downward at $15.20. Is it halted? $15.20. I can't tell. I'd have to pull it up on here. WAL, yes, WAL is halted at $15.20 to the downside after moving up from, wow, this is absolutely crazy. What a crazy move. I'm not going to be trading any of these guys, but I'll be commenting about them and watching them from afar because these are just not my kind of trades. Anyway, back to RLX. So the idea here is to see whether we continue and make newer highs and stair step up towards the high of day, which is at 296.3 area, or whether we break down from here and have a test of the 50 period, which is around 261 as I see it here on the 3-minute chart. The close from yesterday is 252, so the ultimate retracement will be yesterday's close. That's where I'll look to get everything out, but 262, yeah, 262, 261-ish area, that's view up. Also, the trough right here, this is an important break. This could actually propel us even more southward. If we break this 258 area, that'll be a newer, very definable low on RLX. So that's what I'm looking for here. Looks like I'm back in break even at this one at the moment as it's moving down again, but still doing that dance with VWAP, Luca, is RLX.
Yeah, for sure. It's wild day, man. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend and are doing well. Shout out to Arun for covering for Neil.
Shout out.
Yeah, this market is absolutely wild right now. Things are definitely interesting. And I would say, you know, if you are trading this market, depending what you're looking at, now more than ever, one good trade matters. Now more than ever. You just got to be very, very patient with it. Very patient. Wait for something that you see. And when you see it, you slam it. And, you know, I had 2 trades today. I'll bring up my other thing in a sec. I'm just going to load it up here. But I had 2 trades today. One of them was a feeler, didn't really work out. And the second was a 3-second trade that made my day. So pretty happy with it. And just a product of one good trade, waiting to see the setup that I want to see. And it was on FRC. I mean, this is something that if you are, you know, you can't, you know, you got to be focused on these trades, right? You got to be focused. It's not easy. These things are moving fast. There's lots of liquidity vacuums taking place. Tape teleportation at its finest. If you're looking at FRC, if you're watching it, you know what I'm referring to. These down halts in the morning were actually crazy because I've never seen a setup like this, or a pattern like this, I should say, where it opens up, down halts, opens up, down halts, opens up, down halts, opens up, down halts, down halts. Then finally, this was the short right here. So this was pay for shorts for us, and you know, I didn't actually pay for them because I didn't think that they would be pay for shorts. And then as soon as we went into this down halt at 26.40, I was like, okay, this is the one because we're breaking 27, and that was the you know, the level. It just wasn't really going below; it was always opening above. So levels from the morning, which I think still are valid right now, even though we're at 22, maybe we get there, is 28.50. 30 being a hard level in my opinion, and I would watch that 27. So 27 into 28.50, which is a range. I would watch that general area for that resistance zone if we do come back there. And then I think 30 is a hard level. Now, you know, I mean, everybody sort of knows the deals with the banking system in the U.S. Fractional reserve banking. Then on top of that, you have a lot of fixed income products. So the exposure on a lot of these banks is well exceeds their balance sheet. So, you know, with that in mind, the long, in my opinion, is sketchy because, you know, they could halt it. It could be headline risk. I think the Trader Nate, if you guys know Trader Nate, he tweeted it well, man. You know, if you're going to trade these names, you got to expect headline risk. And when it comes to headline risk, it could just be a news halt. Anything. You know, they could get acquired. They could get funding, you know, regulator. They can get basically bailout to keep things simple. Or they could say, you know, no bailout, and then what are they actually worth? They're worth less than 0 because of all the exposure. So with that in mind, even though we get to 30, as much as I say, like, oh, we break 30, we jailbreak up to the upside, and do we tap 45? 45 was the level from last week, being Friday. We went into a down halt. We were showing indicated open of 45. We opened above that. We up-halted to 47. We showed indicated open 45 again, and then that printed 56 to the upside. And then we were just like off to the races back towards 80, 90 on the upside on FRC. So today, yeah, the levels are pretty simple in my opinion. You got 27 to 28.50, that's the range. You got 30 being a hard level. If we break that, I do think we jailbreak, but at the same time, how do you justify a long on a bank where exposure exceeds the balance sheet? You know, it's not, I didn't look into the details of specifically FRC. It's all the same across the board. So that's just my general opinion. So yeah, it is very risky. The down halts aren't really printing down. There's really no edge. Again, I'll show the trade when I load up my platform here, but essentially playing off that 18 level, that was the first down halt that actually was showing no indicated open below the price, right? So you know you're going to get size at the even dollar level. You know you're going to get some size on the bid where the halt is. Had the long there, basically 1806. Jumps into an up halt, 1920, I cover. So again, 3-second trade, bounce play kind of idea. We did trade below it afterwards, right? So, I mean, if I tried to hold for the up move, how can I, right? How can I? So the longs are sketchy. Just my own opinion. You need kind of max effort, max focus when you are trading these names. So whether I trade them in the afternoon or not will be a coin flip. Probably not, because yeah, like I don't want to just be distracted and get smoked. But yeah, we'll see what we get
I just
going.
want to mention quickly here, Bitcoin is absolutely flying to the high side. This is a 5-minute chart, guys. We were just at 22,000. 625 right at 1010 there. Now we're at 24,597. It's up 16 and 3/4%. Things are also moving. We're getting super chats here. I'm going to get to them in a second, guys. It looks like we're near high at days on Bitcoin. Let's go out to the 15-minute chart and have a zoom in. No, that's not going to cut it. We're going to need to go to the 4-hour here. There we go. So the next key level we're going to get to obviously is at 25.25. So 25,250. That's a triple, even almost a quadruple top at 25,250 there. You know, we're not far away from it given how quickly we've moved. Obviously, you know, there's probably a lot of retail speculation into this now that the banking sector is in question and things are being asked of it. These banking stocks are obviously making insane moves. And so, you know, the proponents of decentralized finance are going to take an opportunity to pile into this, and this could just be a bull trap. Who knows? I won't be trading it, but some of these other crypto-related stocks are also moving on the move. Coin moving very nicely here, almost at days highs, 59.15 days high. We're at 58.75. Mara, people were laughing in the chat on their profits today on Mara. This brings back shades of 2020 and 2021. 654 the high on Mara. We're at 646 right now. It's one nice up into the right move, really respecting the 50 period here. So dip trades are to be had so long as this this uptrend continues. That's the better look there. It's an absolutely perfect red to green move. This reminds me so much of 2020, 2021, where you'd have strength. You'd be looking at a name on strength. It would go red until about 9:45, and then it would have a move all the way up basically for the better part of the liquid part of the day. So nice red to green move on our friend Mara. All right, let's get to these super chats, starting firstly with the Hayes Records, $4.99. Thank you very much. Hayes says, lesson from the shrooms. Don't be a slave to the markets. Personal issues bleed into trades and stress from headlines deplete psychology further, as intended. Yeah, you never know. I mean, that's probably what the effect of some of these moves are. Thank you very much for that and your insight. Michelle A. Bear, $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Michelle. Said Fed basically, okay, I won't say that word, in its ability to raise rates by the bank's collapse. A big CPI this week and gold, rest in peace. Capitulation to inflation. Opinion? Look, dude, I was talking with Brendo this morning. I was talking with Sean. I'm like, look, the Fed could come out today and say, we can't really let the system collapse any further. Therefore, we're going to have to taper down on the rate hikes. And then tomorrow comes in a huge CPI print, and they're forced to choose between the consumer hurting and losing its buying power and them propping up a key financial institution that's required to run the system. So it's like a weighing exercise. Which way they come down, not intelligent to know the answer to that. So we'll see how that unfolds. Nicole Harris, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Nicole. Jumped into PACW, FRC, and WAL. They all have nice dividends. LFG. All right, Nicole, kill it. I hope that you know that they come out on the better end of this for their depositors, for their investors. The government coming out today and saying that they're not going to be propping up the shareholders or bondholders of these companies, that they will fall if the securities and that debt falls. And they're only propping up the deposit holders. So the depositors, I mean. So, you know, it's an obvious philosophical move there, then that they're not going to be doing the same thing in 2000 that they did in 2008. So we'll see how that goes. Such an interesting day today. You know, if you're looking to do this for the long term, this teaches you a lot. The macroeconomic picture, I feel, is important to understand for longevity in this game, Luca.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Okay, getting everything loaded up here. Let's have a look. And I didn't even load the chat, guys, so I can't even see you guys yet. But I'm sure everybody's saying all types of comments, both nice and bad. That is the internet for you. Hopefully, you know, just to say again very quickly, you know, hopefully you guys had a great weekend and were able to reset and recharge. Shout out to all the traders out there trading today. Yeah, definitely interesting, man. So, you know, this market is interesting. 11:30, the Fed's talking, to my knowledge, closed door meeting. So I'm not really too sure what's going to happen, but I'm going to be very patient. I'm in waiting mode right now. I want to see some moves. And again, I don't really know what's going to happen next. So, you know, my guess is as good as yours type thing. But I would say that if we see an extended move in one direction or the other, depending what it actually is, I kind of want to look for a fade play. So if we get like an extended move, I mean, like where the market is right now, and let me just pull up SPY. Again, I'm just kind of brainstorming for myself. This little double bottom in the pre-market, based like just in front of the 380 level, which coincides with just in front of 3,800 on the ES. Do we like flash down there on whatever news that we get and then reverse again and then go back to the highs? So yeah, I'm just kind of talking to myself here. Are we going to get this kind of V-shaped move to the upside, to the downside? I just feel like when the Fed speaks, for whatever reason, when Powell speaks, this has been the common theme. And then everything else for myself has been a no trade. Well, it's a closed door discussion. I just don't know if anything's going to come from it right now,
I agree,
or if nothing comes from it. So yeah, let's stay tuned with that one and let's see what happens next there. It'll be interesting. But yeah, like I think patience goes such a long way today. You know, when things are going crazy. So again, let me just quickly share my FRC trade. I'm assuming a lot of people traded this. This thing looks like it's going to downhalt, by the way. So I just think like within the range that it's in, I'm not going to dabble in many trades on it. Just because, you know, it was going down. This is going down into new liquidity, right? And still printing flat. So in terms of looking at it from a halt trade perspective, tough to say. It should be good when it's in, you know, new liquidity range, but it just wasn't, right? So, I mean, it's a bank. It's not a small cap. If you're looking at these kind of small caps that halt to the upside and jailbreak, those ones sometimes are good. You know, I had a decent trade on this one last week, but essentially, yeah, you guys see, like I tried a short here and it just didn't work, even though it just went straight down. Like I'm not holding this in case we like flush to the upside, so I don't want to hold, you know, 1-2 points. You know, I don't know what happens next type thing. So yeah, I got to be very, very cautious with it. And essentially, we came down into the 18 level, and you know, this sort of bounce was really good. So I was like, yeah, pretty proud of that one. But essentially, in now the same range. I mean, we're at VWAP, so the only thing kind of going for myself right now is the fact that do we get VWAP sellers on a name that's just been halting up and down all day? I don't know, man. That's a great question. But let's look at Wall here because this one is at 18, and hopefully somebody somewhere is long from 10 because that breakthrough 10 was so money, man. You know, just to kind of give this in hindsight, but it was real time. You know, as a trader, you want to be prepared going into the day, so you want to have a plan. But then at the same time, when you get trades like this, where things are going wild intraday, and you have to kind of make your plan in like 30 seconds and then kind of trade it, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. So this thing was going down with the rest of them. And then we had this action where we sort of halted. We opened here, I think, if as per this data. But basically, we opened 920. We dip down. We pop up. So this is showing you that it doesn't want to break 950, right? So in terms of like setting a plan in real time in, you know, a very short period of time, you have that kind of dip down, that pop up. It rejects 950. It halts. right? And then it's showing you, okay, where's this thing going to open? It opens above 950. So you map the level here, 936 to 950. You watch the open, and I was watching this, and I didn't manage to catch it because, again, it's a very, very quick trade. You got like one shot at it. That's what I mean by you're going to get part fills on really good trades because who's really filling you on the other side? Or if it's going to be a money long, it's only going to spend like 1 millisecond there because it's that good, right? And so in this situation, you sort of see the 950 level. You watch it open above 950. It dips down into the level. You look for size on the book. And so it's not going to show anything right now because obviously it's halted. But essentially, you're looking for size on the book at the level because this is where it closed and we're now opening above. So even though the shorts are still money, we're down 62% on the day, you see the trade, you watch it, it dips down, it touches as low as 951. You have size at 950, you have size stacked below. This is, in my opinion, where you take the shot. Now it went 950 to 983, iceberg reserve on the bid. Pops up to 10, breaks 10. Some weird action. I was talking to a trader in the back. A little bit of a weird action in and around the 10 level. So at the time, I mean, I didn't take the long, even though I was sort of set up to take it. It just didn't feel like we were going to explode to the upside. But we essentially grinded this candle into an up halt, and I don't think it looked back ever since. So in this particular situation, it would be hard to hold the size on the halt considering, you know, the fundamentals of the situation. But if you had the cojones to, I mean, you're laughing, man. 10 long, this thing never printed below, and it just went up, up, up. We're now at 18. We're now at 18. So talk about 100% return. And I mean, when did this 10 break happen? 10:45. It's now 11:20. That's like 30 minutes, 100% return. Show me somebody that can give you 100% return in that type of time period. And we're not talking options. We're talking shares here. So yeah, that is kind of crazy over there on that one.
Some of these super chats because they're coming in fast and furious here, baby, on a Monday of all days. But we love it. Lucky Cheese, $1. Thank you. No added message, but thank you for the super chat. Andy Fischella says, love all guys. I'm assuming you love you guys. Thank you very much for that, Andy. The $20 super chat there. Sun Hands Marak, $2 super chat. Can you guys look at PLTR? Sure, I'll look at PLTR in a second. I just want to actually answer a question that was asked in the chat here, whether the FDIC has increased their depository insurance above the $250,000 mark to some unlimited value. So my understanding is it's not some unlimited value, but they definitely are protecting above 250, which is what typically is protected. The way that they're doing that is actually they're saying that the taxpayers won't bear that burden, that money will come from some pool of funds that they've been amassing since the financial crisis that banks are forced to contribute quarterly to. So whatever, you know, if you have a license to act as a depository institution, or you're a regional bank, whatever the category of your registration is, you'd probably be required by license to make contributions to that. So apparently they have 25 billion or 40 billion or some odd money. And so based on the current damage to the SIVB and SBNY, those deposits are coverable. So they'll be able to cover all that. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the damage continues to spread. I believe we do have volume leaders at the big desk with Brenda.
One that I'm also keeping my eye on here, guys, is WAL. Just be aware there was a SEC filing that came through there with a statement down here from the CEO. And in this statement, he's essentially just reaffirming their financials currently, talking a little bit about how cash reserves exceed 25 billion, deposits exceed 50% of what the FDIC would cover. So he's just trying to essentially ensure that everything is fine with WAL. That was part of the reason we saw such a dramatic move back to the upside. Again, the CEO making a bit of a statement there in an SEC filing. Tons and tons of volume already on this board to start things off on a Monday. TQs and SQs right at the top today, 141 million, 101 million for the short side. Mullen as well, huge volume, 108 million already for Mullen. There's Bank of America. Very rare to see that so high on this list. 96 million already so far today. XLF, obviously, UVXY, the volatility, 80 million ETF, that is. SPIs here, Tesla, Schwab, and SOXL to round things out. But very split board, or very evenly split board, 10,502 U.S. listings on here, 4,200 positive, 5,200 only downside, 937 basically break even. You can see which direction we're heading currently, though. 971 versus 42, new lows versus new highs currently. If you haven't done so, guys, make sure you take a sec, smash the like, and subscribe as well. Back over to you guys.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Lots of bangs today. What a day it's been on the market. But we are up almost, I want to say 2/3% here on the ES March contract. We're up 27 points. So we've been up, we've been down. 38.08, 75 is the low. We have a bit of a double bottom. We haven't looked at the future, so let's bring this one. And we have a bit of a double bottom at that 38.08. I was thinking 38 would be the level. Not quite making it down there, bouncing off those lows. Definitely the breakout point today are the AM highs, which is 39, 38, 75. That's on a 3-minute chart. If we zoom out a little bit and look at the hourly, where are we here? Yeah, 39 to 38, 75. That's definitely a breakout point. Then you're definitely looking for that 4,000. You're looking at that 4,000 in the face. But the high there, 40.20. We did that back on March 9th. So on that Thursday, it's been lower high, lower high, lower low since that time. So no newer highs to speak of. In fact, there's a nice double top, definitely off that 39, 38 on the hourly. So we'll see if we get to those levels today. No guarantees. We're stair-stepping up to the high side now. Do we continue like that? Like Luca said earlier, you know, we don't know if we're going to get any sort of comment from the Fed. So far, nothing's slated, right? But, you know, something may leak, or they may actually decide to do some impromptu press conference. Who knows? Make some statement that gets released on their website, and all of a sudden we're like skyrocketing to the high side or the downside. But the market, as you've seen all morning by the guys showing you, is definitely pricing in a no rate point hike, 25% of that, or a quarter basis point. It's fluctuated between like 2/3 and 3/4, but it's definitely to the side of only a quarter. We don't even have the option, according to the Fed rate tool, of the half basis point hike. So the Fed looking to take their foot off the gas there. Someone was asking about a PLTR. So let's have a look at Palantir, because Luca pulled it up real quick, and it looked nice. It looked like it was stair-stepping up. He said to me, like, quite ironically, but I don't think you were being ironic about it. I think you're actually being legitimate, is by the dip. It's been kind of like that stair-step up and retrace, stair-step up and retrace on every occasion. But when do we run out of steam here? What are we up on this today? I hate when these charts malfunction and they don't show me the percentage. We are up 8.98% on our friend Palantir. Are we seeing anything here coming in news-wise for Palantir? Today's the 13th. Not seeing anything in my blotter, so not sure what that's about. Yeah, maybe we'll check with Brendo on that. But Palantir, not bad. Bit of a reversal candle. Not saying this is going to be a reversal candle, obviously, but I'm always weary of these ones here. Brewing at that 815 high. We're now retracing into 8. Definitely looking for that support level at 790 to 795, maybe even that 8. If 8 holds all the better, then you're looking to stair-step up and continue that trend. Otherwise, if you're looking for a bigger retracement, definitely that 7 3/4 area where VWAP is. If you're looking for a VWAP retracement into the afternoon, maybe hold this and pick it up in the less liquid part of the day, and then take it into the more part of the liquid part of the day and to the high side. So a couple of possible trades here on PLTR. I won't participate in them, but I'm slated to probably be in this ARLX trade, all day, as now it is consolidating quite tightly at VWAP, but I'm looking for that retracement down. It's to the downside, south of VWAP, so that's why I'm kind of optimistic a little bit about it.
Yeah, just shout out to Zero Saskatchewan in the chat. That's my kind of thinking, man. What if Pow Wow comes out, pops a bottle of champagne, screams 3% rate cut, baby? I talk about this all the time with traders in the back. We joke around. I say, what if he comes out and just sits there, leans down, pulls out a printer, and just starts, like that'd be kind of funny, man. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The Fed does a really good job at telling you what they're going to do and what they try to do, and then, whether they can actually do it or not is another question. But, yeah, prepare for whatever you think is the possibility of what could happen next. Somebody's like, any thoughts on WAL? this thing is halted and it's showing 25. And, you know, you want to talk FOMO, you want to talk kind of being sad. I was just talking about the long at 10. Anybody who was talking about the long at 10 and didn't take it is feeling like me right now, and I feel extra bad. Yeah, short smeller, exactly. Like, it could go back. I mean, where was it at before, right? So I'm actually watching FRC because it's close to the level. What's the price? So 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So this is going to open in the next 30 seconds, give or take, 11:28:09. And yeah, it is showing indicated open of 27.70. So yeah, I'd say 28.50 into 27. That's like the area of resistance. I don't know if I want to short this thing, to be honest, because it's going to be a challenging trade right now if it's going to open into that area. So let me just draw like the obvious lines for everybody and for myself here. 28.50 over here, and then hard level being 30. I kind of want to take a long at 30, and I feel like the short. So, you know, in this particular situation, for anybody that doesn't day trade and is just watching, because of the speed of these moves, you got to kind of pick one, right? You got to go with either the long or the short. Most likely, you're not going to be able to like adjust in real time because it's going to be very, very quick. So I might just try the long through 30 once we open in the next couple seconds here. And yeah, like it hasn't been 5 minutes on the dot, but it has been 5-minute halts, give or take. So yeah, let's see where this thing wants to open. It's going to open in the next couple seconds. And see what we got going. Showing 28, give or take, indicated open. It will be interesting to see where do we go from here. Do we just kind of jailbreak into another halt? 10% would be, what, $2.80, give or take. So I'm not sure if it halts before 30, but that's something to consider if you guys are watching this one. So we are open right now.
All right, got into a long here on Mara. Wow, I haven't been in this stock, I think, like maybe in 2 years. So bringing back a lot of memories of, again, 2020, 2021. Looking for that continuation. Got it on the first 1 minute candle to make a new high after that retracement. Looking for possible continuation, maybe into $7. It's been strong today. It's up 24 percentage points. Maybe I'm late to the party. We'll see. I'm going to change the side here of CrowdStrike. Let's put in Mara so I can monitor this on the side. There we go. So in a long on Mara, still nursing this short on RLX, but nothing to report there. My out, in case you're wondering, is at 76. So if we break through 76, that's my out on RLX. But the market now is marching to the high side. We're above 39. Yeah, we're above 30. We're at 3,900. Geez, I probably need new glasses, new contacts. We're at 3,900. An important inflection point. Oh, I got to be on the new contract now? Okay, so let me switch to the new contract. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to ES here and then switch. Futures. And we're going to the June contract, correct? Okay, all right, so there we go. We're at 39.33. I've been trading the wrong contract all day, so I'm going to have to redo my levels once I send it over to Luca. But we are reclaimed 3,900, quite a bit of go. In fact, I think the close for this guy I'm seeing here was 38.97, so pretty much at 39. So that's kind of like the midway point from where we're at now. We did double bottom. Same double bottom that I saw on the March contract here at 38.39. So in and around that area, 38.38, 38.39. All right, so moving to the high side, you know, everything's moving at this point, even Tesla. Tesla's the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah, the long's a banger. I missed that too.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, guys. So FRC, obviously, you know, opening there, and I was deciding what am I doing with this one. I was mentioning long through 30 if we get there, but potential that we actually uphalt before that. And essentially, that's what we saw right now. So it is something that I did try the long on, but essentially didn't get the fill at 29.40. Bid stacked up. I think, you know, you could have justified the long through that 28.50, right? So again, this is the resistance zone, 27 to 28.50 as mapped. If you're watching the same things, you got to be cognizant of the fact that even if there's a lot of up move into this halt and we print, 30 was that hard level. So you look at this the first time, you say, is there going to be the residual size that is acting as resistance at 30? As soon as this up halted, what you want to do is you want to look at the indicated open and see where it's like kind of positioning itself. So that's going to give you an idea of like where the size is, right? So it's like if it uphalts 29.40 and then it's like right away it shows like 30.25 at the indicated open, you know that, okay, 30.25 is like your first level that you're watching. But then if it goes above that or below that, or kind of, you know, you kind of gauge that as like your levels, right? So right now it's showing 31 give or take. And yeah, man, this is now. So this is the thing. I was hoping to get this a little higher to jailbreak to get the long through 30 because I actually think we could get to 45. And 45 just being the top, like that is like the low of Friday. So, you know, why not go to 45? And then 50 maybe is that residual resistance. And, you know, if something shows you its hand the first time, it could repeat itself. So this doesn't exactly look like Friday, but Friday you got the washout bottom, the up print, the low off 45. It's not showing it here for whatever reason, but the low off of 45 and then all the way back to 95, right? So the fact that we did this on Friday and then, you know, we're gapping down, we kind of, it's not the same. Again, I will repeat that, is not the same. It is never the same. That's the market for you. But all the way back down, all the way back up, break 30. Do we go to 45? Do we go to 45? So that is the next kind of thing that I'm watching. It'll be interesting there. But yeah, man, I kind of wish that this was just an up halt. You know, this bottom, that would have been sick, man. That was like, you know, call bottom. But like, you never want to call bottom on these types of things. So I'm never going to beat myself up on this one. Like I had the long, I took the win, and I'm extremely happy with how I took that. But what I am going to be kind of beat myself up with, I am kind of sad about, is the 10 long on WAL, because WAL is now showing 27 indicated open. So halted 26.25, but showing 27 indicated open. That's 2.7x, ladies and gentlemen, 2.7x. So, you know, take good trades, one good trade, that's all you need. If you had the long at 10 and you said, I'm getting out of this if it prints below 10, well, guess what? You're not out of it. And if you're saying I'm going for high a day, which is where it is right now, I think I'm not really too sure what to think, but you know, if you look at relativity, if you want to like take like a relativity approach to this, I mean, it's kind of all the way down, all the way back up. Where is the top? It's so hard to call tops and bottoms. You never really know where things can go. But I would just say like map the levels from Friday and like use those as a gauge. So this was the bottom from Friday. Maybe it's on track to actually get there and then find some resistance. So FRC is now opening well above the 30 level.
Oh, baby.
I'm not really too sure what to think with it, so I'm just going to put it on ice for now.
Oh yeah, well, wow. Getting all sorts of like FOMO wanting to punch into these crazy bank stocks will not do so. And then you know what? I'll like think about it like a year down the line, like, oh, I should have got into that. I never had a piece of it. That's exactly how I felt about like GME and AMC and stuff like that. I dabbled a little bit in it, but nothing worth noting. So and years later, you look back at it like, oh, I should have participated, but you don't. Back into my my current trades. Mara, 655 long. It got its way up to almost 70 there, now retracing. So I'm going to hold this, maybe look to add into that 45 area. I want to see it definitely hold 45 because that'll be a newer low. All right. Maybe the 50 period. I actually want to take that back. I'd like to see it hold the 50 period. It's respected the 50 period quite nicely today on every retracement. So I'll be looking to add into 45s, maybe 42 into that area. And then the break will be, you know, of that 40 area. I won't give it much in the way of room. It'll have to go. It's kind of like a breakout or bailout type trade at that level. Yeah, so that's the trade on there. Nothing to report either on RLX. I know that the position board isn't showing. One of us has to take a fill, I guess, for that to show, but I'm not ready to at the moment. So gonna let this run, so I'll keep updating you about my positions. Yeah, like Luca was saying, FRC is halted. It's halted at 33.80 to the upside. That's a third up halt in a row now, but it's been you know, a nice steady recovery of halts. Like it's almost like these halts are like just regular candles, because you know, you have a series of down halts and then you obviously have the pivot point here at that 1753, then the up halt. Much easier said than done, especially so hard to manage risk, get filled. This is obviously SSR, so if you're looking to short it, you know, you're obviously gonna have to sit on the ask. Anyway, you guys know the drill. It's hard to trade. WAL halted at 26.25, also to the upside. How many halts up to? Is that in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just one here interrupting the 4 prior ones. So like Luca was saying, that 750 long, 746 was absolute money. It's at 26.25 now. And guess what? It's only down 50% on the day now. 46.8% WAL. PL, these are the warrants for PACW. Wow, they're doing volume today, these warrants. MCB.
I want to say something quickly about MCB. So this one actually was halted to the downside. Another bank, right? I'm sure, I try to provide value any way that I can. So if you guys are new to trading and you're seeing things go crazy and MCB comes across your radar, I mean, I'm always going to say, before I kind of go into the spiel, do whatever you want. Trade your own book, do whatever you want, whatever works for you. There's no reason why it can't work for you, okay? But at the same time, if this comes across your radar in the morning and you're seeing it, I kind of saw this. It was in the down halt at around 19, and it was actually showing a 10 indicated open while it was halted. And I just thought to myself, oh, this could be spicy. But any day trader that looks at this one, 1 million shares, the spread is really nasty. Like, guys, let me show you this just for anybody that doesn't have access here. It's like 26.15, 26.92, and look at the prints, man. These things, this is like not something that you want to be in. Especially when there's other things moving that you can control risk a little bit better. So if you're a day trader getting into these things and you're kind of looking and you're saying to yourself, well, I'm watching FRC, I'm watching WAL, I'm watching MCB because it was on my halt radar as well. You kind of take one look at this and you say to yourself, look, I'm not dabbling in this one. This is a recipe for disaster. So I just wanted to say that. And how do you determine that? You look at liquidity, you look at the spread, you look at the volume going off. So relatively speaking, you could take one look at this and say to yourself, well, for a day trader scalp type environment, this is not it. This is not the one to be in. Whereas you pull up one of the other names, it's really doing volume. And just to give you like an extreme kind of example, like look at this compared to like what like a liquid stock looks like, right? So this is like liquid, what Bank of America, obviously, super liquid, like lots of size, 1 cent spread, lots of volume going off. So this would be kind of the extremes on both sides, and I just think that if you are new to day trading, this is a recipe to destroy yourself in one trade. Unless you think that you're the smartest guy in the room and you kind of understand, you're willing to hold, then do whatever you want, man. There's a lot of different types of traders out there, but again, just kind of calling it like I see it. I think that's a great example. It did come across my radar in the morning, but yeah, not something that I really want to dabble in. Just too much risk for a scalper like myself looking to kind of get in and out and get the fill there. So yeah, my priority, obviously, like in a day like today, is like FRC or WAL. I think long off the bottom, in hindsight, now that we're seeing it, WAL was the better trade. $10 stock, you can make way more on something like that versus an FRC long off the bottom, like, a little more spready, a little more kind of dancing around, a little more challenging to hold, and, kind of terrifying with the tape teleportation, to be honest. So, yeah, WAL now in a down halt. So, again, I'm not going to probably, I'm just like, I am watching these. Oh, and another example is I think this one's Zion. So,
Yeah.
I pulled this one up. The first thing I thought is, man, this thing can dunk. But, let's see if it has any potential. And I think it just opened, actually. But essentially, same kind of thing, right? More volume coming through than MCB. But if you're looking at this versus looking at FRC or WAL, I just feel like you always want to prioritize the one that's doing the most volume. I want to address the comment in the chat, which somebody said here, which is pretty interesting. So first of all, FRC is now open here. We're getting 500 lots on the offer at around 35. So this was an open below 35. I think 35 is the new level for now, short term, because we actually opened, we were tapping 35 and not above. We opened just below 34. Now it's going to down halt. I'm not going to partake in this one, but I would watch the 35 level because we actually jumped to that, and then we got 500 lots slam on the offer. And just no fill there. No fill, not even a kind of retracement back to the size to try to fill it. So yeah, here we go, halt 32.30, and indicated open so far 32. So I would not be surprised if this goes back to VWAP, but at the same time, to find a way into these trades and structure them with the size that you want to take, you got to play off specific levels. So again, you map the levels from before, they show you that they're valid, maybe they're going to be valid somehow, some way on the way back down. So I would still kind of use these general areas. Oh, I'm going to use them for myself, but I feel like these are the areas. We had like one candle in that area before all these red ones. So, do we actually go down? Do we see 30? Does 30 break? What's going to happen? It's SSR, so you can't necessarily slam it through 30 the way that I would love to. But, it is what it is. Somebody in the chat said it best. I think it was Jerry. As a day trader, I live for these kind of chaotic days. Absolutely, absolutely, Jerry. As a day trader, it's all about sitting on your hands and being very patient and waiting for the kind of chaos to ensue. And when it does, assuming that you've seen it before and you set yourself up to kind of see it and profit off it, assuming it's a part of your playbook, it gets very, very exciting to take part in the crazy days. So the dream of day trading is obviously being very patient, trading for freedom, having the time to do what you want, and then when markets go wild, you make your year and whatnot. You make retirement money very, very quickly. So yeah, these trades are wild, man. And look, I mean, this thing was at 110 before the fall off. We're now we printed like 18 today on FRC. So you know, you just have to have conviction in your trades. You got to be very patient. If you're an active day trader, scalper, just remind yourself, you know, one good trade, look for that, find it, hit it. You know, it's scalable up and down. You could have had any of these FRC halts for unlimited size, honestly, on every gateway was printing. And the opportunity is definitely there. So just make sure that you are very, very patient. And when you see something that you like, you know, hopefully you have the C word, and I'll say conviction this time, to actually hold that.
Yes, sir. Looking for this 182 defend here on Meta. I like it. I don't know why there is this interesting area of supply right at that 182, former area of resistance now, like looking to tap it for support. So looking for a possible continuation here on these futures as we do hold near the high. So I'm kind of betting betting the stock. Well, it's either Apple or Meta for me. I mean, Apple's at day's highs. Actually, you know what? Microsoft should probably be included in that mix too. It's up to 0.83%, so it's strong. Anyway, I'm long this Meta, like 10 pennies in the money here, letting it run. Let's see if we can get that test of 183. The high is 183.22. So we have a possible good amount of upside. I wish I'd taken the stronger name. Not sure why I went to this one, but anyway. Looking for that 182 defend. I definitely like that as a level. So if it makes its way back down there, I'll be looking to defend that level. I got out of the Mara trade. That one ended up being a loser. So got in here for continuation. It makes a retracement, breaks the 50 period, and I think it's setting up for newer lows. As I look at Bitcoin, looks like we're slowing down on our ascent on Bitcoin. So I'm not gonna try to nurse that one while I'm doing Meta and ALX. So got out of that one for a little bit of a loser. But here is Bitcoin. We kind of retraced a little bit here, to be expected given the move that we had. Do we consolidate sideways, or do we continue to our ascent up to maybe test 25s, maybe eventually in the day? So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'll set up some alerts so that I'm alerted if Bitcoin makes that move up. So building our position here on Meta, looking for that 183 take and that continuation. 39.25 is what we're at on the futures. The day's high, okay, so the aftermarket high after the bell high is 39.34. And then the morning high is 39.71. So 39.34 is the aftermarket high. Sorry, after the bell high. 39.71 is the pre-market high. So looking to take that, I guess, maybe another 12 points to make that after the bell high. So watching that, let's continue to see if we curl off this 182 on Meta, building a position here, Luca. What are you so excited about?
Yeah, guys, so wall downhaul 23.28, and this thing is showing 20. Okay. Yeah, guys, so watch that 30 level on FRC.
I don't know.
So this thing's downhauled. This is already downhalted. But yeah, FRC is at 32.30. So it's still at the same price. And this thing has shown that it wants to kind of these two up halts were good, but for the majority, it's going to open the same price. Now, something else that I was considering, which is kind of funny, is you could have taken the open, right? So let it downhaul, take the open, and then cover the pre-halt. So take the open, cover the halt, take the open, cover the pre-halt, take the open. That could have been just all the way down. You would have printed the whole way down there. But yeah, WAL showing 20. Guys, that's wild. WAL showing 20. So FRC, I think, just opened here. Watch that 30 level. That's the level of interest. I'm not too sure what. I mean, it's SSR, so it's definitely a challenging trade. But okay, we're gonna downhalt here at 30.69. Fake halt, actually.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I mean, that downhalt. Yeah, 30, you got some size at 30.
Comes again.
It's probably going to halt here, and then, yeah, I wouldn't be... 30's the bid level. It's too tight of a spread. I'm going to let it go here. But essentially, yeah, if I was, in the back trading this, I would probably take this because 30 is that level that I mapped, and then look where it halted, 29.40. So essentially, you have the 30 level, you have the 29.40 level, and then if we break 29.40, I think we literally go to 26. So let's see where this is tapping right now. It's showing, yeah, there you go, 31.50, 32. So this is always the challenge, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking at how do I get myself into a short here? If you take that short into the downhaul, it looks okay, right? You're again, I'm multitasking here, so don't hold me to that one. But it looks okay, but now it's actually showing 32. So you short this here, And then if this thing opens 32, like you're kind of in a challenging situation. Do you hold the trade? The top 35 is really far. It could get there. This thing could open, go down anyways. Do you cover the open? All these questions that you guys want to ask yourself in real time. That's why you want to really, really prioritize like one good trade, and it has to make a lot of sense. So as much as I would have maybe taken that trade small size, I'm happy that I didn't right now, because I would be looking at 32 and then it goes to 31. I don't know. But yeah, watch that 30 level, because last I checked there was about 600 to 1,000 lots on the bid at 30, which is not much. It'll get eaten in 2 seconds. But again, 30 was the hard level. We didn't jailbreak it intraday. We have the liquidity vacuum, in my opinion, from like, I would say, call it 30 to 29.40. And then yeah, if we do break that, I mean, I would not be surprised for this thing to like go all the way back down to at least VWAP, which is still 25.26. So yeah, definitely $4 or $5 away from that one. And for people asking about the position board, no, I haven't taken a trade yet. So obviously, if I take a trade, I'll let you guys know. Yeah, it's not showing anything because I'm just not in a trade. So I'm just watching these banks and having a time, man, to be honest. It's definitely interesting to watch this type of action. You know, as a day trader, I've never seen this before, specifically this type of environment, and specifically this, man, in the morning, where it's like down, print up, down, print up, down, print up, down, print. Like, this is crazy. Like, to me, this is crazy. Like, I'm like, oh my God. I mean, maybe, I don't know if anybody's seen that before, but this is like some wild action. And then like red the whole way down. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I haven't taken a trade yet, so I'm just chilling. When I do take a trade, you guys will see it. It'll pop up, and for sure I'll be talking about it. But yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Let me read a couple of the comments here. Someone's saying, I'm an idiot. I canceled my bid at $8 on WAL. Hey, man, I'm right there with you. I wanted the 10 long, and I didn't take it. So, yeah, I feel you. Right now, I definitely feel you. So if you're cracking a beer, please crack one for myself as well, because I won't be having one at least until the end of the day. And, yeah, man, we're going to see where that one goes. Someone's saying, can you check SI? So, yeah, I will go back and forth between these other names, too. SI didn't look at today.
Oh, baby.
Oh, man, what a move. 180 all the way squeezing to 360. What do you got going there?
We're just go on. I'm just excited.
Yeah, that's a nice kind of down and up move.
There we go on
You
Meta.
sell off right off the morning, and you squeeze upside, you break 3. I mean, this, to me, this is a melt up. So somebody was talking melt up before. This right here is a melt up. It's an intraday melt up. So obviously, you know, not significant the way that you would see on a daily move or whatever. But essentially, yeah, this kind of break of 3 up, back down, and then, yeah, now you're going to get probably resistance above 3 into 350 there. So, yeah, it could be interesting. I probably won't be trading this one, but I would watch that 3 level into 310 there for sure.
182.50 is where we went long. We take the 183 break. Nice little quick scalp on our friend Meta. It's still pumping to the high side. 183.22 is the high of day, but a lot of other stuff is pumping too. Everything is at day's highs now. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, they're all at day's highs. Even Stresla, despite the fact it's down 0.5 percentage point, it is closing in on day's high. Wow, I should have got out of that trade too quickly probably. Should have let this one run. We're not quite at after the bell high yet on the ES March contract. June contract, I got to say now. 39.34. That's the after the bell high, so not quite there. But these big cappers definitely leading the way here. These big 5 at least. Move in the markets. We're starting to move down lower now on our trade on RLX as we do reject VWAP decidedly. So we're looking for that 265 break. That'll be the tell. That'll be the lower low. That'll be the lowest low since about 1040. So that gives us about an hour of the lowest low there. And it's also an inflection point as it is the 50 period here on my 3-minute chart, that 265-ish area. So looking for continuation southward of this one. This one's been a slow mover. There we go. Now we get the 265 test as the bid shows 265, and I don't see the bid moving up here. There was size earlier. I think that's gone. It didn't move up with the price, and now it is gone. Yeah, it was sitting at 61s and 60s, so that's gone. We make the lowest low. So we just need to continue here through 64s, but this one looks slated to do well, sizing in quite nicely here, adding on the pop-up, not adding anymore though on this consolidation area. I could have been more aggressive with this, but I just wasn't sure what to make of the day. I could have been taking this opportunity, the fact that it wasn't breaking through VWAP to the high side as reason to beef up my position, but I didn't do that. I was already kind of sized in from the earlier ad. This would have given me a better ACB, definitely for sure, but Such is the case that I'm dealing with at the moment, looking for definitely that 252 test. That's yesterday's close, and it's $half area, so be looking for support there. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, guys. Okay, so FRC opened, and we just kind of like slammed. We opened higher, same kind of thing. We slammed all the way into 30. So it is SSR, but I'm like, you know what? Let me take a stab, like relatively smaller size, because you know I shouldn't get the fill, but maybe you get the fill. Kind of digital warfare type vibe there. So I go, let me short this through 30. So as expected, goes to 30. You got the size there. Pops the first time, comes back down, breaks 30. I don't get the fill short there, and we instantly go 30. I mean, obviously liquidity vacuum. We instantly go 30 into like 29.50, and yeah. So I was kind of going for that scalp trade. It's definitely an environment of like, you know, like take what the market gives you. Like if you get that fill, great. If you don't get it, you cancel that very, very fast. So yeah, man, cancel that extra quick. You got 200 to 500 lots that are now chasing this thing down. Currently at 29.20, probably getting the rest of the fill there. And yeah, let's see where this thing wants to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see another down halt and just like slowly make its way back to VWAP. The thing is, though, is again, with these types of trades, I don't want to like be short. I don't want to get short here because I'm going to talk and I'm going to, yeah, if I put a stop, I get triggered. I would say use the halt levels. That's the most important thing you can do on a time like this. If you guys are trading, you know, like halt level, for example, 30, like 70, the open, 30.99. It's going to wick around, but those are like the levels, and then I would say build off those areas. So for example, if you're looking at this now, I don't think this is substantial, but I would like draw like this, and I would say like, okay, from like 30.70 into like 32.30, like that's like a give or take area. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go now. Again, going into the afternoon when things, you know, not to say that they're slowing down. This is kind of still a wild environment that we're watching. But yeah, I would say, you know, like if you made money in the morning, prioritize keeping that money. That's the biggest thing I'll tell you. And yeah, just enjoy the show because this is definitely a show. At least for me, I love markets, I love trading, and when I watch things like this, I go wow over and over and over again. I will be saying wow. Yeah, not really too sure. Shout out to WAL for not breaking 20 yet, or not showing below 20 on the indicated open there. If you guys are trading this thing, it is probably a 5-minute halt. This thing's going to open in the next minute, so 11:55:11 will be like the give or take the open on that one. It's currently showing 20.86, and even in the previous halt, it halted here, and it was showing 20 and 20.01. Meaning that there's probably some size at 20, and it is 20, so it is an obvious level. But then it opened up here, it halted again, and then during this halt, like I'm looking at it, and it's showing 20. Like it's showing 20, 20.01, now it's showing 20.90, which is basically where it halted at. So 20 is like another level that I would try, like a short there. But again, because it's SSR, because who's going to fill you there is basically the question. Like if you get the fill, like you got to ask yourself why, and you might be getting smoked because it might like fill you and then pop. So there is a scenario where in these situations you might get the fill, and it's like a wow, like how did I get that fill? But like because it's the case of if you do get the fill, you're probably wrong because who's filling you there. I would just, at least for myself, like exercise with caution. Like if you are shorting through 20, this is pay for shorts as well. So like I did not pay for WL shorts. I probably won't. But if I did pay, I would probably try the 20 breakdown short. And I mean, yeah, like if it were like right now, like we just break 20. The real question is like, do you get the short, right? So yeah, FRC going into another down halt right now, 1986. FRC halted as well, 27.82. These things halt all the way up, all the way back down. But remember, guys, like there's edge in certain situations. There's not always going to be edge all the time. So I would say right now, you know, maybe you could have tried that 20 slam short through on WAL. If somebody got the fill, let me know if you took that because I'm curious. I didn't take it. But yeah, now in a down halt, 1986, showing 17.50. So as expected, breaking the 20 level. You know, now probably going to print like, I would say that this prints like around 19 or 18. That would be my guess. But yeah, probably on track to go back to 15, if not the lows. I mean, all the way down, all the way up, all the way back down. You know, this kind of reminds me of AMAM that one time, or ANAM, one of those. Anyways, it kind of like, it was like it had a nice like trend, but it was like halting. It was a small cap, but it was like halt all the way up, halt all the way down, hold VWAP on like a halt, then go back up to the highs. So yeah, I don't know if WAL. I mean, at this point now, chop around. You know, be very careful if you guys are trading it. I'm talking about this over and over again because these are the things that are moving right now. So it's not going to be like this every day, right? It's just like today, like Friday, like this is basically over the weekend. You know, regulators saying we're gonna cover deposits, and now, you know, Fed going into closed door meeting to discuss the situation. There is systemic risk, obviously, in the banking sector. Everybody knows that. So it's interesting. I think the whole scenario is definitely very, very interesting. And this is why I'm like watching these right now. Anyways, do we like do something like this? And then do we like go back? This was like so it's a small cap, it's not relevant. But like, do we like go back? Do you know what I mean? Like that would be like, this would be like this looks like a genuine uptrend. You know what I mean? But it's yeah, like halting the whole way, right? So I don't know. I have no idea what to expect next, but I wouldn't be surprised if we at least do that. Again, I'm not going to trade it, so that should tell you something in terms of risk management. So yeah, just make sure that you are watching things and taking shots where shots make sense. Mr. Impel, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for the super chat. I sold my 385 calls at 906. Was that good or bad? So there is no like good or bad. There is just, did you make money or not? I would say that much. I think you could use hindsight and get the answer. So for example, you said you sold your 385 calls, but were higher, so that was bad because you could have made more money. But at the same time, you never really know, right? With the overall kind of uncertainty in the general market, that kind of move from Friday going down, then you have futures rolling over, new contract, a lot of kind of jump around town and dance, getting a little bit of a double bottom in the pre-market. You're getting the 930 bounce, right? So we sell off, you get the 930 kind of bounce. Now the real thing is, do we like sell off randomly this afternoon and break the lows and just nuke completely? So I don't think that's off the table. I think that's a scenario that potentially could happen, maybe. But at the same time, if you guys want to pull up like daily level here, it's like this is that bottom from last time. So we actually had the bottom from last time, and like we tapped it this morning, 38.50 on futures. So yeah, I'm sure Arun was like talking levels. So like obviously use his levels. Don't like look at my very simplified random levels that I draw here. But essentially, this was that
contract.
Yeah, it's a new. So this is essentially the bottoming area. And so like we already kind of bounced off there. Now the real question is, do we like trend up? And like now we're in this kind of area where like we like went up. Do we like go a little sideways and then do we start to fall off? And if we start to fall off, do we like completely go down and nuke? I think if we break that 38.50, now here's the thing, we're so far away from that if we do break that and go down, I mean, we're not going, like, are we going to go 100 points? No, probably not. You still got 3,800 there. But essentially, yeah, I'd say watch that level just because that's kind of where the low was from before. We kind of bounced. Random sell-off in the afternoon leading to the kind of closing sell-off would be spicy. It'll be fun to trade for sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. But thank you again for the super chat. Always a pleasure when we do get those super chats.
Absolutely. All right. What are we looking at here? I'm looking at Meta defending, again, that 180, 170. How many times are we going to bounce off that area? Former area of resistance, current area of support. You see it here through that 9:30 to about, say, 11 o'clock time slot. That 181.70-ish was the top, and now it's kind of the bottom. We rejected off it, bounced off it, I should say, 4 times here on my 3-minute candle. But the futures have to hold up for this to stay above that level, and they are. We are now nearing the high of I want to call this the after the bell high. I'm going to keep calling it that, 39.44. Here we go, 39.34. We just reached it. We're pumping towards the high side here on the ES June contract. We just broke it. 39.37 now. We're moving up, baby boy. And Meta's flying off that level. I should have got that 180. So I'm such a goof. That's $1. That's $1 winner right there, guys. Brendan, he's at the big desk. He's got happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. What a wild ride for not only individual stocks today, but the overall market as well. Huge range coming back into play. That's the way the board's looking right now. There it is, 1.6 and 1.9 to the upside for the NASDAQ composite and the 100 leading the way. S&P 500 full percent now back to the upside as well in positive territory. Just the Russell 2000, where a lot of the regional banks are housed as far as indexes are concerned, remains in the red. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, ton of stuff to discuss. We talked a lot about not only FRC, but some of the others, PACW, WAL, all extremely, extremely volatile still. As we've been seeing, SEC filing, meanwhile, showing 10,500 additional shares picked up by Elon for Tesla. I mean, when he's selling millions at a time, who cares? Meta, Wall Street Journal reporting more job cuts coming as well for Meta was relatively strong in the pre-market here, gapping to the upside. We tagged that 245.5 area 2 times. Day highs here, guys, for not only Meta, but Microsoft as well, up 3%. Back over to you.
Yeah, these big boy ranges here on the big 5, 6. Should we include Tesla in that today? Yeah. Tesla's just about to go green, guys. It's real close here to going green. It's a quarter percentage point, not even, a quarter percentage point down. Someone's saying Meta is flying. It's not even through the range. You know, you got a point, because 183.22, it hasn't made a new high. But when you rinse and repeat off this 180, 170 level and it pops in and tests 183, like I was telling that individual, that's kind of like a scalper's dream, where you have, I don't want to say guaranteed level, nothing's guaranteed, but it's kind of that level that's been defended the majority of the morning, and which was a key area of resistance. You always want to see those flip. It just makes it more of a comfortable trade for me when I can see these levels, I guess. That's just for me. So that is an interesting level here happening on Meta. I'm not involved in that one at the moment, though. I'm looking at my side chart. I'm seeing Coinbase at day's high as well. I'm not seeing the continued move, though, on Bitcoin. We haven't made a new high on Bitcoin. 24,597 is the high. We're at 24,168. But Coinbase continuing to move up here. 6110 is the high of day on Coinbase. I was in Mara for a quick loser. That one retraced a bit more aggressively than Coin. Coin is up 12.25% on the day. Mara up 19.5. They've been both good to the upside, as you know, more money flows into Bitcoin possibly here. I think as a result of 2 reasons. One, if the Fed tapers down or slows down their rate hikes, then all of a sudden, you know, more speculative assets become more in focus again, as you know, more money flows into them. And number 2, it kind of props up the theory of the crypto bulls who have been pushing for decentralized finance as a result of some of these financial problems. So a couple of tailwinds I see possibly for these crypto stocks going in here. Mark Knight, thanks for that comment. Adam, not Meta flying, it's Coin that is flying. Yeah, I hear you, brother. That's what I was just talking about right now. 6110, again, the high on Coin. Guys, $50.77 is the low on this bad boy, and that's an after the bell low. So $11 and change of range on this one. I want to say $11.25 of range, notional range on the day. What a move it's been on our friend Coinbase. Yeah, we're back at that level again for Meta. That 180, 170, what do we do here? This is an interesting inflection point. Do we break here? Look, we got a huge wicking candle on the futures. We made that high, and then we immediately retraced here on the 3-minute. So is this a rinse and repeat type of trade where we get in again? How many times do we test this area before we break it to the downside? This should be interesting here. Should I just punch in? Let's see. This is a good level. So I'm going to go ahead and punch in at this level. Let's see if I get the fill there. I do get the fill. Where did I get the fill? I got 96s, already out 10 pennies. But that's to be expected. Looking to defend this, I want to say 68 level, Luca.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Octopus. Did you address that? No, right?
No, I don't.
I'm just double checking because sometimes when Sharif is talking and he passes me one of those little protein bars, there's nothing I can do but sit in pure enjoyment, sit back.
Like
oh
them?
yeah, he's been bringing them last week every day.
Share the recipe, bro.
Yeah,
I do. I shared it to the chat. I did it with everyone. I'll give it to you after.
And washing it down with coffee. Oh baby.
Oh baby. And there's a Spro coming up for him if you want one.
Oh yeah. So thank you again for the super chat. 3,000 W's. I don't know what that means, but it means wins to me. So hopefully you're winning.
Oh baby, here
saying
we go.
I bought WAL at 10. Is it going to normal price? So the first thing I want to say here is normal price and stocks and trading you know, don't use normal price. Like, that doesn't make any sense. There is no normal price. There is just the, it is an auction market, so buyers and sellers come together and they determine equilibrium for that particular moment, and then things change in real time. So yeah, there is no normal price, but I'm going to assume that you're saying, is it going back to where it was yesterday, right? Or Friday, I should say. I don't know. I have no idea. Nobody knows, right? Nobody knows where it's going to go. I would say you know, this is, again, me loosely saying, but the things that you need to consider on the long side of things is what is the fundamental risk? And I think a lot of this just kind of stems from systemic risk. So again, the way that fixed income products work is they're highly leveraged, and you know, you might have a bank that's worth 50 billion, but if they might be carrying products where the exposure there could be like, you know, 560 billion, right? So it's like 10x their size. With low interest rates, it was never really a problem, and you know, it's all about kind of velocity of money and the cycling of things over and over again. But I think when the music stops, which is not stopped right now, obviously, but in the theory of like, or in the scenario of where the music stops, rates are going up, things are getting more, money gets more expensive, people get squeezed, then the systemic risk kind of comes into play, and then a lot of these banks are kind of like, it's like when the tide goes out, who's naked, right? Who's left holding the bag? So you would want to do some fundamental research on their structure if you're in a long and holding that long. Again, I played the FRC bounce. I did not do any fundamental research. I did not know the structure of what they're doing. I just said to myself, I'm in at 18. If it goes 1 cent lower, I'm out. So yeah, scalp trade 3 seconds, not bad. But again, if you are like saying, I'm going to hold these things, I mean, you know, this thing might go to 34, 39 today, and then tomorrow it could open at 9, right? So things could change. So many different risks at play. So just understand what you're getting yourself into. But thanks again for the super chat.
I got to interrupt you, brother, because Meta, we're $1 in the money now. On Meta, we take a little bit of a scalp through the $0.25. Get that 180, 188. It bounces again off that 181.70-ish area. Now it's a 182.75. So nice little bounce. We front run that level. We're rewarded for that. Now, you know, if it breaks through the range, 130, 183, great. I've taken the majority of the position out, letting this little, I've got a quarter position left. Let this one run possibly through that 183.20. There's a bit of a double top at 183.20, the high being 22s. So let's see if we get continuation here on the futures. I'm not seeing any discernible trend on the ES June contract. We're a bit of a range. We got a 39.10 low on the range there and a 39.37 top. So yeah, a bit of a wide range, to be fair, on the contract there. But let's play the ranges on the equities that we know have established ranges, because the futures are a little bit wonky for me at the moment. Printing at this moment as well is Google at day's highs, 92.47 now, up 2% on the day. Likewise with Amazon, that's up 2.8% on the day. That one's flying and printing new highs. Meta still off its highs a little bit, 183.22 again. So we're still about 25 pennies off Meta's highs. Yeah, Amazon, like I just said there, at highs. Tesla at highs, about to go green, like I've been talking about. Yeah.
Mine are good.
Yeah, my positions are still not showing, guys. We'll get that fixed up ASAP. Farhad on his own today, guys, so we got to cut him some slack. Pradley sick, was walking around with a mask earlier. That was funny. Look, shout out to Pradley. Hope you feel better, brother. Here we go. We're still pumping on Meta. Pumped about this trade. We'll send it back to Luca.
Yeah, I want to say, Future Eddie, what's going on, Future Eddie? Hopefully you had a great weekend. I see your question saying, what is going on with NVIDIA? And I almost want to ask you, your name's Future Eddie. Can you not see the future? You tell me what's going on with NVIDIA, and tell me if I should go long or short. I quickly pulled it up. I have no idea, man. This thing is within the range that it was in from before, and there's no real kind of area that I like. So again, post earnings, the 30 to 28, that was the support. 240 was the resistance. We dipped, we went up, we went down, we went around town. We did all those things already. So we're now in kind of no man's land, in the sense that we already had the trade, the long, the short on it. And now it's kind of like, I mean, it dipped to this level and then went all the way back. And now is it doing it again? So I would just say the chip trade, I want to kind of say up. Like, that's kind of my gut feeling, is like telling me like the long is not wrong. And, you know, even though 230 is the support, we didn't really spend a lot of time below it, right? So it's showing you that it doesn't really want to spend a lot of time below it. Then it goes all the way back to the top. then it goes again, and then is this now that like stop out, not really a stop out, but is it like the, dip, doesn't spend a lot of time below it, and then back to the upside? So I kind of feel like intraday NVIDIA right now, there's probably better things to trade, honestly, if I had to guess. But I would say maybe there's an opportunity here but below that 228. So you have the 228 level or the 230 level as your line of support. But that is like an intraday level line of support where if it shows you that it's good, then you take the trade there, in my opinion. But in this certain situation, from the swing trade perspective, it's showing you that 225 area is now the support. So yeah, do we hold this general low area and then drift our way back to like 240? I mean, this thing spends no time above 240, so definitely 240 is the resistance. And it's in front of 250, and 250 is probably a really huge level. You got 5, you got 10, you got 25, 50, 100, 250, 500,000. That's kind of my big psychological levels. So yeah, 250, decent sized psychological level. And if we're talking about really zooming out on this thing on the daily, I talk about NVIDIA daily at least once a day, but this thing in October was down at below 120. So we already had the first up move and the dip. This is now the second up move. And keep in mind, I mean, this is definitely different than Tesla, but keep in mind that Tesla went all the way up, went sideways, and then started to go down. So NVIDIA's holding up a little better than Tesla is, or I should say a lot better. But just to kind of give you, like that kind of flip side scenario, and this is not what I wanted to do because that's not Tesla. Tesla, there we go. Let's load this bad boy up. And Tesla, daily, if it wants to load, yeah, all the way up, sideways, and then failing and, not looking as good as like the NVIDIA kind of levels do, right? So I just think in terms of playing equities and having a broader market perspective, if you're swinging, if I was swinging something and I was looking at these things, I would say, well, okay, short Tesla, long NVIDIA. That's my kind of pair trade, which has nothing to do with each other. But yeah, in the market, you can do whatever you want as long as it makes money. So I just feel like if you structure that accordingly, Tesla is the weaker one, or it was the weaker one. We still have not traded above like key levels on Tesla. So just to kind of give that idea, let me just pull it up here. Let me just pull it up to see on the intraday, just to kind of show what I'm talking about. I'll use 5 minutes for this example. We broke through the 180, right? And we really didn't, so like everything before this day is now different, in my opinion, because now we're below 180. So I would say like you want to map this level, you want to map like 180, and it's 183 specifically, in my opinion. That is the more clean kind of area, because if the short is going to be good, we might get to 183, but we should not even get to 185, right? If we get to 185, most likely 190, 195 and above. So I would map those levels, and then I would almost say, like, if you're looking at the 180 level, you want to go 178 into 180, and 175 a little more important. So 175 showing you that it's actually good, kind of up and down, over under level. We're kind of drifting into that 175. The problem is that right now you got to use 175 as like a looser level, I would say. And so what I mean by that is it could definitely get there, trade above, trade below. But the 178 is the resistance, and the 175 to me is the hard level. And yeah, it has the bottom there at 165. So I think you could also draw like a little bit of a channel here, right? And say to yourself, like, okay, like if this thing was starting this downtrend, right? It should have went a little more to 160. It now sort of channeled and then broke above 170, held. So next stop 175. I again don't like to draw too many lines on the chart, because then it just gets like too confusing, right? So it's like take these lines with a grain of salt. But essentially, we're sort of breaking that kind of channel down.
Yeah, we
are. So are we now going to go? If we come back through it, then maybe we could like sell off. But I just feel like it is now in drift territory. So you want to look at volume. You want to look at volume profile from the previous like week, I would say. Where were all those shares traded? A lot of the times, volume is more important than price. And so what that essentially means is if people are selling Tesla, they're selling it. That is your volume follow through. And then they just hold that position. So even if it goes back through price, it doesn't really matter. Like the volume came in, the selling took place. Was it a long exiting the position from the beginning of the year? Is it a short establishing a position, willing to hold this all the way against them to the highs of 210? So even though we come back to that price, you want to watch the tape and understand, is more volume coming through? So it's the same kind of logic of like it sells off in the morning intraday, it bounces back to VWAP, and then you get the residual slamming at VWAP because people still want to short it that day. But then take that kind of ideology and kind of expand it into a wider time frame and say to yourself, you know, volume is more important than price. The volume came through already. We could easily just drift in this general area. And if we are now in like drifting territory on Tesla, I mean, we've all seen that before. The real short, if the short's going to be good, if we're in a drifting type environment for like the rest of the day, tomorrow and whatnot, obviously CPI is going to change that. But assuming no CPI, then you'd want to play off like significant levels. So for myself, it'd be 180. So even though I have 170 as a level, or sorry, 175 as like that level, I would almost say like I would try the short in a drifting environment off the 180, playing off the 185, assuming that, yeah, maybe this goes to 150 eventually. You know, like, but again, CPI is going to change all this, so it's kind of invalid. But definitely a good example to take because you can apply it to many different stocks.
Meta absolutely holding that level to a T. I'm loving this trade. Looking to test again 183.22. But quickly, I want to get to a super chat by Andy Fischella. Thank you very much again for the $10 super chat. I think that's your second of the day. Where do you guys see halts and reopening prices? So I loaded up FRC here to kind of show you what I see on P Pro 8, and then I'll show you what I see on my my own platform. So these dead zones here, when you have a move up and then you have a clear dead zone, that's obviously an area where it's not trading. So that is an area where it halts. And then you're asking about the tap, the reopen prices. So that we see that over here on the top left over here where it says 28.96. So it's slated to open exactly where it closed. That's where the tap is showing me. Tap stands for theoretical auction price. On my platform, this is how I see them. So I'll go into trading screen here, and we'll go into FRC. So this one shows it to you through a series of dashes. The dashes indicate that no trading is taking place. I need the crosshairs. There we go. No trading is taking place. And then you have the reopen and then a series of dashes again. To be alerted that a stock is halted, on the order entry screen, you'll see these red exclamation points within a yellow triangle there. That's to tell you that it's halted. You'll also see it over here, red, that it is halted. You'll see it in the tape as well, the time and sales. So that's how it's reflected. And then sometimes when you do have available the theoretical auction price, it'll be contained within these red rectangles over here on that. So keep that in mind if you're using that platform. Thanks very much for that super chat, Andy Fischella. Trade ideas. I can show you trade ideas, sure. Trade ideas, not sure how it's shown. Let's have a look. Let's load up FRC and see how it's reflected, because I haven't used that one. Oh, FRC is open, by the way. It is at 29.85. So let's see what it looks like here. On this is the 3 minutes, so let's go to the 1 minute, and then we'll go duplicate floating window. Here we go. So yeah, it is represented by dashes as well. So zooming in here, see that dash where no trading is taking place? That indicates that there is a halt present. I'm not sure if anything reflected on the top here to say whether it halted. I'll look at that next time to answer that question for you next time it's halted. I'm so sure that this thing is going to halt that I'll tell you next time it's halted. It's moving down though, guys. 29, it's knocking on the door. 29, holding it. It held it this last time here and bounced off 29. It made its way up to 30.5, 30.42. It looks like, so it gave you $1.42 off that bounce. So it looks like it is defending 29. Keep in mind, guys, it's down 63 percentage points on the day. That's huge. So I would, you know, yeah, I know you guys got levels, but I just would feel nervous punching in at these levels. Anyway, it looks like it's the range is getting tighter and tighter. We had a 34.91 high on this guy, and we've got a 17.53 low. It was a red to green move, like so many that we've seen today, where it went red, 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 red. Then around about 10:30 or so, some more money started coming in there, and we've gone green after the bell. Obviously, we're not green on the day. After the bell. So change since open now is green, holding between 29 and 30, but definitely that 29 level being defended at the moment. It looks like we're going to test 30s and then maybe even retrace into the, I want to say the 200 period here on the 1 minute chart, 31.60. I want to mention Tesla as well. I find this one to be interesting. It is, you know, now green on the day. This is the 15-minute chart. Let me go to the 3. Yeah. So we kind of did that dance with VWAP earlier, bounced off it. Now and then we did another dance with with Friday's close at 173.50-ish area. We've now exceeded that, and we're now looking to defend that from the downside. 174.50 is the that's actually the day's high. Yeah, that's after the bell high. The open on this one, though, was actually, interestingly enough, it was green on the day. It was actually above the close of Friday. We actually opened at 178 on Tesla. So that open and high of 4 a.m., obviously it's on a much lower volume, but definitely something that I'll be looking at as a possible area of resistance. In case, I should mention that again, we opened at 4 a.m. at that 178 level. So that should be very interesting to see if we can make it back up there. Currently, we're dancing with 174. So those, hope that helps with respect to the halt analysis there. Now back to the trade that I have on RLX. There's nothing to report. We're still holding VWAP to the sell side. If we continue to hold VWAP in this fashion, I think it is pretty much warranted that I do add to this position, as I think we do stair step down. We shall see. 276 in case you're following this trade on RLX. 276 is my out. Test trade says, how come no position board? Thank you. Yeah, we have an issue on the position board today. One of the main programmers is coming from the back office to help Fahad with that. Fahad's on his own today, by the way. Proudly sick, walking around with a mask earlier. So looks like hopefully we'll get that fixed soon. But yeah, we'll continue to update you with respect to our trades. Are you in any trades that I need to update them on?
No, I'm not. No. You guys, okay. I'll let you guys know if I'm in a trade here. Yeah, I'm just chilling right now. Great question, Eddie. Yeah, no. So far, nothing. Right. So closed door meeting. I would assume it's going to be at least an hour. So yeah, it's only 12:20. So yeah, approaching that hour mark. But I would anticipate, like, this is just me guessing. The press is waiting, and as soon as those doors open, they're going to say, we have questions, and whether they answer them is completely up to them or not. Not really too sure what happens next, but yeah, we'll update you if we get more information there. Guys, I want to quickly talk about this kind of move on the market. So the market is kind of setting itself up in like that channel range, right? This is kind of looking back at it. Setting itself up, then look at this. It literally makes the low, right? Makes the low, rips all the way to the high, makes the high, and then reverses like it never happened, right? So this is, again, we see this time and time again. Whether it's stop outs or not, it doesn't really matter. It is just basically something that happens over and over again. So keep that in mind and do yourself a favor and structure that into your plan as a potential if you are a scalper. So just because something is breaking the highs, it doesn't necessarily mean punch the long at the highs, because it could quickly reverse. And the same thing goes for kind of a breakdown. Don't short the highs, don't punch the longs. Unless it's a part of your plan, unless you get out of it very quickly. But that move on the ES, man, over under, that was
Luca,
something else.
Look at this move on FRC, Luca. So I test 30, 29 doesn't break, then 29 breaks, 28 holds, and we halt to the upside.
Yeah, like the VWAP long.
Like,
it's funny though on a halt. That's what I was saying. Like, it's funny.
So
to
it looks
see
like
that
it's going to flush. It breaks 29. We talked about 29 as a level. It definitely bounced off 29 multiple times. 29 is also a halt level, makes it more important. It breaks it. It flushes to 28. It pops up immediately through 29.37. Now it's halted. The tap though on this bad boy is showing me 28.05. So it is slated to open basically to these near the lows over here. The low was at 28. I want to say 28.07, maybe 28.05. That one is going to open down as it stands right now. 28.05. We're halted at 29.27 and a half. Luca, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, of course, man. Interrupt away and ask away. Always great to discuss. But again, I want to reiterate, guys. There's longs to be had, there's shorts to be had, but diddling in the middle, especially on names like this, is a recipe for disaster. So don't be frustrated and tilted and make stupid decisions, man. Because these are it's risky, right? It's definitely risky. It's definitely different than like pulling up like an AMD and saying like, okay, this is the level. I'm playing off 84, like that. We do that all the time, but. Yeah, man, if you're watching these names in the middle of the day and you're saying, I'm going to smash levels and take gambles, just, make sure it's worth it. And, I would say, like, find areas that are better, right? Find areas that are better to play off. Right now, in the kind of area that it's in my opinion, there was one trade on this. It was the short through 20 that you would have tried, but then it went back through, right? So, yeah, you could be doing something else on this name, but I just don't see another way another way on that one. Unless you take massive risk on it and kind of open up your range, then at that point you're sort of anticipating moves, which is fine if you have a track record. Obviously, trade your own book. Somebody's saying City approaching day's lows. Lucky trader, love that name. Hopefully you're lucky today. Let's have a look here at City in front of 45. 45.02 is the low. Do we have any size at the 45 level? That could be interesting. Yeah, there's about 1,000 lots there at 45. I would anticipate 45 to break. But yeah, this is kind of like bounce 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see how 45 reacts. Maybe like this is, yeah, 45.02 again is the low. I would imagine there's some type of iceberg here at 45.02. You know, we're seeing this kind of like anytime you get a low in front of even dollar level, algos come in front of that, they reserve the bid, and if you're doing that and watching this right now and getting sad that I'm telling everybody, I'm sorry, man. I just call it like I see it. But yeah, 02s, 03s reserving, probably risking off that size. So just understand that if somebody is kind of buying 02s, risking off the size, as soon as they get their full fill, they just kind of offset it at the 45. You're going to get slippage that triggers 99s, might have some stops, kind of flush. And then the real question is, look at the level, watch it break. Does residual selling come in? So is it actually continuing to sell off, or was it just type of like a kind of micro market kind of thing that took place, and then it kind of resolves itself, and this is still the level that wants to hold? So I mean, it kind of looks. I mean, VWAP sell-offs. It's rejecting. It can't get above 46, 46.50 there. But essentially, yeah, 45. You know, level over here is kind of interesting. Again, I would expect it to break here. But I kind of want to try long. I'm just not sure if I go long. If it shows me that it wants to hold, I think I just may have missed the scalp trade, which is fine. But essentially, yeah, you could step in front of these orders that you see. Just make sure that you structure risk accordingly. So in the current market environment, if you're putting a stop at 99, like 44.99, you're not really getting 99s. You're getting like a lot of slippage there because a lot of people are taking the same trade, so it's overcrowded. So you're fighting for price. If you're routed to like a, you know, depending where your stop order is routed, you might get slipped on that type of order. So easy solution for that one is to just punch out on the size or on the reserve if it's not looking too hot. So yeah, missed that one. Bounce was nice. That's 20 cents right there. But yeah, good luck to Lucky Trader who called that one. And I'm not sure if you're long that one, Lucky, but lucky that I caught it to kind of give that example in real time. That was pretty awesome, seeing the reserve on the bid. Again, if it's going to be a good trade, it's not going to come back, right? So the low right here is kind of showing that, or at least the low of this move is like bounce, 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 then break. And that's 45.12. So 45.12, dip, rip back, pop up, come back down. It should hold 45.12, give or take. It should not print again 45.02. If it does, I would anticipate the break of 45. If it doesn't, I would anticipate the kind of move up into the 50 period. And then, yeah, whole other trade, more kind of programmed buying and selling in and around that level. So yeah, watch that one. Matt, real human. I don't know if we dump unless CPI comes in hot. Open puts on the market this week are insane. It's, you know, I was trying to think.
Before we get to that, can I ask you a quick question to set this whole thing up?
Yeah, sure.
So we've been having higher than expected CPI prints for the last couple of times now. The core, the
last year,
PCE came up. No, like the last few months, right? Like we got a high CPI print in February. We got a hot jobs number. We got a high PCE print, personal consumption and expenditures or whatever.
Yeah.
So, is it? I mean, to preface the question, is it fair to say we've been running a little bit above estimates at the moment? I think it would be fair to say that. So,
well, we're coming in.
Here's what I'm getting to though.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't go into this thinking that we're gonna come below estimates, right? So if I'm making my base case, I'm basing it on a possibly a little bit hotter than expected CPI print, given that we have strong service inflation still that hasn't cooled, and the job market's super tight. We know that. So my base case is based on that, and then so when I'm making my assessment as to the weighing equation that the Fed has to do about whether to prop up these banks or not cause any liquidity problems in the banking industry, and also looking to protect the buying power of the consumer at the same time, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking that this comes in cooler than expected, and that's probably what their consideration. You can make cases for both, but my base case would be that we come in a little bit higher. What are you looking at?
Yeah, well, so this is basically CPI prints. I don't. It's tough to say, man. I would say the most important thing, in my opinion, is the kind of trend, right? So the trend that it's showing. So it is going to obviously affect the market in terms of what comes out. But I would say the kind of the rise in inflation from 2021 into 2022, and just kind of like the up move, and traders and investors are basically trying to understand, where is inflation going to level out so I can make decisions with my money and kind of plan for the future, because obviously, based on historical data, if inflation is over 5%, then it takes 10 years for it to get back to 2% and steady, right? So that's based on historical.
Crazy.
It is crazy, and I would just say that obviously past performance in anything, not to say that this is performance related, but past performance is no indication of what's going to happen in the future. Yeah. Things always change in real time, and you get new information. That's why the game's exciting. But essentially, this up move, this kind of move up in inflation was the kind of down move in the market, right? Like, we had crazy CPI trades last year where inflation was expected to be something, and then it was much higher than expected, and that was the big down move that we saw in the market in the middle of last year, if I'm not mistaken. But this move right here, this was like the spicy one, I think, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, it's this one. But basically, what I'm getting at is the trend is up in inflation, and as soon as we start to look like maybe it's going to cool, everybody wants to get ahead of that, right? So they want to say, okay, inflation is cooling, let me position myself for the cooling of inflation. And so traders kind of take the longs.
They front run it.
And then, traders take the long, and then as soon as we get the higher than anticipated inflation the next time, everybody's offside because people bought it up thinking lower than expected. And then we actually got that like top out, and this was in, what is this, in September over here, or no, August. August over here. So again, you want to, watch this. We're now down, right? So we got all the layoffs. Big tech laid off, a lot of kind of jobs lost, whatever. Still, the unemployment number is what it is. But essentially, with all of these layoffs, I think, in my opinion, it's kind of, showing that inflation is cooling because you're getting those layoffs in the U.S. and, it definitely has an impact on how much people are spending. Maybe there's a delay in terms of where the economy is, how much money you can make, and people actually processing that, oh, wait a second, I can't buy steak anymore. I should maybe buy chicken now.
And to build on that point, to kind of, this phenomenon is not just specific to the stock market. I'm seeing this currently in the real estate market in Canada. So the Bank of Canada, the Fed equivalent in Canada, held interest rates at the last meeting at 4.5%. Tiff Macklem, he gave himself the option, the Bank of Canada governor, that he may raise interest rates in the future if we get hotter than expected CPI prints. However, the market didn't care that he gave himself the future. The market looked that he paused rates as an indication that, that they should be front running this. So I keep my ears, real close to the real estate market here. And I got a buddy who really specializes in condos, and he gave me one really important data set that really stuck out, which was in February, the amount of offers per condo that he was getting, like if they were to do like an offering date where you pre-listed and say we're accepting offers on such and such a day, he would get 5, 6, and they were never above asking. The condos were not selling above asking. This last time, since Tiff Macklem came out and said we're holding at 4.5, it's all of a sudden inflated to 25 and 30 offers on the day, and they're selling about 5%, 10% above asking. I'm not talking about housing in Toronto. I'm talking about strictly condos here. By the way, I'm going to get to this trade that I had on SI that I just got out of. So front running the market and trying to look for, key indicators, what you believe to be leading indicators to try to get in before the masses get in so you have a better price is absolutely, it's ubiquitous across industries, whether you're talking real estate, bond market, equities market. It's the edge that everybody wants. Everybody wants the best price in the business, and that's what it is. All right. So that's how it is looking at the moment. Now, come to my screen because I want to show you this SI trade. Here is the chart that I want to use. Okay, so we have a big move up on SI today. It's up on the day. We have a 357 top. We test VWAP here quickly, and we bounce off it. So I said, all right, we're near VWAP again. Let me get in at 77s at VWAP for a possible VWAP defend. It has other ideas. This topping tail candle looks like it's stair-stepping down. So I get in at 77s. I get out through the break of 70. So a 7-penny loser, quick like that. But it doesn't make too much of a dent in the day. But, you know, just tried my hand on the SI. Just trying to play levels. Nothing specific, obviously, to the company. So there it is. Oh, thanks, Mashworth. That's a really nice comment. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. What else is going? Word of the day. Pitchubal. I always kill these names. All right, Wayne is absolutely losing it over there. He's pumped, and he just ran out.
Is that good or
bad? Or is it good? Wayne just flew out there. Wayne, I love Wayne the Brain, bro. Wayne the Brain, always doing these awesome trades. What do you got over there, Lucas?
Yeah, no, guys. So just still looking at City there. But yeah, just to say very quickly in terms of like inflation coming through, I think it's going to come in up or down, but not too much. That's going to be my call. I don't think we're going to get a super hot print. I don't think we're going to get something coming in, under. I think it's going to be just kind of like close to in line with expectations. Anyways, cool. C is, City. Look at this, man. Dipping into that level, coming back down, holding the 45.10, right? So this is what you want to see. Because it's kind of holding there, little dip and rip action, now holding that area, and then actually now going to the 50 period. So, didn't take the trade, but I was basically just watching it. Yeah, John Sproul, Wayne's World, baby. Ice Cold Killax, nice name there, saying just shorted NVIDIA, best of luck to you, man. And Janish Patel saying, are you guys trading bank stocks today? Yeah, I basically had one trade. Yeah, for sure. Bank stocks doing their thing. Yeah, sure, I'll take one. Sure, thanks, appreciate it. And it is, they were wild, man. They were definitely wild this morning. Let's see NVIDIA just very quickly, because I wonder where this thing is. If this gets back to like a 225, I'll be interested in this, like 225, 224. But yeah, it's kind of like, look at this action at VWAP, just up, down, up, down, up, down. Do we get that again into the afternoon? Not really too sure. We'll see what happens next, man. Could be interesting. WAL was halted, but it did open again. But this thing is just kind of in the range that it's in. I would say if you're looking at this now, watch this kind of zone. It didn't really spend any time there. It's sort of dipping there and popping, dipping and popping. So basically in front of the 18, and it's maybe it holds and then runs back towards 20. But again, when you trade these names, you got to understand that you are susceptible to headline risk. And in this current situation, let's say you're like, oh, I'm going to play a bounce play at 18. And you're like, I'm going to like risk 18, I'm going to get in, I'm going to get out if it goes above 20. And then you do it, you get in, and then it's halted, and it's a news halt, and they're claiming bankruptcy, or they're not getting a bailout, or they did get a bailout, or somebody bought them. Like, I'm just kind of saying whatever here. But essentially, that's the risk, right? The risk is that you're kind of trading a scalp trade on it, and then in the process of doing that, you might be in for like 30 seconds, and within that time you might be smoked, right? So just understand that that's what you are opening. That's what like if you trade these things, you're opening yourself up to that type of risk. So I just want to sit here and reiterate, like that is the real risk on trading these things. I mean, like to whoever asked, I think it's Janish or whatever, saying like, are we trading? Yeah, like I had one trade, but because of this, look at this, like short, no good, I'm out of the trade. This trade, 3 seconds. So I'm like, is this thing gonna have a news halt in 3 seconds? Probably not, right? So I take my shot, but I'm like fast on it. Got to be fast on it, or else you do open yourself up to that risk. We are now above 20 and halting on WAL. This thing is gonna halt here. Not a lot of selling into that 20.04 level. So yeah, probably does halt, and I'll give you the indicated open in a second. That is 20.50 to 20.27 to 20.88, moving around, dancing around this area. So yeah, levels on the downside, 18 seems to be holding. And I would say levels on the upside would be closer to like 21.70-ish into this high being 23. So yeah, if it's in the middle, it probably bounces around here, but this seems to be a little bit of support for now. This seems to be a little bit of resistance because it kind of up-halted, opened, over, under, and then back down. I think if we break that 23, watch the 23.25, which was the down halt price of this area, it did not print above that level. So 23 to 23.25, we break that, maybe we're on track to get back to the upside. But again, halts are going to ruin your ability to manage risk on these trades. Know the risk with the trades when you trade them. Bob saying, anyone know what the move on FRC has to be to cause a halt? I have lost track. So it's always going to be a 10% move in one direction or the other. And that's a 10% move in one direction without printing the other way. So I'll give you the quick example. In this particular up halt on WAL, it sort of started the move and it started to move up and it did not sell 1 penny below the bid. It just kept going up, 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 and then a 10% up move. Then it goes into a circuit breaker halt at the 10% level from wherever that move started. And then once it hits that, you cannot buy the offer. For anybody that doesn't know that, I'm sure that you know that. But essentially, it's 10% circuit breaker in one way or the other. And the exchange does it 5-minute halts. And then if they can't find liquidity or if they determine that it's just not good or whatever to open it after 5 minutes, it might be 10-minute halt. And then if no 10-minute halt, it's either 15 or whatever. They just kind of keep you posted on that one. So Bob's saying, Luca, and this is another Bob, I think, saying, Luca, where are you getting the open prices on a halted stock? So it's just the index. So I don't know how it would be quoted. I don't know a broker with. I don't know how it would be quoted there. Every broker will kind of tell you differently, but the term I would say is like the indicated open. Maybe a lot of brokers use that terminology. So like look for, call them, like ask them and say like, where's the indicated open? For Day Trade the World traders, it's you pull up the imbalance locator and you're essentially like looking at this thing. And for myself, I use continuous price, but take it with a grain of salt. It is not 100% accurate. But to my understanding, it is give or take not too bad. So you're going to get the imbalance locator. These are all the names that are halted right now on NASDAQ in New York, showing you the size, showing you the pair volume. I don't know if brokers will show this. Maybe you have to pay extra for it. But yeah, with Day Trade the World, you basically get this. It shows you imbalance, buy or sell. This is the size, pair volume. Continuous price is the indicated open, right? That's always going to be changing. And yeah, it shows you the time on that one. So basically, that's where I'm getting it from. But I don't know like what how brokers quote it. I would imagine it'd be a little bit different on all those.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Spro life, baby.
Nice pop here on the futures. Everything moving back to the high side. I like Microsoft here. I'm going long. Got 51s long there. Let's see if we can get that continuation. 79s is the high of day, moving it nicely. You know, I feel like I'm getting it at the top end of the range. Maybe I should buy some bottoms, but we'll look for some continuation on this name. Yeah, guys, what a day it's been on these markets. We are now up 2/3%. Google at day's high, Tesla coming back into day's high, Amazon near day's high, Meta closing in on that 183. How many times are we going to get a top here on Meta? Maybe I'm choosing the wrong name here in Microsoft. It's the only one that's not pumping towards day's high, but 79s is the day's high. Let's see if we get that continuation. The other trade that I'm very happy with now is RLX as we start stair-stepping down. I didn't take any out at 62s here. I want to wait for a test of 58s. Yeah, I know we're talking about pennies, but that's what this trade is. So keep in mind the size when you're doing trades like this so that it's worth it. So I'm looking for 58s. I'm definitely going to take some out here and then continue to the downside. We tested that 50 period. We broke through it. We retraced back to it. If we break below it, that's definitely a bearish sign, and that's what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for that re-break of the 50. Back to Microsoft here. As we look to continue on the futures here, looks like, I'm going to have to give this one some time. Not exactly sure, what to do with this one. I feel like I kind of just got into this one a little impulsively, to be honest with you. I look for the stronger name. I shouldn't get into these trades impulsively. Anyway, here we go now, testing back 256, so about 50 pennies out of the money. I might cut this one. Yeah, this was probably not a good trade to take, as we do fluctuate here a little bit with these futures, and we're going red a little bit. Maybe a topping tail candle coming in on the ES. Let's see what happens with this one.
Yeah, somebody's saying Robinhood is lagging puts, ain't going through, very suspicious, ice cold killax. I don't know what you mean, but I'm assuming they're lagging data on options of whatever you're trading. Just it's a so yeah, it's a wild west, and when you're trading the options of a stock that's halting, the thing with options is if they're halting the stock and the stock's about to halt, they will actually halt the stock, but they will still fill your options order during the halt period of a stock if it's like delayed, like obviously seconds matter. So yeah, make sure you guys watch your orders very, very carefully. They'll get you, man, they'll get you. They will not fill the good orders, they'll fill the bad orders. And Yeah, I mean, the risk with using Robinhood obviously is the whole situation where Citadel is front running your orders. But you know, if that's the only option and you're adamant on using them, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, just understand that when you're trading, for example, WAL, right, and you're watching the tape, if it's going into a halt and it's gonna halt, like they will still fill these like absurd prices on the options, like assuming you throw out, if you throw out like kind of like orders that, yeah, like close to the range or whatnot. So I would just say be very careful, and then yeah, you might go to cancel that order and they don't actually cancel it and then they rinse you. So it's a Wild West. It is a Wild West, and you sign the contract when you get involved, right? You sign the contract. So just understand the risk. I just feel like I want to kind of repeat that. I would be very careful, and if I was getting into an options trade on any of these names, it would not be for a scalp trade. It would be for like, oh, let's long this at 8 and see if it does go back to 30. I would not be like long at 20, sell at 21, long at 20, sell at 20.50. Like, no, that's a recipe to lose for sure. So yeah, just be careful on that one. Again, I don't have access to Robinhood. I don't really know 100% what you're talking about.
I've never used
but
it. I've used it. We don't have it in Canada. Wealth Simple is kind of like the equivalent of Robinhood, I would say, in Canada, right? And I've never used that either, so I have no idea.
Yeah, like I just know that
Can I
it's
ask you
like
a question, like just like with respect to like the front running. So what does Citadel do? So that they see like a whole bunch of retail investments coming in, take the aggregate or some proportion of that, and then say to themselves, okay, so the majority of the order flow is coming in at here, so we front run these, because obviously they don't care about my order. I'm punching in, like, say, my private account, what am I punching in, 50, 60, 100 shares? Like, to them, that's nothing.
They care, buddy.
But if they're gonna be against that kind of size?
So
don't you think they take an aggregate of the size so that there's a bigger pool?
Basically, it's just like, so I would say to simplify it, there's, you know, multiple. Citadel's job, and I'm just saying Citadel because they're one of the bigger players.
Sure.
But their job is to basically provide liquidity to markets.
Right.
So the way that they justified by doing that is cutting the spread. And so when you're watching trades on things, so let's like use NVIDIA as an example, you're seeing like 82, 979, 96, like 965 in the middle, like in a dark pool. So essentially, if you're on like a Robinhood, right?
1 second.
And you press market buy, and that order is being sent, like they see that, and then they make decisions on how to fill that order. So like the reality of the situation is like, if you send out limit orders and you're like, I want to buy this stock at this particular price and it's like far away, then you know they just kind of take that and say, yeah, okay, like we'll throw that on. This is what I imagine their algos do. They take that order and they're just like, okay, like yeah, like we can definitely throw that on the book and just like allow it to sit there. But it's when you're throwing like aggressive orders crossing the spread, that's where it matters a little bit more. And they work within the spread. So essentially, they are working within the spread, slashing the, you know, like let's say bid 72, offer 73. Like they are working in between that and using like the kind of firing of order flow back and forth. And their algos are like pairing that, they're jumping in front of that, they're slicing off fractions of a cent, and that's where they net the spread. And they do this on every single stock over and over again. That's how they make, you know, billions and billions of dollars overall. So yeah, essentially when you're using Robinhood, they're like, you know, like everybody knows this is old news, but essentially, you know, it's oh, here's like a free trading platform. It's not free. You are the product. Somebody has to be the product. Like you are the product, right? And that's basically how they do that. So I personally don't think. I think in aggregate, it makes it more challenging just for day traders overall because, like, it's a zero-sum game. Like, I don't have the opportunity to watch that retail order flow come through in a fluid manner and then make a decision. I have to watch that order flow come through from Citadel and trade in the open market. And it's more like bamboozlement, and it's very difficult to kind of process what's happening. If it was just kind of retail order flow that was coming through, and even retail can capitalize on this, but if you're seeing, it's like, oh, where's the dumb money? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
And if you're seeing kind of a flood of like orders coming through, like you can see it, versus like right now, it's like, it's very kind of like, it's like they hold prices, they trade dark pools, they print like kind of in the other direction, even though it's going to go one way or the other. So all things considered, yeah, like I'm not really, you know, I don't really love the fact that that happens.
Okay,
but essentially,
can I make my example now? Because I want to, like, basically, this is what I mean. So in the book, like in CMT materials, there's something called a specialist breakout. And a specialist breakout is exactly what you anticipate a market maker to do, which is basically once you move up, you get to a key level, like this key level here. They bid everything up, you break the key level, you catch everybody offside, and you flush everybody down. Now, if there aren't too many orders here that they're seeing coming in at these levels, right? So for them to know this is a level, they need to see either orders, stops, take profit, profits, something there to know the level 3, we often call it, right? At that level, they need to know it. So if there's just me, dumb, you know what, me sitting at this level, they don't care about me enough to do a specialist breakout. It's where there is enough bids there, orders from either retail investors or there are other competitors at there where they do this type of thing and flush it back down. That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying it is the move there to match every order. Like your position is, look, it doesn't matter to them whether you're big or small. They're looking to make money off you, they're front run you, and they'll algo will match you, take a few cents off your order here, and that's how they make money. I get that. I get that completely. What I'm talking about are these bigger moves where they flush everybody out, then Khwadunk, we get the move down.
Yeah. So just to kind of comment on that one so obviously there's different things that are going to take place in the market, right? So if they're cutting the spread, that's kind of different than the example you're giving. But in that type of scenario, I just want to see, just make sure, like if you guys are on the right, Zaxi, say conspiracy hour. Well, it's not. It's like this is public. It's just not public to everybody because people don't know where to look or the kind of games in the industry and how like fills are taking place and stuff. So it's just a product of, I would say your first step as a day trader is figure out the right side, right? So for example, AMD today, I mean, look, this thing is down 35 beeps from Friday. It went down, it went up. It's a range day, right? It's an inside day. It's not really like doing anything like crazy. But first figure out what is the right side. Then understand like what games can potentially be played. So what Sharif was showing is a great example of the stock is going to go up. And for the most part, market makers get the feel that, look, the stock is probably going to go up, right? So they're hedging their side in their books, but they're also trying to fill orders that are coming through, and they're trying to make money doing it, right? So they're always going to net the spread on some of these orders. A lot of the commission in the industry went down, so they have to have other ways. They have to, find other ways to make money from it. And so essentially with this AMD trade, like let's say this was just going up. This is a bad example, but I can't think of another one right now. Let's say like it goes up, it breaks the high, it does the volume, right? That's where the stop orders, people are taking the long, it's a breakout, blah, blah, blah. Then the residual buying doesn't come through, and a lot of the times, if you're a market maker with access to that, you know that. So you just kind of chill, you fill all those orders, then liquidity vacuum back down. Like the real bid is down here, right? So the real kind of support area is like down here. So yes, in this particular case, it broke, went up, didn't go back down, and then just was like off to the races. But in most cases, what tends to happen is it breaks, it comes back down, it holds the original support, then goes back up the way that Sharif drew that, and then continues to the upside. So on a large cap trade, just because it goes over under, if it's not at a specific level, it might just be a product of what he was just explaining in that scenario, where it kind of breaks, comes back down, the bid gets caught over here. And so these traders open their risk up. So they get long here, like their real stop should be below 80 in this case. But that opens your risk up. Like really, you want to get as close to 80 as possible because it's showing you that that's the level before the actual breakout. So just understand that if you do take a long up here, it could actually flush back down into the support level, bounce, then go up. And you're not actually wrong, but you open up your risk. Whereas if you just get long at the support area and then let it break the level, then make a decision if you should be adding to it or not. There's all types of ways and kind of little kind of details of how things kind of move in one way or the other. You get used to them as you trade more and more. Somebody in the chat was asking, like how do we learn to trade like you guys? Is there a book? There's lots of books out there, but the best way is to just kind of dive into the market, experience it firsthand. I'm kind of a big believer that you want to live trade as opposed to paper trade, but just trade very, very small. So you have some skin in the game, but when you lose over and over again, because most likely that's what's going to happen initially, like anything else that you do, at least you've got the skin in the game. But it's small. You're not losing a lot. So let's talk about small caps here, and I want to quickly go. I want to stay on that same quick analogy that you were talking about, but I want to bring it into the world of small caps. So, different market makers doing different things. How many times do we see high day clearouts on small caps? And so essentially what that means is stock goes up, right? Everybody's looking to short it. It breaks down, they look for confirmation. In this particular case on RLX, I don't think there's a good example of this one today, but in RLX's case, it went up and it just went back down. So there was no real confirmation of the short, but sometimes what you might actually see in the market is something like this. And let me just draw it, to kind of show what I'm talking about. But essentially, you have this kind of up move, down move, consolidation, then down move. So a lot of traders look at this area and say, this is my confirmation. I'm going to risk off the high. I'm going to try to get short, and then I'm going to actually go for the move and then cover view up, cover below. Now, the high of day clear out is essentially market makers, you know, they shouldn't know how many shorts are involved in the brokerages. There should be like that the wall or whatever, firewall, whatever you want to call it. Like they shouldn't know. Now, do they know? I mean, I don't work for them, so I have no idea. But essentially, the whole phenomena of high day clear out is, you know, how many stops are sitting here at the high of day with shorts that are like, no, this stock is, you know, for the next 2 days is going to be like in the gutter. So safe to say, if you get the short here and you're like scaling out and you're holding the rest, they might like run it up, tick the high, and then like it might go back into a down halt. So this is just like everything looks okay, like it should be going down, you would think. If you've seen it enough times, you know it's garbage. But then how many times does it go and then back down? So like this kind of move is like market makers just doing their job to make money, and then they'll just be like, well, we're providing liquidity, like we didn't actually do that move, like it was a product of the open market and yada yada yada. So again, not taking shots at anybody particularly, but it happens all the time, right? So we see it all the time. And that is just basically how market makers, or at least one way that market makers can make money, right? So yeah, there's different techniques on all types of sides. Players use different ways to kind of get their fill and manage their book and so on and so forth. On the large cap side of things, it might be one way. On the small cap side of things, it might be another. You know, us as day traders, we look for certain things that might be different. Somebody said it amazingly when I came on here at 11. Someone was like, the casino is open and the casino always wins, or the casino never loses. The thing is technically speaking, the market is just there for participants to come in and transact, and people can buy and sell. So who is the actual casino? That's a great question. But I just want to say that if you have unlimited buying power and you play a range and you're willing to buy and sell in every direction, then I guess technically you're the casino in that case. And yeah, the casino never loses because they never stop playing and they never stop providing liquidity and buying and selling. So yeah, I don't know who said that, but I was kind of laughing and I'm like, oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, keep in mind that at the end of the day, the market is not begging you to come to it and trade. It is just there, and you're the one who makes the decision to go and actually trade it. So yeah, just make sure that when you are building a setup as a day trader, you look for something that is scalable, repeatable. You want to see lots of liquidity, lots of volume. You want to sit on your hands for the majority of the time, and then when you see it, you have the kind of reps built up that you can continue to hit it over and over again.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
So menacing. All right, Meta, 181.50, hold again, and it gives you a 182.40 immediate bounce. This has been a rinse and repeat level basically the entire morning since we broke through that level at 11 a.m., I want to say, 11-ish. We get to that high of day at 183.22, and we've been kind of in a consolidation range between 181.50 to the south side and 183.22 to the high side. I participated in a bunch of times, and that's probably, you know, unless it breaks the range, I may not get in at this again. We're at another inflection point also on the futures. We're back down to 3,900, 38.99. That level also happens to be VWAP on the ES June contract. Very clear levels of support and resistance today that have held up the majority of the day. Here is resistance being support, that 3,900 to be expected, that we were going to get a lot of action through that level. Key psychological level on this contract, 39.71 technically the high, but the after the bell high is 39.40. That's the after the bell high on this one. We wicked up there. Retracing now into VWAP. So not sure what trades to be had at the moment, to be honest with you. Kind of a slower time of the day now, and it looks like we are range bound. So looking for some confirmation as to which direction we're going to go. Not much on these big cappers, to be honest. Looking at some of these small cappers, let's see what's going on there. Green side, I'm looking at EUDA. EUDA up 42% on the day, actually 80% since the open. So this meaning that it opened up red. Yes, absolutely. Look at that move up on the bell, going all the way up there, halting and topping up at 282. 320 the high though. It's been a dance with VWAP from the high side and the north side. This one to me shows no discernible trend, maybe except the 50 period. Okay, I take that back a little bit. So looks like it bounced off the 50 period here, rejecting off it multiple times from the sell side, and then when it reclaimed it, now it looks to be holding the 50 period from the high side. So if you were able to get in at 285, 286, maybe 4 tested that 3. We've got a bit of a flat top that's looking to break here through that $3 level. Granted, we've been through it, but the more recent highs, not so much. So $3, interesting on EUDA. I have no idea what this one is up to, why it's moving. Let me see here, EUDA. Not seeing anything on this one. Is it a multi-day runner? Let's check the daily. Yes. Okay, so this one goes back to March 6th. It's been running since that time. I should have known that. Come on. EUDA, let's see if we have any discernible levels on the 4-hour. Let's look quickly here. Yeah, so it looks like on that March 7th top, we got all the way up to 341. So that will be definitely a level 320, then 341, and then, you know, look for this one to wick down, though. It's had a history of doing that on these moves. So big day for it also on Friday. I don't know why I'm not remembering that. But anyway, EUDA, look for something to set up on that. But in the meantime, we're going to go up to Brendo, who's at the big desk with the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty wild action once again today as far as crude oil is concerned. We are having a look at one of the biggest swings you're going to see in crude for quite some time. If you go out to the daily chart, anyways, the daily range here, absolutely enormous. We get all the way down here to December of 2022 lows around that 72 area before a huge bounce comes into play, 72.5 even, all the way back up to 76. This obviously all coming in the wake of these bank failures and the idea of higher interest rates to come and the idea of maybe they're even done with rate hikes as far as the Fed is concerned. So a monster rebound today. Now down just 2.5%. Remember when we were talking about oil and the energy market in the pre-market, we were looking at a 5% move for crude on the day. Now again, just 2.5%, guys. Starting to roll over a little bit, but back into its range really after a pretty crazy morning for oil. Back over to you guys.
I'm not intelligent enough to know how oil factors into all this and what the repercussions of the venture capital banking sector has on energy. I just don't make the connection quite yet. Clearly there is one as it is moving at the moment. We just came to an interesting point here, both on the futures and on Meta. Meta decidedly broke that 180-150 to the downside. That has been a clear area of support the entire morning, and it's not bouncing off quite yet, maybe. The futures also decidedly broke that 3,900 and VWAP, which happened to be kind of at the same area. And now we've gone red on the day. Looks like the bottom of this candle, we got down to 89s. So the range, the notional range, definitely there today on these equities and on these futures. We're moving 10, 11 points at a time. Last week and the week prior to that, we were like, you know, we were happy with 20, 30 points intraday. Today we're getting that on a move, man. So it's been very volatile. Day opportunities to get in. Just not sure what to take at the moment. Wall is halted to the upside again. WAL. This one halted at 22.75. I'll look at the top in a second. But yeah, this one's just been one. Look at this. I can't even count how many halts. No point even looking at this. But now it is trending to the high side again on wall as we have now 3 in a row to the upside after 4 in a row to the downside. So make of that what you will. You won't see me in that stock, I'll tell you that. But yeah, so interesting inflection point here at the futures as we, you know, flirt between green and red. We're like at 0.00 right now on the ES June contract. So let's see what happens there. Thanks for that, Fahad. My mic is not correctly positioned. What do you got in there, Luke? I see you're in BAC.
Yep, I am long BAC off this VWAP bounce. So trying it the first time, getting myself out, getting back in, and yeah, now working here just a little bit. So yeah, a little bit of a scalp trade for myself. Basically, I mean, we sort of dip, and then I think we could easily go back to 29.40 on this if this area holds. So yeah, this is kind of my first trade, you know, of the show here. Ladies and gentlemen. So let's see where this one wants to go.
Oh, baby.
I just think as long as VWAP holds, it kind of breaks the 29. It goes 99s, doesn't really print 98s, and then kind of pops back up. So let's see, same situation, or I would say similar to like what happened on Citi, but Citi was just at the low, and now it's kind of below. But Citi kind of bounce up, bounce, and then giving you the residual bounce. Let's see if, yeah, BAC wants to do that one. I would anticipate that it spends a little bit of time here, but yeah, the level should hold if it's going to be a good trade. So yeah, let's just see where that one wants to go for now.
Okay, thank you for that segue, Luca. He said City, and you guys know immediately what I thought. Obviously, my mind goes to the Prem, and let's talk a little bit about the Prem because it's 105. City winning this week in a late winner. I believe it was against, was it Palace? Who'd they beat? Did City beat Palace? We'll have to look at that one in a second. Anyway, they get a late winner, penalty from Erling Haaland in the 78th, and they come off squeaking a 1-0 ski victory. Arsenal, on the other hand, a slick 3-0 performance where they slapped around Fulham on their own turf at Craven Cottage. So that was a hell of a game by Arsenal. Arsenal looked fantastic. I got to give a shout out to Arsenal, man. I mean, every time I have doubts about this team and, you know, their ability to have longevity through the Prem, you guys know the Prem, a 38-game marathon. So, yeah, we're 28 games now. We got 10 games more. So, shout out to Trossard, Leonardo Trossard. The acquisition from Brighton this year has been absolutely amazing as a false number 9, slipping into the middle, but, you know, creative enough to come back into our own field, get the ball from our half and bring it up. And look, Mikel Arteta saying his football intelligence is through the roof. So very happy with that. City, we're not going to make mistakes, so you better not make mistakes because we're coming for that title, baby. And we're definitely going to be playing Champions League football next year. Trader Prad, smack talking in the chat. Great sports to talk about. We just had the Oscars last night, I believe. What player won the Best Actor award? I don't know, but I know that Everything Everywhere All at Once had a great night. They won like Best Actress, Best I think Picture. I think they got Best Director, Best Editor. They got a whole bunch of best. So Oscars was interesting. I watched a bit of that yesterday, and then, you know, it's I gotta call it an early night because I'm up at 6 a.m. baby. So yeah, we can't be staying up too late there. But did catch the majority of the Oscars.
This 29
it's really
looks
not
spicy.
for me, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know how you feel about the Oscars. You don't really care about it. I'm in BAC, baby.
Wait.
Yeah,
so
the Oscars was yesterday. Homie.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, dude, I don't know. I don't watch that nonsense.
Yeah, it's who cares about that
Not
one?
at
We
all.
got
Yeah.
SIVB.
Yeah,
that's
man.
the Oscars, bro. That's
yeah,
the
that's.
entertainment.
I mean, if you're into that stuff, yeah, you're into it. You know, like it is what it is. But not for me. Just not my cup of tea. Didn't even know that they were yesterday, honestly. This 29 level is kind of interesting on this. We get down to 29, and then tape does a little bit of dancing around. So if you guys are looking at, like, if you're a scalper and you're watching the tape, like, look at BAC at 29 right now and watch how it sort of drifts up, right? It kind of hits VWAP, it drifts up, it goes back into 29.05, 02, and then it does like this, like kind of velocity change in the tape. So not to say that we're going to go up, I mean, you never really know, right? You sort of take shots where you think it's going to make the most sense. As you guys can see, I'm basically I'm scalping it out. I'm still holding more than 50% here because I think we probably pop back. And you never really know how high a little bit of a bounce is going to go. Does it go to 10s? Does it go to 15s? Does it go to 20s? So yeah, you see me kind of scaling this, just basically taking random prices, small size in case we do explode higher. I want to be able to capitalize on that move. And yeah, now I'm just watching this 29 area. So yeah, it could be interesting. Do I reload this? Yeah, maybe I just missed my chance there, but we'll see how it wants to react. I think kind of slow to start, and then once we start to go, assuming we're going to go up, if we do start to go, I want to kind of hold for the general area that it's showing me that's the level. So just to kind of draw a very loose level, it's here, it broke the channel, it's coming into the resistance, but then as soon as we get back into it, we're at least going to this 50 period. So that's 23. So yeah, I'm just going to basically have my orders. Yeah, I want to make sure that I have some orders. I hate just sitting on the book. I never really know. Yeah, let me just take some more there. And yeah, we'll see if this can get to at least 29.25. That would be the middle of this channeling area. And then do we get to the top? That would be a gift. So yeah, for myself, for the scalp trade VWAP bounce, I'm essentially long, cover, long again, off, off, and then I will be like light at the top because it's showing that that was the top. So yeah, I want to hold like the majority of the position for the cover at like 25 because that's the middle. That's the target for myself. So then when it gets there, I want to like get it out. And then if we keep going, I'm still a part of the move. But if that was like the level and then we go back down, I'm not like too upset about it. So that's basically the logic with how I'm kind of structuring this trade. I think as soon as we get to the 50, it's kind of a coin flip as to up or down. Maybe other traders have different kind of take on the situation. But yeah, for myself, I'm just trying to, trade what I see in real time and make those decisions. So
Is that a VWAP hold?
Yeah, VWAP
Fantastic.
long.
I have an entire scanner built on VWAP hold. So
There. So where's the target then, BAC? Because I'm literally
Well,
like,
I don't think it tells you the target, but it tells you the
okay.
entry points, and then you've got to figure out the exits. That's shout
Yeah,
out
yeah,
to Michael
yeah.
Moss for that. Sorry, Super Freeze, €5.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Asking, can you look at Shopify? Great Canadian company. Not done so great lately. Let's have a look at the chart. This is the 15. Looks like it's a red to green move. The close on Friday was that 41.43. Let's say 41.50. We open up the day. We start out the pre-market. We dump all the way to about 39.50. We do a red to green move here. It looks like we're up a percentage, almost like in a quarter on the day, up 42.62. I don't have an intraday trade on this one, to be honest with you, so I won't comment on that, but let's have a look at the daily first and foremost. I mean, obviously this is split adjusted. It's that's incorrect, but I don't have to tell you, if you're long this stock from going on a year or 2 years, you felt the pain as it has dumped. This is one of those stories where they grossly overestimated their post-COVID growth regime and overhired, overspent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know it. And then it's been like, one huge measure of austerity since. I still think it's a good competitor to Amazon because, a lot of these merchants complain about Amazon front running their products and advertising their own. I've heard conspiracy theories about that. Shopify is not directly competing with you. There is a bit of a conflict of interest with respect to Amazon on that part, in that they are in direct competition with their own people. So, there is a platform to be made for the Shopify. Again, I'm not an online, market specialist or merchant specialist. I don't understand. I'm just giving you a general picture here. The price action suggests it hasn't recovered still. We are printing a series of higher lows on this one. I want to say since that October low. So the October low, for a lot of people, that's been the low. We draw a trend line. We get nice, very nice 3 touches there. We're at an inflection point with respect to the stock. This trend line hasn't broken since October. The longer it goes, the more weight obviously you add to it. Looks like we touched it today when we broke that 40 level, 39.79. We've gone as high as the 200 period as of late. Look at this 200 period reclaim on the daily here. But it looks like a bull trap, right? You reclaim the 200 and then you drop all the way back down, but you hold the trend line. So we could possibly see a higher high. We haven't seen a lower low here, right? So the macro trend looks okay. Let's have a look at the weekly on this bad boy. The weekly, yeah, look, I mean, look how far away we are from the 50 period and the 200 period here on the weekly. Like, we are not even close yet. If you're looking like fundamentally long term, it looks like we have made that bottom. That October bottom looks legit because we've been retracing off it with higher lows, but let's reclaim that 50 period, and obviously we're going to have resistance at the 200 period. That's typically how these bigger cap names work, especially on the longer term. We do see resistance at the 2 and the 50, the weekly even more than the daily, obviously. So hope that helps. I don't have an intraday trade on it though. It's not something that I've been trading intraday, and it's not the hype right now. Like, I mean, I don't need to tell you that. Obviously, you know what's hype. It's the bank stocks. Today it's Bitcoin even, because Bitcoin pumped quite high. Bitcoin just gave up 24,000. So now we're stair-stepping down into the 23 and change. Let's see if we reclaim it. We had a big boy bull flag here, but so far we haven't had that bull flag continuation. Where do I see possible area of support? There's a nice consolidation area here at that 23,500 to 23,000. You want to say 750 at $250 range. There could be support in that area if we make our way back down. Let's see. what I've been noticing, I don't know if you've been noticing this. I don't know you don't trade like Bitcoin or you haven't been invested in lately, but what I've been noticing is we make these highs and then we really retrace aggressively off the highs. It hasn't been like that continuation on this Bitcoin. We've been seeing big moves up and then either stagnation or a retracement. And then we'll get another move up later on some new catalyst, but no continuation lately.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, yeah, again, you're right to say I don't trade it. I'm not 100% sure. But it kind of feels like it leads the market.
Yeah.
So sorry. Oh, yeah, super chat coming through. Super fries. Supersize them fries, baby.
Yeah, another super chat.
Yeah, thank you for the
That's
super
another
chat.
one, baby.
I am short. I don't know what you're short.
Shopify. Shop. He was talking about Shop.
Oh, Shop.
Yeah, because
okay.
he just gave another super chat. So yeah, good for you if you're
Nice.
short. I don't know where you're short. If you're short, anywhere before October, you're probably, or sorry, I want to say before August, you're probably a lot in the money. I don't know where you're short. If you took like a long, short-term position here, where did you get? You could have gotten off 55. It looks like we got up to 57.5. So shout out to you. I hope you're in the money. And yeah, kill it on that. I mean, I personally don't care too much about the company. It's Canadian, but it's really
Yeah, I wonder if yeah, guys. Somebody says like, oh, Luca, City, breakdown. I know you want the short. I don't know if it was the same you. I know Richard, Luca, I know you want the short. No, actually, I don't. I actually want the long, if anything. But I'm basically using Bank of America as opposed to City because City trade already happened, in my opinion, for that 45 bounce trade. It actually went to 45.50. So that was a sick 50-cent win to the upside. At this point, not too sure. But yeah, I'm basically playing the Bank of America long. I think, again, I'm long, and I also think that we're going back to 29.30s. And then at that point, I'm not really too sure. So basically, over the 50 period will be the money fills for my exits. That's like a gift. It's just doing this action at 29 that's showing me that it wants to hold. But I'm just trading the trade, man, basically long. Let's see if it continues to pop to the upside. You always want to, if you guys are scalping, you want to kind of gauge the soft side of the book. And basically what that means is there might be a lot of red coming through. So let me just show this here. Basically, you might see a lot of red, a lot of selling into the bid, and it might not be going anywhere, right? There may a lot of red, a lot of red. Then a little bit of green comes through, and it goes up 3 cents. So lots of red doesn't go down. Little bit of green, it goes up. Soft side is up for the time being, and clearly it's showing you that off of the 29, and that's because it's VWAP, and so that's why I tried the trade. We're now pushing that 20 area. Let's see if we can print the 50 period. I'll start to take some fills up and above here. And yeah, it's as a scalper for myself, I mean, if it kind of reverses off my order and goes all the way down and stops me out, I will be sad. I'll be like, oh man. But this is why I pay myself, right? I kind of scale it out, scale it out, scale it out. It's showing that VWAP wants to hold. So unless it wants to do this ultra stop out and then pop back, that'll be frustrating. But I just think with Bank of America right now, I think the likelihood of that is a little bit lower. So I'm not really too worried about it. So yeah, let's just move on from that one. Meta 180 VWAP area could be interesting, but the fact that it's not really a down move, up move, lots of time going sideways, then a little bit of a broop, and then a vroop to the upside, and then yeah, just going up and down, up and down. Sharif had that nice long going back into the top of the range, so that was a pretty solid trade there. And I think it's showing you that, oh, well, it showed you. Now it's kind of out of that range there. But showed you that that was the general vicinity of, channel-ish area. So you could have the short off 183. You could have the long before. Now the long feels not valid. Is this the dip and then rip? Or do we actually do that again? Do we get a little bit lower? And then do you use VWAP as that kind of protection-ish area? So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that one wants to go. I'm not going to have a trade on Meta. I'm just not really too interested in it. Just going to be chilling. And... yeah, AMD, nothing special here. I think somebody was asking about Apple before, and I'll get to DocuSign in a second. Apple gave a nice little bit of a VWAP little dip and rip there. I think if you guys are looking at this kind of VWAP ideology trade, every day is going to be different, right? So you want to kind of build a strategy around that if that's what interests you. But for this morning, look at how this pattern kind of sets itself up, where it makes the run up, it goes sideways, right? It pops, drops, and then it doesn't really spend a lot of time at VWAP. So I mean, it's tough to get the fill if you're not sitting there or if you're not watching it. And so I almost want to say that, look at the low, right? It's kind of holding, holding, holding. If you see VWAP and you see this kind of setup, you could say to yourself, okay, what I want to see is a dip through the short-term support to hold VWAP and then rip to the upside. And then, yeah, maybe your target is the high a day. and then maybe you hold some for the next leg up or whatever. But yeah, look at that. And then again, right? Dip into VWAP, pop again. This time, middle of the day, a little bit less velocity to the upside. But if you're looking at VWAP, if you're trying to structure something around this, it's going to be good when it does something like this, right? So it's like dip and rip. If it spends a lot of time there, you're susceptible to the robots kind of analyzing the situation, finding the order flow, trying to stop people out. There's obviously lots of robots doing lots of things, so they don't actually work together, to my understanding. But yeah, man, digital warfare, maybe they do. Maybe they're all out to get everybody except for themselves. And that's why algo order flow doesn't fill algo order flow there. But yeah, that's just my thoughts. That's why I love the market. Everybody's got their opinions. And like, so for example, with this kind of changing gears here, going from Apple to a Bank of America, from a NASDAQ stock to a New York stock, New York stocks have a little bit of a different personality, right? So the VWAP long might be good, but it might just kind of like, it's like slower, the range is more tight, you're getting less liquidity vacuums just because, you know, Bank of America is super liquid up and down every single level. So the stop out might be less substantial, right? So whereas on an Apple or a Meta or a Tesla, this could go like back up and then go up. On a Bank of America, I would suspect at least that it'll be less significant. So maybe this little move from like the 16s into like the 7s, or like even right now into the 29s, maybe like that's the attempt at it, right? But at the same time, I could just be wrong and we could be going down. So there's not really kind of a sure way to look at it. You just kind of find the trade, you take it, structure it accordingly, pay yourself as you win if you're a scalper, and try to hold some for targets that you kind of show yourself. Fonzie saying, Luca, opinions are like you know what? Everybody got one. Yeah, exactly. This is just my opinion. I'm just kind of sitting here giving you my opinion on what's happening. Doesn't mean that it's right, man. Doesn't mean that it's right. Just one guy over here doing the do's. Hopefully you guys are having a great day and enjoying the show. James North, thank you for the super chat. mRNA, do you think we get a 148 break today? I haven't looked at it today, so let's have a look here. mRNA on NASDAQ, 2.8 million shares traded today. Looking extra choppy, but up 6%. Do we get a 148 break today? Huh, yeah, probably, I would say. That would be my kind of first guess at this. We're sort of above that range, that it kind of like down move. This was the top, 146. We're above that. It's channeling, it's holding VWAP, it's at the highs. I think, yeah, I would say we're $1 away from it. For sure, we probably get that 148 break. But the real question is, do we hold 148 and then actually run to 150? I would say 150 is the more psychological level. So if we break 148, maybe it's like gunning for 150 and then it kind of trades around there and does something. But yeah, a little bit of a gap to fill. I'm assuming this is earnings coming through on this day. You got the down move, you got the secondary leg down, kind of channeling. Now you're getting the up move. Do we get the secondary leg up? Do we get to 160 very quickly? Or do we just like reject this like 148 into 150 and then sideways and then make a decision after that? So I would say, yeah, 148 today probably. I mean, it's 80 cents away. It's a $147 stock. So I feel like it's like it's easy for me to be like, yeah, probably, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a trader. It's a profitable kind of long or whatnot. Like it's too close to the highs, I think. Like I'm not taking a long at it or anything. So yeah, good luck if you are trading that one. And yeah, thank you so much for the super chat.
All right, Mashworth, best chapter in technical analyst for a stock trader. Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I have no idea. To be honest with you, I think all of them, at least that's the way I see it. I don't think I could just point out to one. I did take a bit of a hiatus this weekend from the CMT materials, giving myself a break. I've been, every weekend has been like 8 or 9 hours of reading, and now I am 3/4 of the way done the material. That's just one time around, and I'll read them around one more time again. That's just kind of how I do things. All right, Microsoft long 13s looking to defend 255. I have an order there in front of 255. I mean, we're at that point on the futures where we're holding that break-even point. So I feel like if we hold this level, some of these big cappers could go, but I'm not giving it much room. A break of 255 to the sell side, and I'm gonzino. You know, like 20 pennies in the money now, but that doesn't really mean much. Really looking for a continuation through, I want to see 256. If we can take 256, that's obviously a newer high, and I'll probably ring the profit bell there. And also looking at the futures to hold that 3,900. Not exactly, like in and around that area. I don't want to see a newer low through 87. So I suspect we'll probably get a break of 255 on Microsoft before we get breaks of 87s on the ES2 contract. So that's just my suspicion. Scott H saying wall, double top on WAL. I'm seeing it halted at the moment. at 25.38. I don't know if there's a double top. Yeah, I see the double top now. Okay, so I'll bring in that real quick. I have to keep my eye on this Microsoft trade as I have to manage it here. Here is the 5-minute chart, and absolutely right, double top at 27-ish, 27.45, and here we go. So could this be a big boy move to the south side? You got to assume we'll get a 50-period retracement. That's $20. So maybe we'll get into that, into this halt fest over here. Going to be hard to manage a risk on that one though. So we'll keep an eye out. Let me get that ready. Let me get Meta off here. Let's put in WAL. That is a New York stock for all those wondering. And it is halted. As I said, 25.38 is the top. We'll keep an eye on that. But so far, we're in this Microsoft long, and we're trying to hold for 255. But the futures may have their own ideas. And there goes 255, and I'll get out of that one. I won't give it any room. I don't care. Don't want to give back many of these profits. And I'm seeing lower highs and lower lows on these futures. So maybe we start stair-stepping down. We've got to start looking for a short on some of these. So 255 gets reclaimed here. I get that, but you know, it's the dance. It's the dance with that level, and if it broke it, I got to draw the line somewhere. So that's continuing to move down. Not seeing much else in small cap world. Still in this trade on RLX. That's basically like almost a buyout in the sense that I've been in it all day. Nothing else here happening on my scanner, guys. So a bit of a slower time right now for me. I don't have much on.
Yeah, guys, I'm just chilling, watching a few different things here. Thank you for the heads up. Somebody was saying Google VWAP, Apple VWAP. We actually are getting a move off the market on this VWAP level, and that was actually a very, very quick move up. So if you guys are watching that move, not really, it's not, that was just a little bit of like a VWAP, and then like, boom, like explode back to the upside. So yeah, now is like, if you think the longs, I mean, we're kind of like in that VWAP region, you know, Google, Apple. I would say find things that are holding up a little bit better if you're thinking of structuring something like that. For myself, I'm not. I'm already in the, you know, BAC. Let's see if this one wants to hold. Might take another stab at it on the long, but I just feel like, yeah, if we are going to like break down, the VWAP long is good the first time if the long is going to work. If it doesn't work and we drift back, then maybe it's either games or maybe it's just not going to work, right? So, yeah, just keep that in mind, you know, as you guys are trading whatever. And, okay, yeah, so I'm out of that BAC, and let me just go back to it very quickly to watch, so to see what takes place here. If this is like a little bit of a dip and rip, then I feel like I might just get back into it. Because then we just like bounce again the way that we did last time. So sometimes I'm willing to take things multiple times, right? So the way that I kind of like took the long, like light, add, stop out, add it back, because it you know, it was worth it. It was the first time I'm willing to do it like this. As you can see, I sort of stop out because 99's held and then 99's broke. So I'm basically saying to myself, well, 99's held the first time. If we get below 99's and trigger 98's, yeah, maybe we actually want to go lower there. So I don't want to kind of be in that trade when I can just always get back into it if we are going to like rip back to the upside. So yeah, I tried to hold. It didn't work. I stop out. I'm ahead on it, but I'm not ahead as much as I could have been if I covered the rest at the top, which is fine. You know, you kind of structure it to the best of your ability when you're trading, and you know, try to make something makes sense to you and make it work. If it doesn't, it is what it is. No big deal. I want to go back to Alex saying, Luca, what is a VWAP? So guys, on the Trader TV YouTube homepage, you can get your answers there. What is a VWAP? It is the volume weighted average price, and it is essentially just mathematical. You know, volume weighted average price is the mean of the day, give or take, like to loosely kind of explain it there. But yeah, just math. So yeah, guys, I want to go back quickly to FRC. Just to kind of say, like, look, when things go up and then down and then they get back to the middle, you want to kind of watch, you sort of want to watch the action. If you got involved, anybody who got involved after 1150, I just feel like it was like very frustrating, and it's just chopping around, not doing anything. So you definitely don't want to be in this name when it's not really doing anything. You want to be either long off the bottom or kind of shorting the move down or shorting the highs if you have a level there. Or maybe you have like the 30 level, you take a stab at it. Or with Wall, you have like the 20 level that we were discussing. But after those trades, it's like it's super important to just sit back and be like, look, one good trade makes the most sense. So yeah, I just wanted to go back and say this thing, it didn't really go crazy. If it did, I would have probably been watching it more often for the past hour. But obviously, it's not even on my radar because it's not really doing much there. So yeah, not really too concerned with it anymore. I'm basically chilling. That low of BAC is kind of interesting. If that was a little bit of a stop out, I would watch the 28.95 level. Didn't break 95, and if that's going to be the low, you know, maybe justify another long. But again, the first time it's great, so take first time size. The second time, maybe it's not as good, so take second time size. And if you kind of diddle and say like, okay, now I'm going to play off the 95, it could still break that level, like it's too close to it. I would say if we rip back above VWAP and then have a chance to actually go back to the upside, you know, find a way in. Like a lot of the times, it might just go up, come back down, giving you the opportunity, then going back up, right? So no need to get in right now and play off the level and, you know, let more robots bamboozle your kind of ideas. Let it do what you want to see and then see if you can get in. And if you miss the fill, it is what it is. Contagion, I hope I pronounced that one right. Contagion, LA, rug pull incoming. What you talk about, Willis? Rug pull on the overall market. Maybe, I don't know, man. I think, you know, for the most part, it's lackluster right now. The 39.30 area, that stop out was the, not to say that, I'm not going to say that was the tell, because in my opinion, at the moment, that wasn't really a tell for myself. But like, you know, things will not go down until they stop everybody out and then go back down, then they go down. So yeah, my levels right now are just basically the low, so 38.50-ish, give or take. And that top area is kind of interesting. I don't know if we get back there. Maybe we do. If we hold VWAP, I guess we get back there. But let's go back to Apple just very quickly, because Apple had that very, very violent up move. So we sort of broke the low below 151. Then we like exploded to like 151.35 in like almost like 3 seconds, reversed the whole move, and now up again. So in terms of what I'm referring to, you know, don't chase it just because you see it moving. Like, let it go up, let it come back down, test the level. It didn't actually break the level, so it didn't break 150.98. And you could have had a better little buy the dip, you know, on a micro move type thing, and then it went back to the top end of that move. So yeah, pretty sick on that one. Obviously, I didn't trade it, didn't see it, but I can just sit here in hindsight and be like, yeah, maybe this VWAP long on Apple is worth a shot here, playing off of that low. But again, Apple too close to the price, could definitely make another low and pop back up anyways. Thank you for the super chat, Mohammed. 20C bought FRC at 20 and sold at 32. Now eating Swedish 2 pizzas.
I love it.
That's the way you do it, man. That's the way you do it.
Absolutely. Let's go to this.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Don't you dare put pineapple on the pizza. Shout out to Neil, who is on March break with his fam, I believe, down south in Florida. And that is awesome because the weather is not that great today. Still playing around with this Microsoft long here as we continue to flirt with that 3,900. I have 08s or 09s or whatever in the money, break even. Looking for it to hold this level and to run up. I've got profit takers sitting around 50. Let's see how she does. We're holding the 50 period here on the 3-minute chart. But the futures, you know, just flirting with that 3,900, not showing their intention to go up or down. So we shall see. Zeus says, oh no, Luca, why my volume is inaccurate. So I'll have a look at that in a second. Qtonic, I'm in Florida. It's been raining all day. Okay, so maybe not that good for Neil. Well, I guess depends on where you are in Florida. Florida's a big state, whether you're where are you, Central, North? Are you Jacksonville North? Are you Pensacola North? Are you in that Panhandle? Or are you South in the Peninsula near Miami, Fort Lauderdale area? Yeah, so shout out to you and shout out to my fellow Floridian viewers who are down there. Definitely one of my favorite states there in the Union. So yeah, shout out to you guys. Looking here for this WAL short. Yeah, so this opened up and it looks like an absolute double top. I don't know how I'm gonna bamboozle my way into this. It is a little risky to trade here, especially on a prop floor where risk management is one of the top priorities that we have to keep in consideration here. I just got to keep my eye on Microsoft because we are coming down back into that 50 period. It looks like I may have to cut this one here if we break any further than we're holding 77. If we get a rebound at this point, it would be nice, but these futures stair-stepping down, and I'm going to have to cut this trade quite soon. We got 08s long. We're stair-stepping down, but yeah, I might have to keep this one in a short leash, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying a little bit of a long here on Apple. Basically, like down, up, back down at the level. If we keep selling off here with the market kind of breaking down below VWAP, then I'm going to let it go. For myself right now, super light on the position, so kind of like feeling it out. I want to see if it holds. It's definitely going to spend a little bit of time here. Like it showed that is like once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Let's see if we do sell off. I might just off it and take the L on the piece that I have, which is fine. But if we kind of come back up and hold and we find like a bottomish area, then yeah, maybe add to it. So let's just see how this like general vicinity holds right now. And again, like super light position, so not like too concerned with it. So yeah, let's see if it wants to pop back above 150. I mean, the first time it like ripped. The second time it kind of held. So I just feel like we're breaking down. If I lose on the trade, I lose. But if we rip back, I feel like 30 cent, 40 cent winner instantly. So don't know what happens next. Sean Steele, I think we're going to sell off big and dump. Yeah, maybe we do. That's kind of the reason why I'm like in the feeler and light on it. I'm just kind of watching it. It's in the middle. Like anytime I'm going to do like a little diddle in the middle, I don't want to be like too aggressive with it. If we pop to the 50 period, which will be like a 50-cent win, that'll be pretty solid. So let's just see where this one wants to go. And if I just like, yeah, maybe I'll just like send some orders. Yeah, okay, perfect. So that's like a little pop that I was looking for there. Now let's see, do we get the secondary pop up? And I always feel like I look at this and I was like, okay, we're going to get the pop. So I know the first pop, but now I don't know where the second pop goes, if we even get a second pop. So that's kind of like what I need to work on next, I guess. So yeah, taking the first piece on that one, which is not too bad. Okay, yeah, now we're getting that second pop. Let me get out of that one at the 50 period. And
come on, man.
I mean, the market is showing you like that kind of soft side is up, right? So, and then this is the thing with the difference between like a Bank of America and an Apple is like when you're trading like a NASDAQ stock, it can like go so many ways so quickly for no reason in the middle of the day especially. So it becomes like a challenge. Like you guys saw me like long and like I'm light on the position for a reason because I think it could, I mean, it could go 50 cents down and then still go back up to high a day, right? So in this particular case, it worked out and I'm still in this with a little bit left to see if we actually break 50. Maybe I'll go 80s. Like that was a pretty like fast spike. So kind of my gut is telling me like hold this, but at the same time like I don't know if we're gonna go to high a day. Like I don't have that kind of conviction right now. But I feel like we're at 50, and if we break that 50 right now, we could probably do 60s and 70s. So yeah, let's see if we like rip to like 60s, 70s. Let's see if I can get like 80s or 75s, and then basically 52 like as a whole other like level. It's a kind of away from VWAP. This is my like dip and rip at VWAP, which happened to work. So yeah, let's see if it can continue to the north side. Congratulations to anybody that took that trade there. The lack of liquidity in this market sends these things flying in one direction or another very quickly. So it is super important to be on the right side of a trade.
Yeah, I got shaken out of that Microsoft trade. I'm really upset about that because that would have been a huge winner. It's just pumping to the high side here. Looks like we are moving higher on the futures, holding through that 3,900 quite decisively. That's frustrating because I had a super price on that, built at 255, and then just kind of gave it up all there. Yeah, it's a frustrating trade, but yeah, it is the way it is. We'll see what happens there. A bit of a double top forming here on the ES. We'll have to break 39.12. Last time around, we got to this level, we rejected. So let's see if we get continuation. I'm just gonna get out of there, so I'm not gonna do the dance with this stock anymore. It's quite frustrating. I knew that it was going to do that too. That's the thing. Like I'm like, oh, watch, it won't be a perfect hold of the 50 period. You'll get like a little wick and it'll close above the 50 period. Lo and behold, there it is. And we do end up holding the 50 period from a closing perspective. I should have waited on that candle to close, but you can never be really too sure. You always want to front run it, don't follow your plan, and that's what ends up happening. So Microsoft moving to the high side as I anticipated, but I do get shaken out of this trade. Everything moving a little bit now, 39.09, 39.10 here on the futures as we look to test these highs. There we go. Microsoft moving up. Possible. Oh my God, that would have been a dollar winner. This frustrates the you-know-what out of me. Anyway, Mara moving up, coin moving up. Everything seems to be moving up at the moment. These crypto stocks are moving. Let's have a look at crypto. It's curling. It reclaimed 24,000. It had lost 24,000. We're looking for a break of 24,330. That'll be a new major high, and then maybe to test 24,600. That would be the high of the day. So some interesting stuff moving here. WAL continues to trend to the downside. We talked about that one being the halter with a double top. Thanks for whoever alerted me to that in the chat.
back to Microsoft, 256 knocking on the door now. We're moving higher here, looking to possibly break that 256 level and test that 257. 256.79 is the high of day. We've broken that 39.08 on the futures. We're about 39.12, got it up to about 15. So stair-stepping up on a possible VWAP hold here, Luca.
Yeah, guys, that was pretty sick. So I'm long again, BAC here. I'm waiting to see, do we get back above that 29? We had some size pop up on the bid, and it is the, this is kind of like, so like the VWAP long scalp trade was not too bad, and then we kind of broke down, so I off it, right? But then I just like add it back, and I'm actually adding it below where I offed it for the reason that we had size on the bid. So if we actually break above VWAP, I feel like we could go up very, very quickly. Like this market has room to move to the upside for sure. And yeah, I want to stick with the idea that the VWAP long is good. It's just now it's a different trade, right? So the first time it's different than the second time taking it. But yeah, just my gut feel is that like the long here is not going to be wrong, and I'm already in the money. So yeah, at this point now, trade management, great. Let's see where this goes. If we go all the way to like 15s and then we come back, I'll consider adding. But yeah, let's see how far this pop wants to go. I kind of feel like now that it already showed that it wants to instantly go in the money, it should not go back down. Like this is a very particular like dip, rip, now back into that range, sideways, up. That's what I want to see right now. So if that wants to happen there, that would be great. If not, then I'll just kind of like manage my risk accordingly on it. So we'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, the Apple trade was a banger, man. That was pretty sick. So my target was essentially like 80s, 70s, as I mentioned. And I just kind of sad that I couldn't add more, but it was just too fast. But essentially, like VWAP bounce, it showed you that there's like a buyer, right? Like it showed you like it's like ripping up. Then it like breaks the low, making it look like, oh, the long is no longer good. And then like look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles in a row on the 1 minute. So again, my kind of like top end target was 75. So I off it there, and even if it keeps going, like I mean, it is what it is. It's a scalp trade for myself. So 1, 2, 3, taking the win on that one, pretty good. And yeah, now let's see where this Bank of America trade wants to go. Yeah, I do feel like at least we go to 5s, and then like yeah, if we get to 10s, that would be great. So let's see where this one wants to kind of go. Overall market catching a little bit of a bid off that VWAP level. It's 142 here. We got about 10, 20 minutes left. And yeah, then into the end of the day, we're going to get more volume follow through, and market's going to move. So if we are going back to high a day, which like I'm not really kind of, this long, I'm not holding this for high a day or anything. But if we are on track for the overall market to get back to or towards the highs, that being like 389 on the SPY, 390-ish area, then yeah, all these names are gonna, like the bid is good, the VWAP long is good. I think if we go back down, you have your defined out now. So again, if you're in this type of trade and you see the low is like 80s, it would be very hard for robots to push this down below the lows without it actually going down to the lows. But if you put a stop in at like break even or like 90s, like yeah, for sure it could just kind of dance around here before it like makes that next move. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient with it, see where it goes. Maybe I add to it, maybe I don't. Not really too sure what I'm gonna do there, but just gonna make my decision in real time and then make a decision.
Yeah, I've got no trades on at the moment. I was looking for a 256 break on Microsoft. Don't get it, so don't take the trade. But some of these, I have to look at some of these crypto names because we are making newer highs here on crypto, on BTC, sorry. So it probably makes sense to look at some of these names as well. So let's flip to coin. I probably won't trade Wall. Wall just halted to the upside, by the way. So that double top theory now in question. Let's go to coin here. That's on the NASDAQ. Here we go. So let's see what we got on coin. Up, yeah, 10.75% on the 7.8% on the day. A bit of a top here. I wonder if this one is moving more with the ES or the NASDAQ, I mean, or it's moving more with Bitcoin, or maybe a bit of both, because I'm seeing higher prints here on BTC, but nothing really coming in to support it on coin. And I suspect because we're, topped out a little bit here on the ES. So let's look for some, correspondence, some confluence between these two. If we can't gauge anything here, there we go. Now BTC pumping to even higher highs. We're getting a bit of a bounce here on coin. Let's go ahead and take a long here on our friend Coinbase. Where do we get long on coin? We got long 38. Let's see if we can continue to pump newer highs here. Where's my target on this one? I like that 60 possibly. Where's my out? I'm going to be out at 59, right? So I'll give this one a little bit of room, but not too much. We get that 50-period break, and now we're at an interesting area, both on coin and on the BTC as well. Wow. So BTC going up, coin going down. That's not what you want to see on a name that you're linking with another what do you call this? Digital asset, right? It's a digital asset. So we'll see what this one brings. Very small position there just to kind of keep things interesting. FRC also has a VWAP bounce. So this is an interesting play here too. It's halted at the moment, but you get that VWAP retracement, and that's I think a few times now. 1, 2, 3. Bounces off that VWAP level with that $30, $31 level being a clear area of resistance, not closing above that level for a while now. So here we go. We're going to test it again because 29.70 is the halt level. So if we open up here and we can close above there, that'll be the first 3-minute candle that's closed above there. Back to BTC. Back to coin, I should say. Looking for that 59 hold. If we don't get a 59 hold, I'll be out of this one, but yeah, we'll have to see about that, Luca.
Yeah, guys. So basically adding to that BAC long on the little bit of a dip, getting some out back there at VWAP, setting some orders to decide, like what is going on here. Very fast on the fills. So I think I'm going to hold some to see if we can get to 20s. I think like if we break that 50 period, we're going to actually get the vroom to the upside. So yeah, let's see if we can get that and get some fills there at the 29.20s, and basically the same plan, but now like at a different price and structured a little bit differently. So yeah, pretty good for now, looking pretty good. The whole trade was based on the first idea and the fact that size came in on the bid. Size flashed, and then pulled, and then I was like, okay, I like the sign of that. Get me long this name, and now let's see where this goes. So a little bit of kind of working the position and then seeing if it wants to continue to the upside or not. Yeah, I have no idea where to send orders, honestly. It's just kind of watch it, see how far it goes, make your decision. Again, top end is still valid with this particular trade, so I'm definitely watching the channel here, right? And if it gets back above this kind of 12s, 13s, I mean, it almost did it. Then we kind of went back. I feel like if we do it now, we're actually going to 40s, 50s. So I feel yeah, this time around, maybe I hold a little bit more of the size for the top of the range, but yeah, same general plan there, so we'll see where that one wants to go. People in the chat were talking about Tesla. So Tesla, again, talking about it from this morning, I think the 175 is that level, and it's actually not, I mean, I wasn't watching this at all, so I mean, it is what it is, but it didn't actually get above 174.50. So, I mean, for the short playing off the 175, that's sort of what you want to see. You don't want it to break a 50-cent level going into a level that you think is a level that it could, is a significant level. It should stop, at the 50-cent, 80-cent mark away from that level, especially being Tesla. So, 1, 2 reject, back to the downside. Is this now lower high? Lower high, and do we go back to VWAP? Not too sure. I mean, it's only down 20 beeps right now from Friday's close price, so it's pretty much range day. I would not be surprised if it does go back to VWAP. I don't think we're going to 164, and I don't think we're going to 180. I'm not trading Tesla for the rest of the day. Didn't trade it today, not trading it. But yeah, 123 million shares traded. Always atop the volume scanner, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. I just, yeah, bots run wild on this one, that's for sure. And yeah, definitely interesting there. Doge Moon saying, I got wall at 776. That's not bad at all, man. That is not bad at all. This thing, yeah, went to 28. So nice trade on that one. I mean, 70. What did you say? 776. That's the bottom, man. Congratulations on that trade. If you're calling bottoms on these names, just understand the risk. For new traders, if you're looking at picking bottoms, I think you want to look at the low that's made, and then when it goes up, if you say to yourself, yeah, I'm going to take a long here, watch that low very closely, especially on these types of scenarios, because if that low breaks, then there's no reason why we don't just keep going to the downside. So yeah, make sure that you structure that in a way that you don't get smoked. You never want to bag hold something that could go to zero. That's not a good way to trade. But yeah, congratulations on that trade there. Well done.
All right, guys, we've got 10 minutes left on the show. Any tickers specifically you guys want me to look at here? I know he looked at Tesla right now. Hurt Scrambler saying coin will go to zero someday. You know, as the industry consolidates, you gotta wonder who the winners are going to be in this industry, and it's looking more and more likely that coin is going to be the one that comes out. It's the one that's survived so far. Obviously, Binance, another name, but that's privately held. I know that CZ was doing something specific today with respect to the BUSD, the Binance, which is tethered to the US dollar. I'm not sure exactly what, I'm not a crypto guy, just put that out there. So not sure what he's doing over there, but you know, as the industry consolidates, we're getting to fewer and fewer players here that are still left alive. So we'll see who survives this. Obviously, crypto has claimed a lot of victims this year. We've had obviously this precipitated probably by FTX, maybe even by was there a prior bankruptcy before FTX? Notable one. There were a couple. Celsius comes to mind. Gemini or something like that. There were a couple that precipitated, I think, before FTX. FTX definitely the biggest domino that started this whole thing. FTX leading to Silvergate leading to SIVBN. You guys know the whole thing, and all the other crypto victims that it's claimed in its path along the way. It was like there was a period in time where it was like every day we heard about a new crypto victim. All right, back to the current trading at hand. 256, a bit of a top here on my friend Microsoft. The futures above I want to say Friday's close, and therefore green on the day, green by 13 points or so on the ES-June contract. Possibly looking to stair step up. You know, it's kind of dead weight at the moment. We've got like a 5-point range, 10-point range, and we've held VWAP, we've held 3,900. So if you're looking to kind of gauge the futures here with some of these big capper longs, I mean, I don't have a trade on it yet. Tried to do the dance with Microsoft, got cut up a little bit. Disappointed with my patience on that one. Should have definitely held that 254.50 hold as it skyrocketed up to 256. It would have been $1.50 in the money, but I got shaken out of that anyway. Not pleased. EUDA is at an interesting inflection point here. Just did a big VWAP retracement, and this is the first green candle here to come in on the 3-minute charts. Have a look at the 1 minute. Yeah, so EUDA retracing all the way up, testing day's high, coming close to 320. Looks like it came up to 315, then rejecting off there. Right back into VWAP. This could be an interesting VWAP hold here, and another test on of the high of day, 41% to the high side, EUDA. This one is, how many shares float? 7 million share float. Yeah, I remember this one from last week. 7 million share float, so definitely a micro float on that one with a $63 million market cap. That is that is actually after the pump of its stock. That's after being up 40%. One must wonder what the market cap was prior to that. We're getting we're knocking on the door again of 256 here on Microsoft. I'm seeing higher lows continuously here with a flat top possibly brewing at that 256 level, but we'll need to get continuation and we'll need to get that momentum follow through on the futures for this one to pump. It's not going to do it secularly.
Yeah, guys, so we're getting that little bit of a spike in BAC. I sold too much by accident, but it's all good, man. Whatever, is what it is. I think we now maybe get to that 20-ish area. So, yeah, my plan was to get a little bit in front of 2010. And now, you know, 29. This should hold. This general area of 94 should hold. So at first, if you guys are wondering, why did I add and then add again on the flush? It's because I initially thought that it would be, like, if the long is good and it's spending time there, it's going to do its little dance around, right? So I'm essentially building into this long. And as soon as it flushes and goes back to the upside, like, map that level. So, like, 28.89 is, like, very specifically important. The reason it is because it stopped there, right? So it went down, it stopped there, it went back up. It never went below that low. So I should have added again, but in this particular case, I'm like, okay, I'm good with what I got. Let's now see if we can get the spike and where I should be putting my orders for, like, the move up. So same kind of plan, long, long, scalp, 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 scalp. And if we keep going to the north side, I'll just continue to take my profits all the way up. Look at the high of that last move. I think that's an important area. So, like, there to there, so like 15s into 20s. Just a product of the way that these things move. They, like, rip up into a certain area. So, like, 29 to 29.20 is kind of like a move, right? So the same way, like, on Apple, where it's like, you know, like, and this is just a product of the fact that I look at this every single day over and over again. So it just kind of does the same thing. But it's like, from 151 to 152 is like, that's a big move, like for like 4 minutes, right? So it's like, it's gonna have the first move at 20s, the second is the 50, then it stops, the third is like the quarter point in front of there, and then it does this, right? So you don't wanna be involved in this unless you're intraday swinging to the high of day, I would say. But for myself, as like a scalp trade perspective, it's like long, didn't get the full size, but whatever. And then like out. I'm no longer in the trade. I don't want to be in the trade because I didn't really want to be in the intraday swing long. I just wanted to like have that scalp trade to the upside, and I take what the market gives me. So same kind of plan with the BAC trade here as well. It's going to go up, it's going to go down, but for the most part, if it continues to go up, I'll be very happy there. And yeah, let's see if we can get to the 15s, break 20s, and then it would just be like, I'm going for like, yeah, 35s and 40s. I want to say that my final out on this thing, if it does get there, will be like 29.47-ish, and that's just because like using a 50-cent increment, stepping a little bit in front of that, and the fact that that was like the high end of the move. Here, then it did like over, under, test, and then down. So yeah, if we do go up, I'm assuming that 29.50 will be the top-ish area. And if we go back to Friday, if anybody remembers trading BAC on Friday, obviously Friday, like the news coming through, banks like initially selling off on Friday, this breaking the 30 level and running into that 29.50, which is like that super significant level on the daily. It slammed right through it, rejected it, dipped down off the 29 level, ripped all the way back, and then here we are today, you know, like going for that 29.50. So if 29.50 is going to be significant and I'm long and it's below and we're going into that level, that's going to be my final target for all these kind of reasons put together. So yeah, let's see if this long wants to continue to go. 20 cents in the money. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Somebody's saying, should I hold or sell Tesla? Man, we're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to trade the markets and have a good time doing it and educate on the kind of things that we see over and over again. Give you different type of trading styles. Everybody at the desk has a different type of style. You know, Sharif always focuses on those small caps. You know, like I am definitely more of a scalper, kind of getting in and out, looking for those micro moves. You know, Arun in today covering for Neil, I think, for the rest of the week. And he swings, intraday swings, goes for the broader moves. So you might see moves happening, and maybe one type of trader sits them out, is very patient, waits for the broader move. Can they catch that? Whereas other traders are like, okay, no, I'm going to like get in and out in 3 seconds, and that's going to be my day there. So, you know, it's just different trading styles there. Just make sure you guys, I would say it's a great opportunity to learn from different types of traders by watching this show. And make sure you guys hit the like button. 2.3K likes, 23, great number. 5,000 people watching towards the end of the show. That's a record if I've seen one, I think. And yeah, if you haven't already, hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. Hopefully you guys are profitable today. And yeah, trade your own book, exactly, sort of the spirit. We say it every time, doesn't matter what trader sits at the desk, we'll tell you the same. Any real trader will say trade your own book. Any trader that is you know, trying to use your order flow might say like, yeah, follow my trades, you know? So I know that people like are kind of watching other trade, like I did it too, like learning how to trade, I follow other traders, but the best way to kind of be in this business is to build your own book, you know, learn from your mistakes, learn from other traders around you, try to cut your learning curve in half, expedite the process. But yeah, you want to build something that's repeatable. You want to have your own conviction. That's how you hold things. If I was following somebody else's BAC trade, I would be like, well, when are they getting out? Where do I sell? But it's my trade. I know exactly what I'm doing, right? It's part of my plan. So that's why I say it. Just make sure you structure it so it makes sense to you. That's the only way that you're going to make money in the long run in this business.
All right, guys, let's have a look quickly here at crypto. I mean, BTC. Why do I say crypto? 24,200 stair-stepping up. But sadly, not really. Yeah, well, I shouldn't say sadly. Coin is moving up. Bamboozled me, though, through the break of 29. Of course, it starts pumping to the high side. Hasn't been my best trading day today, to be honest. But, yeah, we're going to end up red on the day. So just want to put that out there. And, you know, kind of it had a lot to do with the lack of patience. I think if I had coaxed this Microsoft trade a lot better at that 50-period inflection point that I talked about, this would have been a better trade. Not so was the case today, though, so we'll deal with what we've got on hand. This is what I'm talking about here, this little retracement on Microsoft. This was the one I wanted, and I think it just went too much against me. The break of the 50 period was 70. It came all the way down into the $0.25. Didn't close below there. So funny that it closed right above the 50 period. Now we're testing 256 again. A bunch of green candles, making a new high here on the 3-minute. We're getting, you know, the futures holding 3,900 quite nicely now into the mid-teens. So if we get that continuation into the more liquid part of the day, then that would be probably a day saver, to be honest with you. So keeping that in mind, I don't have much else on. I think there's 30 seconds left on the show. I hope everybody has a profitable and green afternoon. It's been a tricky day for me. FRC, is it halted again, dude? To the high side. Let's just look quick here. FRC, yes, is halted to the upside again with that VWAP hold. It's halted at 32.33. Trade that carefully because these bank stocks are absolutely crazy. There we go. If we could drop that, couple of low lives at the end there, guys. It is all over for the midday show, guys. Luca, it's been a tumultuous afternoon. I feel like we're probably going to have the same thing tomorrow. CPI print tomorrow, 8:30, guys. Don't forget about that. All right, from me and Luca, peace from the midday show. Brendo's at the big desk, ready to take you into the close.
Hey guys, what an afternoon. Yeah, welcome back in. Very, very busy, very active market, continues to be volatile. A few things to understand as we head into the final 2 hours here. To kick things off, really nothing significant as of yet, anyways, coming from this quote-unquote closed door meeting from the Fed that happened at 11:30 this morning. All eyes then shifting towards tomorrow morning, 8:30. We'll get the latest CPI print to come through. Should be very, very volatile tomorrow morning as well. What a day it's been, though, with these banks all over the place. Just an absolute halt fest for both FRC and WAL. If you missed it just after we went off at 11 o'clock, just before the lunch hour, we got that statement that came through from the CEO of WAL, reassuring investors, talking a little bit about their deposits versus what is in